Chapter 51 Happy Fat House. Bath water. Xingran's more than 200,000 tons of medicinal materials can only be formulated with 5 parts of Feng's modified body refining medicinal bath medicine. There is no name. Xingran is called this healing liquid. Its function is to restore muscle fatigue, promote blood circulation, and increase cell vitality, repair dark injuries and stubborn illnesses that occurred during exercise, etc. In fact, there are many auxiliary medicines in the ninja world for physical training. The improvement of the Wind Mother is mainly aimed at the hidden wounds and chronic diseases. Perhaps this medicine is very effective for other people, but it is aimed at the Kai who has been practicing Beiman Dunjia for many years. It's a perfect match. Most of the pharmacy processes in this world are not complicated. Xingran is the first time to make medicinal materials for fear of wasting. After being careful, I realize that I think too much. The process is similar to the previous decoction without any mistakes. After 3 hours, 5 bottles of light green. The potion was finally completed. I'm feeling lucky today. My uncle is in a good mood. I would like to reward you with some good things. Xingran found his teammates who were still reshaping Sanguine, and each of them gave a bottle of healing liquid, the green color through the transparent glass. In this moonlight, plenty of nights are extraordinarily crystal clear, giving people a sense of inexplicable tallness. And it's not a bargain at first glance. What is this? It looks like it tastes good. Happy water from the fat house. After 5 minutes, I finally stopped Kai's desire to take a bite, and explained clearly the efficacy and usage of the healing liquid. Xingran first returned to his tent, got a wooden barrel, and began to experience his first work effect. A bucket of clean water and a bottle of 500 milliliters of healing liquid quickly turned the entire bucket of water into pale green, and a strong ginseng smell quickly filled the entire tent. The whole person soaked into the star burning in the wooden barrel, unconsciously let out a comfortable long sigh. The medicinal liquid mixed with clear water did not cause too much irritation to the skin, but the medicinal power can penetrate in a clearly perceptible form. The skin enters the muscles and veins, and this process is more refreshing than being a supreme horse to kill a chicken. I don't know how long it has been. When Xingran wakes up again, a ray of sunlight can already be seen in the sky. This healing liquid is really a good thing. Xingran's first sentence when he woke up was feeling that he has superhuman body quality. Although it is a poor version, there is definitely no problem with his body. It is so good. The body also slept comfortably in the tub for a night due to the efficacy of the therapeutic liquid. Unfortunately, it is still too expensive. Not counting the labor cost, the materials alone cost more than 40,000 and nearly 50,000. It is a reality to want to experience it every day. Sneeze. Just when Xingran was secretly feeling, a loud sneeze suddenly sounded in his ears. Such a heroic sneeze. Xingran is the only one seen in his life. Even if he doesn't need to see through eyes, Xingran knows who this is. See, Xingran, your liquid medicine is really great. See. Do you have any more? Give me a few more bottles. With 2 lines of nasal mucus that was about to reach his mouth, Kai sneezed. As he got into Xingran's tent, he wanted to talk about feelings with Xingran. It's a pity that Xingran gave Kai this kind of good thing for an impure purpose. Now that the fish is biting, how can it be possible to talk to Kai about a deal that hurts money so emotionally? Kai, you have a cold. I bought some cold medicine yesterday. You can take as much as you like and don't charge any money. Xingran's face was so kind that he couldn't understand what you were talking about. I took out a whole piece 100 bottles of oral liquid, and handed it to Kai, the medicine for colds and coughs. Thank you. I fell asleep in the tub yesterday, and ended up soaking in cold water all night. No, I mean, your healing liquid, is the healing liquid. The growth of youth is always accompanied by this pain. The friendship of youth has brought the dawn of healing. Our friendship is a bridge to ensure good health. Although Kay has a big nerve, he is not stupid at all, and soon turned the stars on the wrong side. Lu fuzzing, and began a passionate speech. The purpose is too obvious. But Xingran wouldn't be used to the other party. and there shouldn't be too many plot characters to come into contact with in the future, and he wouldn't lick it all the way. Speaking of people, Xingran interrupted Kai's impromptu speech very rudely. Then what? Do you still have healing liquid? Give me 30 or 50 100 bottles. How about I owe you a favor? Not very good. Goodbye. Wait, 30 or 50 bottles will work. There are not 3 or 5 bottles. Then 2 bottles will work. Seeing a pair of addictions coming, he couldn't hold his own Kai at all. Xingran was a little funny, and the effect of prescribing the right medicine was amazing. In fact, as a Gangquan Liu practitioner, Kai usually has a lot of medicated baths, otherwise his body would have collapsed early, but there is no improved medicinal liquid of Granny Feng in the market. Xingran is the only one here, but it is aimed at secretly hurting this kind of intractable item. Eventually made Kai become obsessed with it. I do have 2 bottles left, but what can you give me? When things came to this, it was time to let go, and the vampire merchant Xingran went online in time. How about washing your clothes for a month? It's easy to leave or not to send. I take all your job this time. You can also medical ninjutsu. Well, what do you want? Under Xingran's playful expression, Kai didn't want to be careful enough to look at it, but he could only prepare to stand at attention and be beaten, indicating that you would make a price. We are good friends and important companions. It is too emotional to negotiate terms. The cost of a bottle of my sanatorium is 50,000 tls. After Star Burning spoke, the first half of the sentence made Kai's eyes full of tears, but the second half of the sentence quickly knocked Kai into a wilted eggplant, and the whole person was discouraged. Just as Kai was calculating how much savings he had left over the past few years, Xingran spoke again. Hey, so do you have a good idea, a way to not hurt your feelings and not hurt money? Xingran also didn't want to plot himself for the purpose of a forbidden technique, which is too obvious, and intends to verbally induce it. One time. It's a pity that Kai shook his head very heartily, looking at Starburn with an innocent face, and I will die as long as you administer medicine. When things have developed to this point, Xingran is also a little embarrassed. Kai still seems to be shrewd when he is shrewd. How come he looks like he is in arrears with IQ? Please, your whole body is only worth the 8-door Banjia forbidden technique. Why are you still looking blank and dumbfounded? Stupid. No matter how you say your 8-door evasion armor technique is forbidden, it is very valuable. Besides, is there anything else you can give to Star Burning? Suddenly a voice broke Star Burning. Embarrassing. I saw Nare Izumi, who had the same nasal discharge, also came to the tent of Starburn. Needless to say, Quinn should have been lying in the tub all night last night. Xingran's face was a bit weird at this time. Although Quinn helped to make things clear, the sense of experience was terrible. Isn't it the basic politeness to see through? It's as uncomfortable as watching the senior sister being charged by the auntie when she takes a bath. Ah, you want to learn the 8 schools of Dunjia? Kai immediately looked at Xingran with a serious face, and Xingran was even more embarrassed now. Chapter 52, Impact on the Third Door. You really have a foresight, much better than Kakashi. When I taught him, I looked disgusted. Just when Xingran was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Kai spoke again, and let him. Xingran quickly understood that his embarrassment was really unnecessary. The focus of this guy's attention was not that someone wanted to use their home Wi-Fi, but that Xingran's eyes were better than Kakashi's strange focus. There is an episode of Kakashi's knee-handed rock climbing. When he was about to exhaust his strength, he opened the first door of the 8-door Dunjia. Students who are interested can find it. It is not clear which door Kakashi can open. There should be no more than 2. Xingran could only say anything else. However, the people are a good helper, and the team's friendly companion Nare Izumi once again stood up and helped Xingran break the siege. I heard that there are a lot of human muscles and veins in the Bowman Dunjia forbidden art. Did you study Bowman Dunjia because you want to break through your medical abilities? It seems that Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas, has also practiced specifically to study medical ninjutsu. Physical skills are coming, and physical skills are still very strong. Nara Izumi touched his chin thoughtfully. Only a pair of glasses. She could say the statement that there is only one truth. This the forced K believed it on the spot. Xingran continued politely and admiredly. Ha ha, no matter what, Xingran got his wish and got the 8 doors Dunjia forbidden art, not only the scroll of ninjutsu, but also Ki's full guidance. Of course, this is a treatment that neither hurts feelings nor hurts money. So Xingran also needs to perform. A certain amount of healing liquid is prepared every year and supplied to Kai for the treatment of dark wounds. Both sides got a satisfactory result, only Nara Izumi left with a blind eye and a blanket of cold medicine, which seemed incompatible with the peat trading scene. In the morning a few days later, Xingran came to Kai's tent again. The keen sense of the mountain people told Xingran that the tent was empty, which means that Kai went out to perform the mission again. During this time, Yin Ren was there. The movements are frequent, and a large number of ninjas have entered the border of the country of fire. The behavior is strange, like investigation, but there are a lot of people, but when they encounter Konoha ninjas, they will retreat as soon as possible. In short, let this time the Konoha ninja who came to the border to change defense was very tired. However, Xingran has much luck. He is a rare medical ninja. His business of perception ninja has been deliberately ignored. Now as a rare professional, he is well protected in the camp, ready to help companions who have suffered casualties at any time. Treatment. 3 days have passed since Xingran received Professor Kai's 8-door Dunjia forbidden operation. Because he was overprotected and stayed in the camp, he had plenty of time to practice the 8 doors Dunjia forbidden art. However, it is impossible for Xingran to perform routine training running, handstand running, push-ups, etc. With a superhuman body of steel, what kind of training can't be solved by a sunbathing? If there is, then take a few more days. Anyway, the effect of regular exercise is far less helpful to physical surgery than lying in the sun. If you really want to practice, it is at best to move your muscles and bones. It can be considered as an exercise level. If you use star burn, is the kind of cultivation method that is similar to that of good for nothing, focuses on the key points, and is not bald. Xingran came to the training ground in the camp, recalled the contents of the 8 school Dunjia dictated by Kai, and went through the contents of the 3rd student school carefully. In the flowing meridian system of chakras, the places that inhibit and control the chakras in the body are the 8 doors of opening, rest, life, injury, Duman, Jingman, and death doors. These 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, but this technique can force chakra to exceed this limit, thereby eliciting a strength that is dozens of times stronger than the original one. However, while gaining power, the caster himself will be damaged, so this technique is listed as one of the forbidden techniques. Beiman Dunjia is a move that lifts the body's restrictions on chakra and allows excessive energy to be released. Simply put, it is to transform and add buff. He closed his eyes and brooded for a little bit, and suddenly drank in his heart. The first door of the 8 doors Dunjia, open the door, open it. In an instant, a wave of chakra air burst out slightly from Xingran. Opening the door is to lift the limits of the brain, in order to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the body to consume energy and improve the attack and speed. After turning it on, you can use Table Lotus. 3 days ago, after Kai only taught Star Burn in detail, Star Burn opened the door on the spot and dropped Kai's chin on the ground. The next few hours were spent teaching Star Burn in detail how to play after opening the door. Biao Lianhua's move and other physical skills that support the 8 doors Dunjia, with Star Burning memory, many simple things are repeated, almost copying Kai's physical skills. The second door, close the door, open. Star Burn did not stay. After opening the first door, he continued to open the second door to rest. A gust of wind swept across the earth, bringing up clouds of smoke and dust, and a chakra aura that was much stronger than before broke out again, and the whole person felt full of chakra. Resting the door is to lift the physical fatigue limit, overload and squeeze the body energy to restore physical strength, offset the fatigue caused by the excessive energy consumption of opening the door. Some people say that in the original plot, Kakashi had enough physical strength in the later stage, and it was completely different from the initial stamina, because it reached the second door, but this is only an inference, and there is no actual content to base it. The opening of the second door of Starburn was also completed half a day after Kai finished teaching Starburn to use the table lotus. On the first day of contact with 8-Gate Dungeon, Kai opened 2 doors, and Kai's chin fell to the ground again. In fact, as a man with a body of steel, even if it's the poor man's version, his physique is much stronger than that at the beginning of the plot, when Xiaoli had only practiced for 1 year during the test, and he didn't even open 2 doors on the first day. Superclass. It was only for the next 2 days that Xingran had been stuck at the 3rd student gate of Beiman Dungeon, unable to break through. In Xingran, the physique is up to the standard. The reason why he couldn't complete the breakthrough so quickly is because he didn't understand it properly. Unfortunately, Matkei has been going out continuously since he finally dug out his chin that was buried deep in the ground that day. Performing the task, a junior high school physical education teacher did not attend classes at all replaced by the main teacher. Xingran had no choice but to figure it out for 2 days. Today is the morning to see if you can run into it. If you don't run into it, then you will continue to study the strategy on your own. Xingran has a super brain, and once again stated that it is a poor man version, but overall it turns out much faster than ordinary people. Although it wasted 2 days, he knows that the problem of not being able to open the door is nothing more than that few points. It can break through, but it's a waste of time. The 3rd door, the life door, open. Xingran's momentum at this time was slightly sluggish, but this time was only fleeting. Xingran quickly made some slight adjustments, and the 3rd door opened with successive failures was obviously smooth thereafter fine-tuning this time. He gritted his teeth slightly and continued to rush the door. Boom! I felt a faint roar coming from the body, and the star burned. The body began to become red and bloodshot, and green energy began to radiate around the body. This is, ask for recommendation. Recommendation is very important to Xiran. Everyone has it every day. Please vote for Xiran. Chapter 53. Another development direction of Beiman Dungeon. Today's fine-tuning seems to have found the right way, and finally successfully opened the 3rd door. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Xingburn let out a sigh of breath, secretly feeling that it was not easy. As the master, Kai just led himself into the door. The first 2 doors, this 3rd door is entirely on his own. It was really busy for a while. If you let other ninjas in the ninja world who have researched physical skills, or ninjas who specialize in physical skills like Kai, know that those who have developed the 8-door retreat technique to the 3rd one in 3 days, and feel that it is not easy to practice, it is estimated that these people will collectively throw the shoes on Xingran's face, and then use the feet that took off the shoes to nurture Xingran. Let him know what kind of sweat and effort it took to achieve this pair of sweaty feet. Shengman is to further improve the attack and speed. The body begins to congestion and turn red. The last safe area of Beiman Dungeon, the body begins to emit green energy. Although the introduction of Shengman said that this is the last safe area of Beiman Dungeon, the heavy burden suddenly increased after opening. Even the star of the steel body is a bit surprised. When I watched anime before, I only knew that I would open the 8 doors. After Dungeon, the body will be very painful and burdensome, but the one-sided feeling and the current personal experience are completely 2 concepts. Soon Xingburn's forehead really began to sweat. He just opened his life door now, he didn't move much, and the burden was so heavy without consumption at all. It is conceivable that with the fierce battle and its own consumption, what kind of pain the Sujin will bear. This is a state skill, and the time limit is very obvious. At this time, Starburn really understands the meaning of the forbidden technique. According to previous experience, after Starburn opened the 3rd student gate, he was not in a hurry to test the power, but stood still and silently felt the rampage of chakra inside his body, and got used to this feeling as soon as possible to let the body adapt to this state. Starburn was originally due to the awakening of the steel body, and the more vigorous cells driven by the yang attribute chakra already had a chakra volume far exceeding Zongren. Now after opening the 3 doors in a row, the amount of chakra in the body is surging. Anyway, Xingran felt that the amount of chakra of Hai Yi Shangren was about the same as the current Starburn when he was practicing with the mountain. Of course, this violent chakra can't be compared with the orderly chakra of He, but only in terms of quantity. It has surpassed the general tolerance of chakra. Xingran seeks to capture the 8 doors. Dunjia art has the idea of enriching its own arsenal. In addition, the human muscles and veins and the growth data of the human body during the development of the forbidden technique are also things that Xingran wants to obtain. Perhaps the 8 doors Dunjia is for Kai. It is a weapon, but for Starburn, it is a very representative subject of personal research. Of course, this subject is of great military value. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. About half an hour later, Xingran gasped like a cow and sweated like rain. Even the steel body had reached the safety cordon. If he continued to turn on this state, Xingran knew he would be injured. The so-called haste is not enough. The most afraid of practicing is to train yourself. Once injured, the time it takes to recover will greatly destroy the progress of the practice, which is definitely not worth the loss. No longer hesitating, Xingran lay down on the ground without an image. Since then, physical training has come to an end, and the next step is to sum up experience and raise awareness. The clear and flexible brain made Xingran memorize all the details after opening the 3rd door of the 8-door Dunjia for a while, recalling the gains and thoughts just now, and feeling the body quickly repair those in the sun, and the forbidden surgery brought to the body. Trauma. Soon Xingran was addicted to it again, and now he has a better understanding of the 8 doors Dunjia art. The violent chakra does cause certain damage to the body, and as more and more doors are opened in the future, the destruction will become stronger and stronger. Then the direction of my next efforts is obvious. Combining my medical knowledge, chakra control and yang chakra, try to do some avoidable areas, and control the violent chakra within a certain range, so at least you can make yourself hurt slightly during the operation. Once the damage can be reduced, it means that the operation time can be extended. If it continues to develop, it may eventually be able to completely control the violent chakras obtained after opening the door, so that the chakras overflowing on the body surface will disappear. Compressing all the power in the body. This state can be known without experiment at the same level, and it is definitely more than a star and a half stronger than the state of energy dissipating. Although the original intention was to reduce damage, following this inference is likely to increase the power of the 8-door Dunjia once again. When the time comes, it looks plain and unremarkable. In fact, Nerai is more fierce than a beast. It is estimated that this is the so-called return to the basics. It is a pity that it is impossible for Kai and his father to have the level of chakra control ability. This is why they can use other ninjutsu, but they are very poor. Those players with strong chakra control ability, but because they are not used to the practice mode of Beiman Dunjia, most of them are only used as auxiliary means to practice. No one can specialize in this way, such as Kakashi. I don't know if a situation that hasn't appeared in the original drama can be realized under my super high control. Xingran set a small goal for himself, moving in the direction of the chakra that completely controlled the violent chakra, and Kai's wild current flow towards another unknown end. After resting for about 5 minutes, Xingran stood up again. Although the body of steel is a poor man's version, its recovery ability is really not overshadowed. It only took 5 minutes to completely burn the star with the body's yang escape and body cells. He recovered from the damaged state of the 3rd gate of the 8-gate Dunjia. Fortunately, Kai is not by his side, otherwise he will definitely throw his chin off when seeing the monster star burn, and he will never be able to find it again. Xingran moved his body a little and became light again, feeling that his muscles had been slightly strengthened due to the restoration of Beiman Dunjia after training, and he couldn't help revealing a big smiling face. After awakening Superman's abilities, you can feel the fun of hanging up everywhere. This kind of resilience and exercise effect is many times stronger than ordinary people, and the battery life in actual combat is also very scary. After a 10-minute break, we will be a good guy again in the second half. This kind of player will ask you if you are afraid. 8-door Dungeon. Open the door of life. The body was congested and turned red again, and the green chakra energy radiated again around the body. Opening the door this time was much easier than opening the door for the first time. After summing up a few small points, opening the door became more proficient and simple. Chapter 54 The Alarm Sounds. It was the first time to open the third door just now, and the significance of research is higher than the others. Now that the door is opened again, it is time to test its power. The first is speed. On the whole, it did not break through the speed of sound, but Starburn felt that there should be little difference. According to official data, Bayman Dungia can only break through the speed of sound after opening to the fifth door. However, Starburn is a Superman, and his foundation is above ordinary people. The third gate has a speed close to the speed of sound, which is not an exaggeration. Moreover, the Bayman Dungia shows that Lilianhua's actions have reached the release standard. Here I want to explain that if Bayman Dungia is a buff skill, then the attack methods such as Table Lilianhua and Lilianhua are strike skills. To put it simply, one point is internal strength and the other is moves. Lilianhua is an explosive move. At least Starburn understands it this way, because before Bayman Dungia reaches the fifth place, although his normal speed does not reach the speed of sound, Lianhua's short attack stage after opening the door, but it can make a single attack speed reach the speed of sound. This was included in the official description, and Xingran therefore really felt the feeling of breaking through the sound barrier in his body for the first time. It was quite wonderful. Boom boom boom. In the driving range, the sound of sonic boom is endless. If there is no soundproofing incantation that floods the driving range, the whole camp cannot be treated. Thank you Konoha for their investment in the construction of the camp driving range. Although this is just a trick, it was just to prevent the sound in the driving range from affecting the vigilance in the camp, but it did help Starburn. Starburn is constantly hitting a rock that has been reinforced by various spells. This is a target specially used for cultivation, very hard and full of resilience. Feeling the degree of damage to the target, I unconsciously remembered the QAN in the previous life when watching Marvel movies. When the speed reaches a certain level, it does not require you to exert much effort. The damage caused by the acceleration itself power is the existence of terror. I saw that this hard target had a fist mark every time it hit Starburn. If it weren't for its strong toughness, the target would have been shattered as early as the first punch. Starburner has known beforehand. If you want to cause damage to this rock target, you must theoretically achieve at least 1 ton of force. That is to say, Starburner can easily exceed 1 ton in this state. Think about Kai's fisting strength every time he opens 8 doors Dungia. He often beats people into the air in anime. Fist exploded. The speed and strength have been tested. The attack power is very strong, but the simple grip and push power is still not as strong as it looks. I can barely lift a heavy object of 2 or 3 tons. It should be a body of steel and an 8-door Dungia chakra. After being mixed together, a certain chemical reaction was caused. Anyway, Xingran was very sure that Kai's simple grip and push ability was far worse than his own, which showed that Bayman Dungia was more inclined to attack-type ninjutsu. Throughout the afternoon, Starburn spent the entire afternoon basking in the sun, while trying to control the chakra inside himself after opening 3 doors. The effect was very insignificant, but there was progress, which proved that this method was feasible. After Xingran has a chakra that specifically controls the violent chakra on his right arm, the damage speed of the muscles and tendons of the wrist is indeed much slower than at the beginning. If you continue to work hard, I believe that you will be able to completely control the violent investigation of the wrist soon. Do at least this part to avoid damage to the body caused by the forbidden operation. And judging from the hard work for so long, it's really not that other ninjas can't see the benefits of 8-door Dungeon under high-end control. It's really even a super brain plus the advantages of the steel body and Yang Dun Chakra 3 in own. All of them suffered 100 times during the exercise, and most people have not mastered it well. It is estimated that the arm has been completely abolished, dragging his tired body until the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon. Starburn returned to his tent. Because of the sunlight and the sun escape chakra, Starburn opened the 8-door dungeon for almost a whole day, but under reasonable rest and hard resistance. Xingran was not injured by excessive practicing forbidden arts, but chakras exhaustion and mental exhaustion were inevitable. He ate 2 grains of war in one breath. Burning to death, fell asleep on his bed. The night came quietly, and in the dense forest on the border of the country of fire, there was an inexplicable breath, as if in the dark forest, there was a devil staring straight at you, always rushing come up to kill people in general. Boom boom boom. At night, with the cold wind blowing through the mountains and forests in the evening, the camp where Xingran was located suddenly remembered the rapid sirens, and suddenly the whole camp seemed to be thrown into the calm lake with a stone. And it suddenly became lively. What's the matter? Xingran rushed out of the tent. Although he only slept for a few hours, the resilience of opening the hangar has made him rejuvenate, and he easily grabbed a Konoha ninja passing by and asked, Yunran's people have attacked. We must set out to support the E3 camp immediately. The ninja who was caught was very impatient at first. Just when he was about to swear against the person who dared to hold him, seeing that he was holding his face clearly. He turned out to be the only medical ninja in his camp. He immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees, and told him the news he had just learned in a good voice. Don't blame others for the reality. War is about to start. Offending a medical ninja who may save his life is simply unimaginable. Even if you offend your leader, Shinobu, you can't hate the uncle in front of you. Xingran quickly thought of Yunren's inexplicable attack a while ago. If it was a bottoming or a rehearsal, then this time is probably a real big move. But if you want to be a newcomer in the ninja world, you can do it. The question that comes to mind, Konoha came in and as a frontline commander should also be able to easily think of it. Anyway, he hasn't decided the strength of the war situation now. So let's listen to the arrangements. Soon, Xingran came to Kai's tent again, but Xingran frowned again. There was no one here, and there was no one here, so that means that Kai has not come back since yesterday. Your own appearance will definitely bring changes to the world. Even if the plot is unrecognizable, it must have a butterfly effect. Pharmacist 2 and Pharmacist E now are the best proof. So, this little butterfly, would he accidentally fan the man who almost kicked out of the finale? Shaking his head, Xingran threw this strange idea out of his brain, and walked towards Nare Izumi's tent. No matter whether Kei died or not, at least his Suda Pig, Deer and Butterfly squad was disbanded at the moment, and the following actions had a bad start. Rolling all over the floor asking for recommendations, asking for recommendations, and asking for recommendations. Important things are said 3 times. Chapter 55 Commander Lujiu. However, the start of the game was not good, and there was a disadvantage in the early stage, because Nare Izumi was not in the camp at this time, and she was not in the tent or the assembly point. Now the star burning team will only have him a pending order. Arriving at the assembly point, a group of advanced teams have already set off. At this time, the camp's responsible person, Shangren, was explaining the situation to the second and last batch of support teams. It turned out that Yunren, who was opposite tonight, suddenly launched an attack on the scale of thousands of people. Don't be surprised that there are few people. At the end of this third war, no countries have come out of the war. Before the beginning of the plot, the entire ninja world after more than 10 years of self-cultivation, a war with a scale of more than 1,000 people is already considered a middle to higher battle. This time, The 1,000 people of Yunren surrounded 3 important camps on the border between the country of Fire and the country of Yuno. They are Camp A7 in the north and Camp C4 in the northeast. There is also the east, which is close to the country of Yuno. E3 camp in the remaining territory. Although the numbers of these 3 camps are different, they have one thing in common that all Kono and ninjas know, that is, these camps are important frontline resource transfer camps in these directions. In other words, if something goes wrong here, then Kono has loss happened. The frontline commander ninja issued a support order at the first time, so Starburn, a small checkpoint camp near the A3 camp, will also send people to reinforce it. Support is indifferent to Staran, but there is one thing that makes Crossing Ran a little concerned. That is, the camp's leader, Upper Ninja, was divided into 2 teams, and the second team was delayed by about 15 minutes to go. It seemed that my previous guess was correct. Konoha's upper level should have discovered something, so this reinforcement action is a bit different from usual. In fact, Narujiu, who was sitting in Camp A7 at this time, was very sure about the idea of Commander Yunin, the important camp closest to Yunin's occupation area. The war has continued to the present, and the only 5 permanent members of the ninja realm are in front of the Thunder Country, which is not reconciled without a truce. Several other countries have already signed contracts or declared the end of the war. Then the people of Thunder Country should be the last struggle now. Surrounding our 3 important bases, do you want to eat hard or help? Humphrey, no matter what you think, I won't let you succeed. Narashikajiu said to himself, as if just like the enemy commander in front of him. He didn't know whether he was speaking harshly or cheering himself up. Luju, the opposing force is very fierce. Are you so sure that they want to fight for help? A light yellow hair, with a pair of light green eyes like the star-burning eyes, just felt the entire battlefield. Some are uncertain about asking their friends. Although the Nara family has always acted as the think tank of the pig, deer and butterfly tribe, and Haichi himself is very convinced of Luju, but today Luju's order still makes Hai a little bit unsure, because Luju's order is a little too convincing. If one is big, and one is not good, it may not be 1 or 2 crashes. It is likely that the 3 camps under siege have crashed across the board. Don't worry, even if Yunren is not going to fight for aid, the support troops can still arrive before the camp is captured. I thought about the time difference for a long time before I figured it out. Luju is a general demeanor, and he speaks with confidence. Let the other ninjas around unconsciously feel relieved. Luju is the new Konoha commander who succeeded White Fang. Although his personal bravery is far less than that of Haki Sakumo, he is only on the battlefield commanding ability. After the 3 wars for so long, he really did not make any mistakes. It is impossible to say that the general is always victorious in battles, but the battles commanded by Lujiu can often make the most correct judgments. This is the main reason why everyone present is so easy to feel at ease. Recalling the previous Nara QE's order that the patrol troops outside were required to reinforce the battlefield as soon as possible, while the personnel from other camps had to be divided into 2 groups to travel to the battlefield with a distance of 15 to 20 minutes before and after. The command was smacked. Normally, it is either not rescued, or rescue soldiers alike fighting a fire, and must be arrived at the first time, but Naraluji's consideration is obviously more far-reaching. Only 1,000 people were exposed to the enemy. Although the scale of the 1,000 people is already very large now, it has been some time since the old man Doki Jonoki admitted that he was defeated. Yunren's enemy is now only Konoha, so don't say Yunren pulls out 1. It is possible to double the number of troops with the size of only 1,000 people. Therefore, the choice of storming and attacking aid is 5,050. However, as the top commander on the front line, he should not only look at his own 1/3 of an acre of land. When his vision was put in the overall situation, Luju easily came to the conclusion that this time it was a surprise attack rather than a storm. There are 2 reasons. The battlefield is very close to the Konoha base camp. There is a steady stream of reinforcements. Only at the beginning is the most dangerous. As time goes by, the frontline troops will quickly concentrate on the battlefields of these three camps. Once the form is not good, Yun Ren's troops will be dragged on the battlefield and cannot escape. After the reinforcements from Konoha base camp arrive, even if Yun Ren's hidden troops jump out, it will not help. The result is back to the previous war between the two countries, even if the war will become more and more fought. But Luju knows that Yun Ren cannot afford to delay, and Konoha wins in the end, not to mention whether this hidden force is still there. Knowing that maybe when the troops from the base camp arrive, they can directly smash Yun Ren's counterattack plan. The second reason is the strange deployment of the enemy's combat power this time. Although the results obtained after attacking three places at the same time are the best, everyone is not a child. Each camp is divided into more than 300 people to attack, otherwise 500 people will be attacked. Only 2 camps will be hit, or all 1,000 people will be thrown into one battlefield to form a crushing situation. The enemy is very greedy. The enemy's commander should be very young, or he has just taken office and is eager to prove himself, so the plan is revised very large and rigorously. But for people like Luju who are fighting for the old, this is the pattern of Tucson. The more careful the plan, the worse the fault tolerance. Luju has probably guessed what the other party is planning. Yun Ren's idea should be to arrange suitable forces on the 3 battlefields at the same time, and while holding the main force, arrange for the partial division to ambush the reinforcements. Once the reinforcements of this route are ambushed in the field, the partial division can support the main battlefield. Konoha also lacked all the reinforcements, so this battlefield would soon collapse. If everything goes smoothly according to Yun Ren's vision, then Yun Ren can use the method of squatting in the grass to greatly reduce his own casualties, avoiding the strong camp wall positions in an easier way, and opposing wood in the wild. Yi Ninja's killing is a typical case of getting the most results with the least cost. Chapter 56 Entering the battlefield. However, Luju's goal is not to defeat the enemy. Konoha has an absolute advantage in the general situation. As long as the war is dragged to overtime, Yun Ren, who is unable to succeed in the end, will taste the bitter fruit of a big defeat because of his long supply line. Now Luju only needs to send reinforcements from various camps on the front line to the 3 battlefields more safely. How to do it is actually very simple. Without careful planning, it can make the enemy very uncomfortable. Of course, this operation can only be done by Konoha, that is, relying on the whitey-eyed investigative ability. With this ability, it is difficult for people to successfully fight a beautiful ambush. The reinforcements are divided into 2 batches. After the first batch is set off, the second batch will be set off after a period of time. If Yun Ren launches an attack when the first batch of reinforcements arrives, then an ambush will definitely be indispensable. But no one who can be a ninja is unparalleled. It's okay for the miscellaneous soldiers in the mowing to play ping-pong for a few rounds. At this time, the second batch of reinforcements will receive the warning of the first batch of reinforcements, and they will speed up to the battlefield. The ambushing Konoha and ninja might be able to fight back and kill the opponent with a aureole blooming in the back center. And if Yun Ren holds back the first batch, let go of the first batch, and concentrate on the second batch, then the first batch that departed before can also receive a warning, come back with a carbine, and continue with the aureole just now, or the center blooms. Even if the enemy is patient in ambushing and squatting professionally for 30 years, just to try to kill Konoha's vitality, then the first batch has arrived safely on the battlefield. At this time, the main battlefield will have the advantage of numbers. The counterattack encircles the circle and fights directly. It is not impossible to collapse the main battlefield. Once the main battlefield is destroyed, Yun Ren in the wild is likely to be strategically counter-encircled by Konoha and be locked in the territory of the Country of Fire. These are Luju's multiple positive options. In fact, although Luju also wants to develop according to his expected structure, after fighting for so long, Luju has long known that the battlefield situation often needs to be prepared according to the worst predictions. Therefore, in this plan, what really gave Luju's peace of mind was not the above counterattack, but the first or second batch of reinforcements were surrounded by people to fight against them, and then the two batches of reinforcements had an effect of cooperating inside and outside, and they continued to support the base camp. In this war, as long as the reinforcements do not collapse, it will be an invincible place. Although the above mentioned a lot of tactical intentions, it is actually the method that Lu Jiu came up with in just 10 minutes. I have to say that the high IQ patients of the Nara family can be famous for this, and there are still many things. Of the brush Kakakache, there is a deer who has come up with an idea for a long time. Hey, what else do you have to worry about, Kakakaka? What shall we do next? On the side, a guy with a huge body and a big face was eating food while eating. It is the Nara Lukisa platform, and it is the Akuda Dingza who is responsible for the attack of the pig. Deer and butterfly trio, don't do anything, guard the camp, we have done everything that should be done, and then we will watch the performance of the reinforcements. Luju looked out the window again. Here you can see that there are many woods coming and going on the camp wall. Yi Ninja was fighting, and after hearing Luju's words, Ding Zuo, who had just returned to the headquarters to replenish food energy, also picked up his long-handled weapon again and slammed on the camp wall again. And what is Starburn doing at this time? As Luju said, yes, he is a reinforcement, so he is performing his own performance. As the second batch of reinforcements, Xingren received the warning from the front after halfway through the distance. The enemy was in ambush. This is the rhythm of encircling the reinforcements. I have to say that turning your eyes is like using a cheating device in many cases, can minimize the advantage of the enemy's ambush. According to the plan, they were going to cooperate with the first batch of reinforcements inside and outside, so as soon as they received the news, the whole team accelerated to the front. Along the way, they also merged with several other Konoha reinforcements from nearby. Some of the teams are the first batch and some are the second batch. Anyway, on the way to the battlefield, there are many Konoha support teams. As they get closer and closer to the battlefield, the teams will gradually gather in one place. The ninja's demand for terrain is very low. This has also led to whether it is Konoha or Yunin, whether it is attacking or defending, everyone spreads out in small groups in an area. When one fights, soon the enemy and us will start to gather in this place. There is still a big difference between the war of ninja and the war of samurai. At most, the ambush battle has the right to take the initiative. It's 55. Obviously Yinren didn't operate well this time, and the two groups fought together for the first time. Although Yinren's ambush troops have the advantage of being closer to the battlefield and gathering faster, Konoha and ninjas are more familiar with the terrain and have a bit of a deal. It was delayed until the arrival of the reinforcements, and for a time the entire battlefield was as Luju had imagined. The advantages and disadvantages of the two sides were gradually leveled out and soon reached a stalemate. Medical ninja, come here. He is very seriously injured. Get a medical ninja soon. Is there a medical ninja? My brother just broke his arm, and he can get it back if he is treated in time. When Xing was full of enthusiasm and planned to use the 8-door dungeon to kill the quartet, he just came near the battlefield and his ears were filled with all kinds of calls for help. This is a battlefield in the forest, just like the site where the Bofeng Shuiman and the young Ab team encountered each other. This kind of environment is everywhere on the border of the country of fire. The ninjas on both sides changed the terrain to hide behind the bunker and threw ninjutsu and shuriken to each other, or directly used the surrounding trees as a cover, looking for opportunities in the constant movement to wait for a fatal blow to the enemy. From time to time on the battlefield, there will be waves of air mixed with the smell of meat and blood pouring into the tip of the Starburn's nose, frightening the faint-hearted, and driving the daring to go crazy. Starburn, who has just arrived on the battlefield, is an instinctive reflection of the perception of the ninja. The first thing is to open the perspective eyes and perception to observe the battlefield. Only just after seeing a rough outline, a black shadow flashes from the battlefield from Starburn's side. If it wasn't for Starburn's dynamic vision and reflex nerves beyond ordinary people's, and found that the coming person was wearing a leaf green vest and forehead protection, maybe other people would subconsciously launch an attack. A Konoha ninja, carrying another severely injured Konoha ninja, hurriedly fled from the front of Xingran just like being chased by a mad dog in 8 streets. In fact, this pair was indeed being hunted down. While Xingran saw his own people, he also saw Yunren, who was about 20 meters behind. The opponent has 3 people. Obviously it is a big trouble for the Konoha duo. However, in the perception of Starburn, these cloud ninjas are only the chakra amount of the middle ninja level, and keen observation found that these cloud ninjas the condition is not perfect, and all 3 of them look embarrassed. Human head. Coming. Ask for recommendation. Chapter 57, Super games are all open. But to be a nanny. This is the rhythm of sending 3 kills. Although Xingran said that he was a human in his 2 lives, he was seriously ill when he was only a teenager in his last life. In this life, he has only just gone for more than a year, and finally he has an awakening. Skills 8 Doors Dungia, just when you want to show, how can you be polite with the enemy? 8 Door Dungia, open the life. The skin was congested and turned red, and the green chakra began to spread around his body, and directly exploded and rushed towards the Yunren trio. It's a pity that Superman's steel body and the existence of the 8-door Dungia double bug is really not the battle range of this level of tolerance for injury. Only listening to the muffled sound, with a movement speed close to the speed of sound and an attack speed exceeding the speed of sound, this level of power can be used to play as Saint Seiya's first plot is Fist Supersonic. The Yunin and the 3 people will not leave unless they prepare for substitute surgery or instantaneously leave in advance. Otherwise, I can't hold it at all. But obviously, the other party doesn't think how strong the young ninja without a vest is. Xingran's dress suits his age. Everyone knows that this is Konoha's ninja. So do you need to waste chakra? As a result, the 3 black shadows that were flying backwards faster than before, accompanied the collapse of their chest, and flew without a trace in an instant. Yunren's 3 dragon set received a bento. Easily solved the 3 miscellaneous fish. Xingran was still a little bit interested. He looked at the battlefield and was about to find the next target. But at this moment, the eunuch who had just evaded the 8-nation alliance with the emperor on his back, was the runaway group just now, but returned here. Is carrying Gora on his back. Please forgive that Ryutsu has a name and is very lucky. The last book has more accidents than this. Just now, he was still desperately moving in, but he found a Konoha's companion in front of him. It's a pity at this time, my own state is too bad. I only hope that my companions can help block a wave. With the current level of ninja, under normal circumstances, there is still such a tacit understanding. Companions in good condition can help block a wave, and then everyone is obviously inferior in the number of people. Mutual cover continued to turn in, and eventually they all escaped safely. If the opponent is too greedy, they may be brought to the front of the large army to complete the counter-kill. So Dazu continued to run very tacitly, feeling that at this time his companion should have completed the first wave of obstruction. The escaping Dazu subconsciously looked back at the back, then turned around and walked back. I haven't looked closely just now. Isn't this the star burning in the mountain from the same camp? Since there is a powerful doctor by his side, why bother to run to the back to find someone to save his companion? Although I don't know why Yunren, who had just been chasing him, disappeared, but this is a good guess. It is estimated that the first reinforcement was found, and I was worried that it would be counter-killed by the next steady stream of reinforcements. So let's retreat. Yanzhong Xingran. It's great to meet you. You will save Gora soon. He will be dead soon. There is not too much nonsense on the battlefield. Student is a very irresponsibly handed Gora to the hands of Yamanaka Xingran, and then immediately gritted his teeth, pulled out Q and rushed into the battlefield. There was a kind of momentum that Zhao Zilong rushed at him 7 in and 7 out. He hadn't considered Xingran, who had just entered the Super Saiyan state. What is the idea? Staran looked at Gora's classmate who was thrown into his arms. Xiaozu's a character who, I don't know if his surname is Maori, but his thoughts slipped in an instant. For team battles, both ADC and support contributed very much. It's important. So save the dying and heal the wounded. Goro is a penetrating injury between the chest and abdomen. This is more troublesome. Do you know why people in society rarely die in gang fights, but it is easy to die in school fights? That is, people in society use machetes to chop people. It seems that the injuries are serious and bloody, but the people who can't die are all muscle injuries. And the second-year juniors in the school are different. Directly injure the internal organs, and often the wounded die before they reach the hospital. Star burning put Goro down on the spot, and at the same time that the 8-door Dunjia was lifted, Palm Xianzu was launched. The surging Yang Dun chakra immediately began to repair the damaged internal organs of the opponent. In fact, Xingran hesitated for a moment when he lifted the Baemon Dunjia. You must know that the increase in chakra brought by the opening of the Baemon Dunjia, even if it is an open body, is also a significant amount for Xingran. A considerable gain of multiples, but considering that these chakras are too violent, in this state, let alone using Palm Fairy, even ordinary medical ninjutsu can't be used. And I want to use the 8-door Dunjia to achieve a continuous and large amount. There is still a long way to go to release medical ninjutsu. Soon, to be precise, only in the past 5 minutes, Goro was pulled back from the edge of death by Star Burn. Under normal circumstances, this time can be applied with medicine and bandages. This can not only save chakras for the medical ninja, but also do the best. It is possible to reduce the lifespan of the wounded. The most important thing is that the wound that has just healed is too fragile and appears to be healed on the surface. In fact, it is easy to collapse again. According to the requirements in the ninja manual, if the situation is in a disadvantaged situation, then you must try your best to heal the wounded and strive to continue to fight as soon as possible. If it is a stalemate, then according to the wounded will decide whether it needs to be completely healed, and if it is in control the state of the situation, then, as a medical ninja, the wounded must be strictly ordered to stop fighting and return to the hospital to recuperate. What is the state now? Xingran is very sure, definitely not in control of the situation, and Goro is also very passionate at this time. As a group performer, if you don't work hard, you won't have the chance to play next time, so Goro, who was just better, held it affectionately Star burning hand. I still want learn. The tragic dragon set has no human rights. Xingran didn't even give the opponent a chance to complete a line. He directly increased the power. After 1 minute, Goro rushed into the battlefield again with a bitter look in his eyes. And then, the classmate with Dazu on his back appeared in front of Xingran again. Doctor, hello, doctor, goodbye. Looking at the big pillar in his arms, Xingran was silent, and the rich Yang Yun chakra appeared again on this not-so-concealed battlefield. As time went by, surrounding the battlefield outside the E3 camp, the ninjas on the Konoha side gradually passed on the latest information. That is, there is a frontline medical point 50 miles south of the E3 camp. The wounded only need to go there. It will soon be resurrected in situ and continue to participate in the battle. It is simply a hero's altar-like existence. The crystal resurrected after a group of heroes. And this news was quickly learned by the Yunren troops in charge of the E3 battlefield. On the battlefield, at any time, giving priority to killing the enemy's medical troops is the top priority, and Yunren is of course no exception. Ask for recommendation. Chapter 58. The star burns in the mountains. 3 principles of medical ninja. The first point is that the medical ninja must not give up treatment before the death of the team member. The second point is that medical ninjas must not stand at the forefront of the battle. The third point is that the medical ninja must not die before any member of the team. These are the 3 major guidelines for medical ninjas formulated by Tsunade. Because of the existence of these 3 principles, when attacking a team, it can be said that it is an iron rule to be the first to deal with the medical ninja. After all, it is a basic etiquette that many people know. Of course, There is a fourth point. Only medical ninjas who are proficient in ninjutsu create regeneration, the art of the 100 heroes, are allowed to break all the above regulations. The record before the mission of Star Ranch is a perception type ninja, only the ability has medical ninjutsu notes, but no matter what, because of the medical ability, Xingran was placed in the second batch of support team list by the people above. This is to abide by the 3 major medical ninja guidelines to protect Starburn from appearing on the front line of the battlefield. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent at the time. No one noticed that Starburn's team members had a mission. The 2 of them should be according to Nara's order. The patrol unit that first entered the battlefield has already entered the E3 camp to participate in the defensive battle. Therefore, the situation where Starburning followed the large unit but stood alone. But that was already an hour ago. There are many people around Xingran. Of course, most of them are lying on the ground, but there are still a few who are standing and behaving very busy. These busy figures are all Xingran's assistants. Now he is the boss of this temporary medical point. Everyone must listen to his arrangements. At the same time, these assistants have 2 other medical ninjas from the camp. It's just that these 2 medical assistants are too good at level. It's no wonder that they can't get into the right track hospital like Konoha Hospital. They can only be mixed on the front line. During the war, they have to take part in the ordinary medical soldiers of the combatants. In fact, although these 2 assistants are very bad in Xingran's eyes, for example, the amount of chakra is too small, and the engine is turned off after a few strokes. Another example is that the control of chakra is rough, and the wound during treatment is extremely unsightly, which affects post-operative recovery and future mobility. And many more. However, the 2 medical ninjas who have reached the level of Zongnin are actually second only to the person in charge of Shangnin in their respective camps, and their status is lofty and respected. However, these well-respected medical ninjas were still willing to be drunk by Xingran at this time. The reason is simple. Xingran's medical level is too strong, and the speed of handling the injuries is so fast that there will be after-images superhuman speed. And that terrifying battery life is not something that Xiren can have, at least it should be Shangren. So both professionally and in strength, these 2 assistants are convinced by Xingran. Don't come to me for such a small injury, Shinosuke, take him down and bandage it casually. But no. But there is also the wind room. This has been set up, after the amputated limb is connected, you can't go to the battlefield. This has to be sent back to the rear. Okay, this is the guy who has just been sent to the emergency room. See you. I think it's okay, and then wait for the face. This is about to die. That. Your Excellency Starburn, Shinosuke, why are you still here? Have you bandaged up? Then you bandage the guy behind. No. Sir Starburn, I mean, we have run out of bandages. Shinosuke and Kazama are Xingran's temporary assistants now. Unfortunately, I don't know if it is an illusion, but I always feel that after Shinosuke comes, here is getting busier and busier. Although medical ninjutsu is a magical medical method, it is undeniable that not all problems can be solved by chakra. The consumption of medicines is still too fast. The bandage gauze hemostatic cotton has dried up one after another, and Starburn suddenly has it. To give the illusion that oneself can take time off, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, Dance of the 3 Suns and the Moon. When I heard Xinzi Momoho and said that there was no bandage, Xingran went a little bit inexplicably, and subconsciously used the Konoha swordsmanship that he had previously taught himself at this house. This technique is very difficult, but the cultivation method is widely spread. It is the priority learning goal for most Konoha sword ninjas. In order to adapt to the sudden increase in power, Xingran learned Konoha fluid art, and of course he also learned Konoha flow swordsmanship. Speaking of these, for him with a super brain, he wants to get started just like playing. It belongs to the bad street. Ninjutsu is easy to learn but hard to master. Seeing that Xingran subconsciously drew out a short knife that did not know where it came from, a slightly amateurish 3-day moon dance was cut out, and after brushing and screaming against Shinosuke, Shinosuke cooperated with a fragile sound. After breathing, the whole body except for the loincloth, the tightly wrapped snort chemical protective clothing turned into cloth strips. Now there are bandages again. Hurry up and work. After 0.1 seconds of embarrassment, Xingran decisively returned to the role of the attending physician. His hands flashed with shadows, and he immediately handled several traumas of the jumped patient, and began to concentrate on dealing with the troublesome internal injuries with the palm immortal technique. It seemed that it had nothing to do with the Demon King who broke his shirt just after a disagreement. Shinosuke was very sincere, but then he always turned the blind eye and peeked at the clothes of Kazama classmates aside, so that this fairly reliable player made no mistakes. It is a pity that the cheerful atmosphere is always short-lived. At the end of Schwabao's intermission, just when Xingran felt a little weak, and it was indeed too much to heal people at a super speed, the dark forest rushed out of a group of clouds. Forbearance, the goal is directed at Xingran. I saw Xingran as if he had known such an occurrence a long time ago, and the corners of his mouth smiled bitterly and shook his head secretly. It seemed that Yunren's battlefield was about to collapse. At the same time, the shadow in his hand flashed by, and a shuriken suddenly shot forward to the foremost enemy. Fierce fighting broke out in the quiet medical point instantly. Star burning is the main target, and those wounded lying half dead on the ground will not be let go. Fortunately, frontline hospitals have always been key defense targets, and there are still many guarded ninjas around. Unfortunately, too few of these guards can fight, otherwise they will not be placed in this relatively rare place. All that can fight will go to the front line. It was only discovered after being attacked by Yunren's people, and it was also bad. However, Xingran is not a professional medical staff in the traditional sense. In fact, his frontal strike ability is far beyond his own medical level. If Xingran is in a state of not opening the 8 doors, he is forbearing even among elites who are specialized in physique skills and is especially forbearing in the battle. How do you explain this? Ha, Lao Na has awakened the power of Superman. It is estimated that he will be taken home by Danzo to watch the goldfish. At this time, the benefits of learning Baemon Dungia were exposed. Chapter 59. A small test. Normally, try to restrain the speed and passion as much as possible. At this moment, under the cover of Baemon Dungia, it can be displayed grandiosely. Xingran couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long cry in excitement. Ahem, doctor, need. Shit. Suddenly entering the 8-gate Dungia and opening to the 3rd student gate. The star-burning action was too fast. The transfer student in his hand has not cancelled the palm immortality. The violent chakra moved forward inertially in the palm immortal specific operation mode, directly letting him just the half-dead wounded became vigorous, and even a little bit wanted to be in the tuber. That flash of control just now. The star-burning superbrain forcibly remembered the passing feeling just now, and then didn't have time to continue to study it. With the state of Super Saiyan 3, the 3rd gate, it killed like a tiger into a flock of sheep. It will be a massacre. There are 8 people in Yunren's decapitation operation, and the upper and middle ninjas each account for half, and there is no lower ninja level. Although the shuriken that Xingran threw in the past was a tricky angle and not slow, it was an attack completed under normal conditions after all. Yunren came from elites this time. Of course, the person who was attacked successfully passed Xingran's attack. However, what followed was the rapid approach of Xingburn, which was close to the speed of sound. It was not until this Yunren was punched in the chest that the sonic boom reached his ears. How could it be so fast? This Yunren's last thought before he died just flashed in his mind, and he immediately plunged into the eternal darkness. In the original plot, even Kakashi said that Xiaoli's speed during the test was not as fast as him. From this, it can be deduced that what is the concept of Superman's speed plus the increase in Baemon Dungia? Incomparable. Xingran picked up the body in front of him and looked intact. In fact, his chest was completely collapsed, and the inside was rotten into a long sword in the hands of a ninja. I tried it, and it felt pretty good. It was made of chakra-conductive metal, and the red-handle braided rope was a bit irritating. The violent chakra poured on the sword. Xingran continued to rush to the next Yunren. Attention! The target uses the 8 Doors Dunjia secret art. The speed is very fast. Use ninjutsu to pull the distance away. In the chaotic crowd, "I don't know who is in Yunren," yelled out loudly. Soon, Xingran various elemental ninjutsu appeared in front of him. Water escape, the art of the Great Falls. Thunder Dunge, wind escape, vacuum jade. In an instant, all kinds of ninjutsu broke out, especially with the combined ninjutsu, which brought a lot of trouble to Xingran. The water flow body of the Great Waterfall art is electrified, and it is perfectly combined with Thunder Dun's ground walk. Obviously, this is not a temporary pull-up of the strong man to the team. The other party's tacit understanding is very high. Xingran used super fast speed to dodge, and always used a steel body to stubbornly pass. It was a berserker, and a ninja was not such a brainless style of play. Xingran uses the Konoha flow swordsmanship of the 3 suns and moon dances to create 3 figures, confusing the enemy and moving at the same time. The 3 clones successfully attracted the attention of more than 4 people. In fact, they mainly rely on the nearby Konoha guards. Shinobu helped to share the pressure, otherwise Starburn would not be strong enough to face the enemy. In addition, there are 3 people and 2 who are responsible for releasing large-scale ninjutsu to delay the rescue of the nearby Konoha ninja. Starburn's goal is locked on the last person. This guy is obviously an enthusiast. He knows that the ninja who opens the 8-door dungeon is not easy to mess with, and this is the time when the opponent is the strongest, and the most correct approach is to avoid his edge and move to other targets. So Shinosuke caught up with such a ninja behind her. This was a female ninja. Her goal was to kill all medical ninjas including Hoshiburn. Shinosuke looked like a soft persimmon. The weapon in Yunren's hand is rare, but the penetrating kinetic energy produced by the thunder attribute chakra is still very lethal. And Shinosuke is a little dangerous. Whoop Sting. Shuriken throwing is a unique skill of Xingran, and it is also one of the only long-range strike methods that Xingran currently has. However, the skill is rarely eaten all over the world. Itachi has a lot of attack methods, but only in his hand. Sword throwing has never been out of date. It is a low-carbon method with low energy consumption and high return. The most suitable place is the chaotic battlefield, where the greatest results can be achieved with the least effort. I saw that the superpower was activated in the 8-door dungeon state. Xingran threw 2 rotating shurikens in a row, rushing to the target Yunin with a flying speed faster than any previous throwing shurikens, but Xingran just now the shuriken method developed by the 8 gates of Dunjia has not had time to adapt to the dosage change of the shuriken throwing technique. The result of this attack made the dangerous Shinosuke a little desperate, because the first shuriken was clearly aimed at the rescue. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast and the timing was a bit early. Outsiders looked like star burning directly at Shinosuke. There was a shot. Fortunately, although the general direction was Shinosuke, he flew past Shinosuke's chest at the critical moment. And immediately, the second shuriken came one after another, also at a very fast speed. This shuriken was aimed at attacking Yunren, but unfortunately it was too fast because it was too fast, except for Yunren. It's useless to be a little surprised. However, Xingran miscalculated the power of his throwing shuriken, but the trajectory control of the throwing technique was still in place. The 2 shurikens collided successfully after flying for a period of time. Normally, the second shuriken was the second one. He would be bounced back to the trajectory just now, performing a dosage attack that changes backwards, and Yunren obviously thought of Konoha's shuriken throwing technique with this method. His attention was successfully transferred, and he was on guard for the next attack. Shinosuke, who almost died in his own hands, got a chance to catch his breath. It's a pity that the shurikens this time overturned the car from start to finish. After a successful collision, the angle and speed of the shurikens after a successful collision were too strong, and the angles and speeds were very different. The two shurikens collided directly in the air. After a loss of both sides, the jade and the stone were burned. Car crashes one after another, and it never brought any impact on this battlefield. Konoha whirlwind. Before feeling the awkwardness of the sudden silence in the air, Xingran took the lead to break the silence, kicking out like a missile with one blow, and finally succeeded in hitting the target this time. But the opponent was obviously prepared in advance, knowing that this was the eighth fist. It is not too difficult to deal with after the door dark nail surgery. A substitute surgery can solve it. Although the opponent was hiding beautifully, it was a pity that her strength did not allow her to do too much. When Xingran kicked and shattered the inexplicable wooden stake, Xingran's figure disappeared again, silently appeared behind Yunren, who had just escaped a catastrophe, with a soft sound of kunai in his hand, ending the life of this older female ninja. At this time, the violent breaking wind driven by Xingran's body suddenly sounded. Ask for recommendation tickets on Monday! Chapter 60. Yunren who hits and runs. Water escape waterfront wall. Done grateful wave. Team fights and individual singles are different. Although Xingran has been a very good show since opening the 8 Doors Dungeon, the team has a team style. This Yunren who was killed by Xing Burns has previously escaped with a substitute technique. Obviously he was very particular. When Xingran found out that he had fallen into the enemy's ambush because of the chasing head, it was already a little late. Killing the enemy and launching the trap were completed at the same time. Starburn's body was instantly submerged by big water, and while the turbulent currents dealt a heavy blow to Starburn, the paralyzing terrifying currents in the water followed him. Xingran was rushed into the sky with a full body of electric current. He was recruited. In the crowd, several excited voices sounded, and the stars in the sky burned like an iron magnet, and a large number of kunai shurikens shot out from Yunren's hands and went straight to the stars. This is a trap that fits the ninja style very well, because the impact of the water wall and the paralysis of the electric current are non-lethal damage. With this set, the companion will be injured, but it is not serious, and the enemy at this time will be troublesome. Now, these are all control skills. The knocking belt is paralyzed, and the next is a rhythm of continuous death. Under this concept, the ninja world has developed a lot of this kind of cooperative play, so that countless strong players are opposed by the weak. Killing. At the same time, this is also the charm of the shinobi world, and it is not difficult to attack. Normally, ordinary people are hit by this combination of ninjutsu, and the impact caused by the high-pressure water flow alone can make people lose their mobility. After this level, even if the electric current behind does not make you feel soft on the outside and the inside, at least it is a polio and hemiplegia. At this time, the body cannot be avoided, and it truly explains what the concept of human flesh sandbags is. It's a pity that Starburn's perverted steel body and the increased resistance brought by the 8-door dungeon clearly exceeded the understanding of mortals. The surrounding shuriken attacks were easily knocked into the air by the sword that was always in his hand. Not only that, but the sky Starburn's body's falling speed also appeared at this time, and the strange situation that Newton's coffin board could not be suppressed completely. This is impossible. Seeing the star burning and Ran landing on the ground, a few Yunren's eyelids jumped wildly. If it were not for the fair skin of this guy, they all suspected that this was the Moon Knight clan, and they also had a high level of knowledge in Thunder Dunge body art. Explain what is going on with this resistance that hardly responds to thunder and lightning. Once again, Superman's magic resistance is only a spiritual kind of magic resistance. Water, fire, thunder and lightning seem to be magic, but in fact it is also a physical phenomenon, which has a weak impact on the body of steel. The situation has changed. Priority is given to killing other medical ninjas. He is only one person, and chakra is limited. Yunren looked at each other, and it seemed like the leader of the team said aloud, "In this noisy battlefield environment, ensure that the latest commands are clearly communicated to the ears of their personnel, and at the same time they want to tell the stars, burn, Let Xingran's mouse-throwing device make a dilemma between attacking and saving people. According to Captain Yunren's thoughts, Xingran is just a person, and he has also opened the 8-door Dungeon forbidden technique to kill the enemy with 195 losses. Even if you can't kill Starburn with foot washing, after these few rounds of battle, Starburn as a doctor is also abolished, and you can't conduct medical operations in a short time. Even Starburn itself will become seriously injured due to backlash. At this time, there is no need for Tai and Xingran to be tough, kill the other medical ninjas, and this task will be successfully completed. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Xingran just secretly used its ineffective flying ability and quickly landed on the ground, only to find that his opponent stopped playing with himself, and ran to bully the children. This is forcing Xingburning to hang up. I wanted to use technology to defeat you, but now I can only use my VIP-8 identity to crush you. Xingran throws a sword with one hand and a shuriken with one hand, like a demon king who opens up, rushing straight into the crowd of Yunren without dodge or dodge. The second stage change of direction is temporarily impossible, but the accuracy of the head is still okay. With the power of Superman and the increase of the 8-door Dungeon, each shuriken is like a heavy ballista. Except that there is no explosive special effect, it is extremely powerful. Can dodge completely, cannot block hard. It's just a very violent style of play, but Yunren, who has reached the upper level of strength, can avoid this type of attack with only speed and no other skills. Direct attacks are still okay. Starburn's operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the record is only at the beginning. The first shot exploded Zhonglin's torso, and then it just destroyed the environment. Even if there are only so many results, it is unacceptable in the eyes of other people. Is this a forbearance? Especially Shinobu is nothing more than that. After the shuriken card is played, the next step is to sword. The speed of the sword in his hand combined with the movement of the body is also extremely fast. The instantaneous technique is not good, and it will directly end in 2 stages. While a slow-moving Zhongren reluctantly dodges the shuriken attack, Starburn's ankles forcefully left a blasted pit on the ground, and a figure close to the speed of sound came behind the last Zhongren. Due to the acceleration, Taito didn't use much force at all, and this Zhongren had already been killed, and his death was extremely tragic. In this way, it will be impossible to play. If there is an MG in Yunren, it will definitely complain. This VIP-8 has a very poor gaming experience. The opponent's speed is too fast, the sharp blade blow cannot hit, and although it can be hit with a wide range of ninjutsu, but this guy flies up like a gold scorpion. What fire escapes water and escapes directly, but thunder escapes and wins. It's impossible to hit the key while moving at high speed, and the opponent completely ignores it when it hits the non-critical place. The whole berserker is still blessed with all the spells. The damage is not hit, and the hit is hit. It didn't kill, and finally caused some damage. The other party said that I can recover blood faster than you. Is there a way to play this? In the end, the 8-man squad that came to the surprise attack escaped with 4 Shangren. It was really scared by Starburning. Can we not afford to provoke us? Xingran looked helplessly at the Shangren on his side. If you can't beat others, you can say that the other party is elite, but you are the same level of existence, and it would be too much to keep others. Yunnan troops, I didn't know that Konoha actually only had 3 medical ninjas. If you know that this battlefield legend can be resurrected with full blood, there are only such medical ninjas at the frontline medical point. Maybe this surprise attack troops will not come, so after discovering that the difficulty is not proportional to the return, I went very simply. As the commander-in-chief, when the 2 Muren got the information, they thought it was Konoha who accidentally ambushed a medical brigade here, so they sent someone to surprise here. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection. Chapter 61. The edge is gradually revealed. In Yunran's concept, medical ninjas are rare, and in fact it is a fact. To achieve the effect stated in the intelligence, this medical point requires at least dozens of medical ninjas. Unexpectedly, when I arrived, I found that there were only 3 people. This was just a normal frontline configuration. In the original drama, although the number of medical troops in the Fourth War seemed to be large, the follow-up plot tells everyone that many of them are the defense forces of the medical troops. If there are so many medical ninjas, how could Sakura and Silent go all day and night to save people and cure diseases? In the final analysis, there are too few medical ninjas that can save people. Tsunade wants to carry out the reform that each team is equipped with a medical ninja. Don't think that the rotten heads of the village leaders are not good. It is really not allowed. Every medical ninja is a baby bump. How can you be an ordinary ninja? Same as waste. In the minds of the Unren surprise attack troops who were beaten away, the mission this time was actually completed, because there were only 3 goals here. And there were 2 obvious weak targets, and they didn't feel any chakras. This is obvious. It is the phenomenon that the body is hollowed out after working overtime for a long time. The only medical ninja with sufficient chakra, but because of the use of the 8 doors Dungia forbidden art, at least it will no longer play a role in this war, although the latter half of the mission it was a bit like a nightmare. But the few people who came back to their senses were more relieved. The completion of the task was the greatest affirmation of the ninja. As for Starburn, even though Washwang has been opened, it is just the appearance. In fact, regardless of his toughness and various range of ninjutsu, it seems that he has used Washwang, but if he is hit, he is hit. Kuo Dun's burns, Shui Dun's impact, Feng Dun's cut wounds, and Thunder Dun's penetrating wounds, even if Xing Burn's perverted insight and the body's reaction speed fully in line with the insight, there is no way to hide the patch, but now it looks a little embarrassed. The result is still very good. The body of steel not only gives Starburn super resistance, but also a deeper level of resilience. Don't look at the tattered clothes and blood all over the body. In fact, some minor injuries are beginning to heal right now. Scabed. Of course, there is such a good effect, mainly because after Xingran survived the first wave of raids, the guarding Konoha Shinins dragged a few Yunin Shinins in time, otherwise Xingran really didn't have such a good output space. After all, an outburst is an outburst. The overdraft feeling of excessive use of Bayman Dungia puts a great burden on Starburn. This is not the Bayman Dungia state that stands still during the day, but the Bayman Dungia state used in high-intensity battles. Even the star of the steel body, after seeing oneself, found a lot of muscle tissue loss and muscle damage. But these are worth it. Although many unresisted wounded died in the beginning of the battle, most of them were saved, and Shinosuke and Kazama were fine. I had to thank the guards nearby. The critical moment was delayed. Staying at the enemy, insisting on playing unparalleled on your own side. The star burnt sitting on the ground disarmed the 8-door Dungia. The supervision and super hearing just now followed Yunren, who was running away, disappeared into the sky. Otherwise, Starburn really didn't dare to rashly lift the 8-door Dungia. The period of weakness after the door of Dungia, but the state of being slaughtered. Although Starburn is not as serious as Kai, it is still very dangerous to be killed by a carbine. Take out 2 Bingliang pills to replenish physical strength. To be precise, Superman's recovery ability consumes physical energy. Starburn is still eating Bingliang pills and nothing can be seen. If you eat normal food, there will definitely be people who come to One Piece. I feel that Xingranju's self can eat at least 20 people's food. Your Excellency Xingran, do we want to transfer? At this time, Konoha Kamenino, who was responsible for guarding this temporary treatment site, came to Xingran with respect in his voice to ask for advice. In fact, this Shangnin hadn't been so humbly before. It's understandable that Xingran just respected Xingran's medical capabilities at the beginning. This was a matter of course, but with Xingran's performance, the entire battlefield was after all the attention was drawn. Everyone discovered that the ninja of the Imanaka family was not only a powerful ninja, but also a powerful ninja. This has always been the case in the ninja world. The attribute of respecting the strong is deeply rooted in the bones. This time he showed his talents in a real sense. Xingran was a little nervous, but he was more excited. In this world, it's not enough. Many resources can only be obtained after you show certain talents. But Starburn is not a fool. You must grasp the extent to which this talent can be used. Once you are too late, you will be coveted. For example, Danzo in the same village. This guy and Dashwin have been disconnected from each other, and have never given up on human experiments. The talent shown this time should not be abnormal enough to exceed the unacceptable bug level of Uekai Hashishui, but it should be possible to stand out from many ordinary ninjas and become a dazzling star, and the village will naturally take it seriously. I don't mention the indeterminate benefits, I just got the appropriate protection in line with my talents. I didn't run away. At least I won't be consumed in a certain transaction inexplicably. Endure it. Xingran looked at the situation at the scene, and a large number of wounded were now injured, not to mention transfer, and after a few more moves, he would go to see the first generation. It can't be transferred, at least it can't be transferred until everyone is rescued. Please ask for support. Xingran's words made the many seriously injured ninjas present a look of gratitude. Although ninjas have to be patient, they can be healed immediately. Who likes to endure pain for a while? Next, Xingran started to save the dying and heal the wounded. As the saying goes, rest for 5 minutes and work for 2 hours. But even Xingran's superhuman body is overwhelming. At the beginning, there was plenty of sunshine reserves for the whole afternoon, and there were still a lot of chakras in the body, but after the explosion just now, there was a deep sense of weakness. Even Superman's terrifying resilience was somewhat weak. However, even if the successor is weak, it is not completely weak. After another hour, everyone on the scene is looking at Starburn with the eyes of monsters. How many chakras do you have? At this time, Xingran's powerful brain power recalled a little bit. At this time, he at least treated more than 200 people, excluding those who did not need to use too much chakra, more than 80 people who rely on crafts for emergency treatment, and then excluding serious injuries and unable to return. In addition to the 30 or so people on the battlefield, nearly 100 ninjas who were not seriously injured but could not delay the treatment were sent back to the battlefield. Superman's accelerated work mode. Those who have seen the series should have concepts. After all kinds of afterimages were completed. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 62 The Angry Human Man. What is this concept? Xingran finally had no clue at all, and only then began to think about this very in-depth question. At this time, Naralujai was also considering this issue, or the follow-up of Xingburn's issue. Because there were 100 more fresh troops and broke out in the E3 area, now the battle scale of the A3 camp has been completely tilted. Just half an hour after Xingran Washwang drove away the Yinren surprise attack troops, the field battlefield completed the tactics of combining inside and outside. With the number of people guaranteed, Yinren retreated steadily, and soon had to withdraw into the encirclement of the E3 camp for repairs due to heavy casualties. Don't be surprised that only 100 people can bring such a major change to the battle situation. On the bright side, Yunren has invested about 1,000 troops and surrounded 3 battlefields. On average, each battlefield has about 300 people surrounding the troops, and then the same number of ambushing troops, that is to say, the ambushing troops in the field. Each battlefield has about 300 people. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, how much can both sides have left? Judging by the large number of Konoha reinforcements, at least more than 200 people fell on the E3 battlefield. As the ambush party, Yinren won't lose too much but not too much. Infinitely close to 100 people did not run away. This is still the part that could not go to the battlefield or the part that died directly, and the people who were not counted as battle damage remained. Here, how many of them went into battle with injuries? As a result, when he encountered the Konoha ninja resurrected with full blood, the balance of war would start to tilt at a very exaggerated speed. As a result, the Konoha reinforcements, who were already a little bit more crowded, successfully entered the E3 camp with 100 more people. This was the turning point. Order, the E3 area will make every effort to counterattack. If it can break through the enemy's encirclement, then the E3 area will win. Then, depending on the situation, it will reinforce the C4 area battlefield. If it is not suitable to reinforce other battlefields, try to cause Yunren as much as possible. Kill. As the frontline commander, Narulujiu keenly discovered the fighter. For a ninja, there is never a lack of courage. Once they have an advantage, they must seize the advantage to pursue it and turn the advantage into a victory. Soon the communications core of the intelligence department led the command out of the headquarters, and at this time, Luju's tight face finally showed a wry smile. Hi, I really didn't expect. Wow, your little ghost can bring such a big change. Your family is really an extraordinary genius. Luju shrugged, feeling that most of the heavy pressure before suddenly disappeared. From the analysis of the news feedback from the current battlefield, the other two battlefields are still in a stalemate, but it is foreseeable that the E3 battlefield is stable. This avoids the worst situation. If you are lucky, there will be more on E3. More reinforcements went to other battlefields. Once Konoha snowballed, Konoha won this round. Haha, actually, I didn't expect this kid to have such a strong medical ability. Haha, the Mountain family finally has a genius. After Heinuke Singran's performance, he was also very happy and spoke a little bit. He speaks incoherently, but Luju has become accustomed to it, and Hai-Yi is a dumb-mouthed guy. Looking at Konoha's giants, Uchiha, who are both Shisui and Itachi's constant birth geniuses, as a lower-grade secret art family, of course, the jealousy is tight, and Inuzu Kohana from Inuzuka's family can support one supporting the table, but it's just touted to be able to keep up with the young Uchiha Shisui. In fact, after Uchiha Itachi graduated, the family genius created by the Inuzuka clan has been knocked out of the world. This is not at all a weight class. Inuzuka Hana is going to ninja school. Inuzuka Hana is about to graduate. Uchiha Itachi is going to ninja school. Uchiha Itachi has already graduated, and Inuzuka Hana, everyone has graduated, and she's still studying at school. Since then, Konoha's many secret skill families have discovered this time that their strength is not allowed, and no matter how powerful they are, it is useless. But this time, the Mountain Clan seemed to have a genius, which was really enviable. At the same time, unlike the atmosphere that began to ease in the Konoha command, the atmosphere at the Yunren frontline command, about 80 kilometers away from the A7 battlefield, was extremely dignified. I asked you to start intelligence spying so long in advance, and you lost so much manpower and material resources. As a result, what did your intelligence work do? Why are there so many reinforcements in the third target area? And the frontline troops you face, the number of people has always been within the controllable range. How can I say that I collapsed and then collapsed? Who will tell what went wrong? Repeated questions rang through the entire headquarters, and the two Yuma men had to furious. The plan was so tight that every front was collapsed. Now suddenly she found that there was a problem with the third target area. No reserve team was sent to the rescue. Yes, the two Yuma did not arrange a reserve team. Due to political reasons, she was promoted by Reikage, but at the same time, she also needs to share part of the pressure for Reikage. For example, now, she must win a big battle for the seniors to see. Not only can she fight, the legionary commander is also a qualified commander in command. So this time she made a desperate move. All three battlefields went all out. According to the plan, even if the other party's camp was not taken, she achieved the political goal of killing Konoha's vitality and gaining the initiative for future negotiations. Due to the large number of investigations in the early stage, the two Yumuran did not even know the situation of the three battlefields less than the opposing commander. When they knew themselves and the enemy, they were the active side. Even if they could not win in the end, the worst result would be it's the only way to achieve political goals. However, the third target area, that is, Konoha's E3 battlefield, accidentally broke out with moths, which may cause the tight thread to break, and even affect several other battlefields, causing terrible blood collapse. Yomuran's armor, or maybe the other party's medical unit. A slightly cowardly voice sounded from the quiet command center, making it even more lacking in self-confidence. Impossible. I sent an elite surprise attack team. The rumor is deceptive. There is no strong medical ninja. It is just a medical soldier who can fight and has a lot of chakras, and the mission report says that the other party has opened door Dungeon Forbidden Art. Even if you don't die, it will have no effect on war. The cowardly voice was interrupted roughly by the two wooden men. She likes iron-blooded soldiers, and she demands the same. Queen Fan is extremely rich. I hate words such as cowardice, weakness, and lack of self-confidence. But many people in the frontline troops reacted and found that many Konoha ninjas who were confirmed to be dying before have returned to the battlefield. This allowed the frontline ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 63, The Star Burning in the High Mountains. That is an excuse for the coward. I ordered that the third target battlefield must be withstood for me. Now the strategic goal there has failed. What we have to do is to ensure that the Konoha ninja on the third target battlefield is not able to support the other two countries. The target battlefield, when necessary, you will stand up to me. Do you understand? The two Yuki once again violently interrupted the report of his subordinates. Now where the Konoha suddenly added 100 reinforcements, or if there is a powerful medical ninja as the rumors say, it doesn't matter anymore. The war is over. It lasted almost 3 hours, and calculated according to the distance from Konoha base camp to the border of Fire Country. The advance team that went all out will arrive in the next hour. Not even an hour, and there is no need to consider any medical treatment anymore. The problem with the ninja is it necessary to carry out the finishing touch ahead of time. After driving most of the combat troops out of the command post, the two human men fell into deep thought. After analyzing the battle situation during this period of time, Yunren did catch Konoha by surprise. At least the battle loss ratio was very gratifying. At the peak, there was even a battle loss ratio of 1 to 2, but it was quickly stabilized as the Konoha reinforcements arrived. The heal, mainly because the effect of the white eyes is too great, the battle damage ratio has already fallen below 1 to 1.5. Now on the desktop, I still dominate my side, but the longer the time this advantage will be leveled by the opponent. This will not achieve the political goals of Lord Raikage. Especially with the unexpected defeat of the third goal, the two are believed by the wooden men. Soon the battle will be pulled by Konoha to a 55th situation. At that time, Yunren was unbeaten and also defeated, because Yunren couldn't fight Konoha at all costs. Reported that there is a new situation in the third target area. Konoha ninja rushed out, and the ninja class is fully resisting, but they are almost unable to withstand the news from the front. Just when the two Yomuran were hesitant, a bad news made her make the last decision before ending the war. Remove the encirclement of the third target battlefield. After the interruption, the troops interfered and delayed. The others rushed to the second target battlefield, and within half an hour they would eat Konoha's new force with all their strength. And then the whole army would retreat. This is the final battle between the two Yukis. The plan is obviously unrealistic to complete successfully. Konoha obviously intends to rush out of the encirclement and perform a snowballing style to win back a city. If this is the case, then proceed with the preparation plan. At least one point. When the dawn of dawn shone on the horizon, Konoha's headquarters reinforcements also arrived in the dawn. But this war that began in the middle of the night has been over for almost half an hour. Xingran felt the warm energy brought to him by the sun, and the dry chakra was finally relieved, and he finally had the strength to help Kai heal his injuries. When he walked to Kai, who was wrapped in rice dumplings, Xingran showed a big smile to Kai, and this smile seemed to be contagious, and Kai, who knew that the pain would be relieved, also showed a silly smile. There are also many people with smiles. No camp on Konoha's side was breached. The war seemed to be a successful defense on his side, and even a wave of counterattacks on the E3 battlefield caused major damage to the enemy. The idea of this victory is not only the low-pitched ninja, but even Narashikahizu as the commander. Although Yunrin finally counterattacked before the reinforcements of Konoha's base camp arrived and gave him a great loss, the loss was still within a tolerable range, especially because the counterattack on the E3 battlefield also gave Yunrin a large amount of damage. In fact, Yunrin did not take much advantage of the loss of personnel. What's amazing is that the atmosphere in the Yunrin headquarters at this time is also very warm. The reason is that although the process of this mission is not smooth, the final result can also meet the needs of the high level, at least the minimum needs. It did not achieve the highest strategic goal of capturing the 3 goals and simultaneously annihilating Konoha's vital forces. However, because of the last wave of operations, the number of Konoha ninjas who died on the spot was very large, so for the 2 Yukijin, it was considered loose. In a sigh of relief, at least Liu Ying had an explanation. I want to come to the top to make more proactive and correct decisions for the next negotiation. As a result, the boss in the headquarters was happy, and the younger brothers were naturally smiling, and a joy called victory filled the air. The results of the battle on the front line were quickly integrated into the shadows of the 2 countries. Raikage was naturally sharpened, thinking that Konoha had been given a certain degree of blow, and the next negotiations would go smoothly, and Hokage had his own ideas. Konoha and Hokage's office, although they didn't sleep almost all night, because the battle report on the front line had just been released, the more and more aging 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi was still looking at the report seriously. At this moment, the 3rd generation of Hokage was holding a report in his hand. This report has been in his hand for almost half an hour. I saw the 3 generations of Hokage watching, and slapped their lips from time to time, and their mouths were still bulging. What's going on? The stars in the mountains are burning. Haha. The old man really has eyes and beads. But the ambition seems a bit big. The 3 generations of Hokage at this time can be said to be very excited, but this is what he values. The kid is a bit ambitious, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Because of the outstanding performance of Star Burning in the mountains this time, the village decided to give him a great merit. You must know that a great merit can be directly exchanged for an A-level ninjutsu in the village. As a result, this kid said that he wanted to accumulate more credit and exchange for sleevil skills in the future. It is a bit difficult to judge what he thinks. It is a genius to say that it sounds good. It is a genius to say that it is a genius. It's not an exaggeration that young people like to be so lofty. The war was sneak attacked and has not lost, and even some victory. Of course, it can make the old man happy. However, it is more important to see the successor of Konoha Fire's will to make the old man happy when he gets older. Recalling the mundane star burning in the mountains before, and even due to the influence of the annihilation, it was once considered to be no longer suitable for being a ninja in the investigation of Anb. I did not expect that it would only grow after a few actual combat exercises of blood and fire so fast. From the report, it can be seen that Yamanaka Singren is not only excellent in medical ninjutsu, but he has also practiced the 8 doors of Dunjio art with Kai. He has also been practiced by this kid to a small level. You know, Yamanaka Singren and Kai also know each other. In less than a month, the progress is so fast. Talent is very important, but the practice of strong boxing, willpower is even more important. I think that Kai back then saw the shining spot on the tail of this crane, and in the end he took care of it. The extra exams made Kai walk into the road of ninjas and cultivated such an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. Now it seems that I did it again. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 64. The ass determines the head. Shan's Hong Xingren was originally a member of the abandonment list. If it weren't for himself, he might have been trained by Danzo to become a spy without his own ideas. He was thrown into a corner of the ninja world, and the collection might have been for the village. Useless information. Thinking of this, The three generations smiled silently again. How can the person they fancy not have their own ideas? The combination of Yin Yushangmi and Bayman Dunjias several times the chakra volume is simply a magical touch. This report describes the performance of Xingran in the mountains when facing Yinran's surprise attack troops. After inquiring, it turned out that Xingran in the mountains covered most of the body with yin healing before opening the 8-door dungeon. Let's not talk about how difficult it is. The chakra consumed is an unimaginable number, but it is not a problem for the star burning in the mountains after opening the 8-door dungeon. The operation in advance has already completed the chakra in the veins. Run the route, then just hold the violent chakra. The spilled chakra will overflow along the chakra running route of yin healing, and the effect of yin healing will be completed naturally. After the completion of this combination of ninjutsu, the effect is very terrifying. That is, the incarnation of a humanoid bulldozer, that is, the star-burning self-styled wash-wang mode. There is no fear of injury, and it will be over. It's a bit like creating regeneration and the art of Beihao, but it's another method. In fact, this report is just a temporary rhetoric for Xingran to activate the super brain after being questioned. Of course, the feasibility is very high. At that time, he didn't use yin healing at all. He was purely a Superman's steel body, but because the palm fairy technique in the 8 doors dungeon state that had a flash of light before, he almost got the shit that jumped the line at the beginning. So the theory is this operation is also feasible. So the official announced that he did it by accident, and if he can do it next time, he needs to practice more. Obviously, this statement is still very marketable. At least the clerk who inquired believed it, so the three generations did not doubt it too much. Just when the three generations arbitrarily assigned the mountain star to their own Naruto faction, and became a genius who would inherit the will of fire in the future, the office door was suddenly opened. There are very few Konoha people who are so rude and dared to do so. Tsunade and Jiro are also good, as well as Uzumaki Kushina back then, but this time it was Danzo. I just received the news that Reikichi's request for peace talks is simply unreasonable. Do they think they won or think that Konoha is no one? They dare to increase demands on the conditions of the previous peace talks. This matter must be dealt with. Fight back. Zichun Tuanzang didn't have the slightest nonsense. Obviously, he was very angry at this time, and he entered the door with a sharp demand for this Hokage. As a representative of the Konoha Hawks, I couldn't bear to be attacked by Inren for no reason before. As a result, I didn't plan to fight back. Oh wow, your unlucky boy dared to ride an old man's head and incubate an egg! You didn't win. Where can the courage to increase your demands? Since both sides of the war reached their lowest goal, both sides believed that they had won the war, so diplomacy was embarrassed. Union Village thought that he had beaten Konoha to the pain. Then when would Konoha be unwilling to accept it? And Konoha thinks that he has seriously broken the conspiracy of Union Village, and even beat you back. Now the demo has a little AC tree in his heart. So how come the terms of the peace talks are not how to lose power and insult the country? As a result, fierce contradictions naturally broke out. The official diplomatic documents of Union Village are still on the way, but of course the intelligence chief Danzang has the ability to get the news before Hokage. So Danzang immediately exploded and rushed to the 3-generation-old man to force the palace. That's right. It's forced the palace. This hand Danzang is too slippery. From the last 9-8 attack, it can be seen that Danzang is an old yin force. Why fight? Send you to death. It's good for me to come and so on. Are often used in the 3rd generation. In this way, the order is under 3 generations, and the 3 generations must take responsibility for the losses caused. If nothing else, if they can take the initiative to attack just a wave of Yunren, then they will definitely die. If they win the fight, the effect is very good. Okay, so this idea was made by my Danzo, and it has little to do with the 3 generations. Once too many people die, or even the mission fails, well, the high-level people know it in their hearts, but the civilians don't know it. As long as the roots are casual, rumor has it, then the three generations who issued the order are the brave men. You must know that the position of Naruto is also very important for the support of the people. It will be the second time to play for three generations a few more times. Shimura Danzo has always been a model of infighting inwardly and outlying. The three generations were a little helpless about Danzo's direct push-in behavior. In fact, he regretted the reconciliation with Danzo so easily back then. Maybe he was really old. When he became Hokage again, Danzo ordered. The people from the roots came to assassinate him, but he was clearly grasped by him. But because of the roots of Danzo and the influence of the Shimura clan, he finally chose to be patient. It is true that the failure of the assassination of Danzo was released by three generations for no reason. As for whether the three generations were concerned about the roots and the Shimura clan, the author inferred that this is barely reasonable. Otherwise the pit of Kishimoto is really powerless to complain. Just to let Danzang go, the root rights should at least be taken back. As the saying goes, a misstep has become an eternal hate. And now this old yin product is here again. After receiving the information from Danzang, the three generations gave it a rough glance, and the whole face was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. According to the intelligence, the Union Village executives believed that the attack hurt Konoha, so if Konoha wants to end the war in a decent way, he must meet the needs of the Thunder Country as much as possible materially. Otherwise Union Village will let Konoha stay. Losses on the battlefield are greater than the compensations. Indeed, from the intelligence point of view, Danzo's clamor was reasonable. Konoha did not lose the war. Where could Union Village's courage jump so much? But the three generations are not Thor. It's not that Tuanzang abuses me thousands of times every time. I treat Tuanzang like my first love. If I really want to hear Danzang's words, then we must fight. There are no dead people in the war. 3 wars broke out. Konoha has done it all over the world. Now the most important thing is to stop loss. Not to mention that the old man is a negotiator. His ass decides his head, and the benefits of winning are not seen by everyone. Only a few high-level officials know to stop the paper. However, no matter if you win or lose in the end, the family of the dead will resist their rule. It is clear that the whole world is going to be peaceful. Why do you want my family to die outside meaninglessly at this time? Anyway, the family is dead. You tell him that no matter how much the benefit of the village is, it is useless. Not everyone is Uchiha Itachi. I will continue to struggle for the village to kill my whole family. The blackened Sasuke is the normal state of this distorted world. For their own interests and stand, it is impossible for the 3 generations to agree to retaliate so easily. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 65, Overpowering People with Power. Danzo, this is just a piece of information that has just been discovered. Since it is the content of the discussion, there must be a formal document. This matter will be discussed after the formal document is confirmed. The 3 generations are indeed old, half and a half. The meeting couldn't think of a good idea to persuade Danzo not to make trouble for himself, so he used the dragging tactics first. It's a pity that things are counterproductive. Obviously, Union Village, who thinks that he is victorious, also hopes that the peace talks can be carried out quickly, so the rushed Ninyang transmission letter was sent to the 3rd generation of Hokage by Anb at this embarrassing time. Danzo just wanted to scold him, and when he saw that he shut up again, he showed an unpredictable attitude and began to pretend to be X. Well, the official document is indeed the same as the intelligence said. It is impossible for Konoha to agree to this kind of thing. Notify the other elders of the advisory group to come to the meeting. Although the offices of the other elders of the advisory group and the 3rd generation were in the same building, it was still delayed for a few minutes anyway, and the 3rd generation finally thought of what they would like to say next. Everyone, this kind of negotiation request of Union Village is obviously an act of blindness to the situation. We must let them know who is the winner after the war has been carried out. After the arrival of the advisory team, Xiao-chun and Maito Menyon Danzo took the lead in expressing his views. He is a hawk and he wants to fight. Yes, son/. The weakness at this time is an insult to the ninjas who have paid for Konoha in the past wars, and we have to let the people in Union Village know who is the winner of this war. The loser must pay more for the winner. Don't think of it as an old auntie, but the aggressiveness is also rare in the advisory group. For her, it is totally unacceptable for her to obtain the peace that can only be obtained by compensating for Union Village's losses. If it weren't for Sarutobi risen to set her accounts repeatedly, it was concluded that the cost of the war was greater than the moderate compensation loss. Xiao-Xiao-Chun would not agree to any peace talks at all. Only Reikage admitted defeat like Duiying, and then a large amount of compensation came to Konoha after the war. That was what she thought in her heart. I support reason, as long as we reply to the letter to explain clearly that we are the victors and the defeat of Union Village this time. I believe that the senior management of Union Village will know the choice. Of course, I believe that the fight will definitely be able to win. Konoha has always been the strongest one. It's just the same sentence. War is to bring benefits to the country. Wars that do not benefit will only make the country weaker. You know, this world is not only the country of fire and thunder. In the country of Japan, in order not to give other people wrong judgments, we must maintain military deterrence. The weak Konoha is likely to give the defeated countries a chance. As the Naruto advisory team, the presence has always been the weakest of the four. Mito Menyon is not a person who likes to express himself, but this does not mean that his ability is also the weakest of the four. Maybe he is not as good as Danzo in terms of external tasks, and his internal strong management is worse than turning to Xiao-Chun. But in terms of high-level decision-making, his vision is not even worse than that of Hokage. As a high-level villager who only knows weapon fighting every day, the height of Mito Menyon is unmatched. Now Konoha and Hokage are old, Danzo thinks about pit teammates every day, and Xiao-Chun just wants to guard when he goes to bed. With 1 acre of land divided into 3 parts, Mito Menyon's suggestions are often of very important significance. His suggestion is neutral and the most beneficial. Unfortunately, in Danzo's view, this is what Mazai, who stood on the side of his political opponents during internal fighting, must be resolutely attacked. As long as you send elites to retaliate with a beheading attack, even if it fails, it will not bring damage to the village. The voyeurism of other countries does not exist. After listening to Mito Menyon's explanation, Danzo immediately started. Stand up and refute. The 3 generations have some headaches. We are talking about the international situation. You tell me about tactics. The old man will tell you about tactics. Your roots are all the power of this operation. Can it work? Of course not. When the 3 generations asked Danzo to have such great confidence, the roots were fully responsible for this task, and Danzo immediately left the 3 generations with a problem. I heard that in this battle, the kid from the mountain clan was very eye-catching. I remember that he was on the waiver list. How about it? Give him to me for training and ensure that the roots will be released in a short time. The mission completion rate of Danzang has increased by 30%. As long as you tune the Star of the Mountain to me, our roots will guarantee to complete the mission this time. Starburn in the mountains is the person he valued. He belongs to the Hokage family. It will be abolished when sent to your roots. But good guys, the success rate of the mission in the mountains can be increased by 30%. So this revenge action will not give people ? This is a proposition to give away the life of the stars in the mountains. Of course it is impossible for the 3 generations to agree. Danzo is a man who can achieve his goal. As long as he gets Starburn in the mountains, he doesn't care how the task is completed this time. He sends 1 or 2 teams to die. He didn't even raise his eyelids, just to see if these people's deaths could bring him benefits. Obviously, the benefits of star burning in the mountains are far more than a few teams who are nothing but loyalty. I already have a plan for this child. Since your roots cannot complete this retaliatory task, let's rely on diplomatic means to reach a peace talk. 3 generations stiffly rejected Danzo's proposal. But soon, the 3 generations paid the price for it, and saw Danzang's eyes flashing, and he slowly said, Konoha's most elite assassination unit is your dark part, and the ninja class is Hokage-sama. The direct leadership of the organization, things that our roots can't do, Naruto Master's men can easily accomplish. This is going to be a backlash. If you say I can't, then I just got out of the world. Danzo's hand is simply smiling on the surface, and a model of MMP behind it. When the three generations heard this, their eyes couldn't help but squinted, and the aura of a superior appeared quietly, suppressing everyone who sits again, giving people a feeling that they cannot be refuted. The people you mentioned are in very poor condition due to the long-term war and cannot complete the retaliation you want. This is the situation now. Since the retaliation is not suitable for the current situation of the village, then there is no need to talk about it. Follow Hu Menyan's suggestion. After the three generations showed their momentum, they ended the meeting with no doubt. The others had no choice but to be driven out of the office by the three generations. But after this meeting, everyone seemed to be unable to refute the demands of the three generations. But the consultants all had their own ideas, and one of the most unified ones was that the three generations were really old. People like this unreasonable argument, in the end. The behavior of only using aura to suppress others and maintain one's own rights has become more and more common, which cannot be convinced for a long time. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 66. The three generations persuaded. In fact, it was the same. In the evening, Danzo visited the other two Naruto consultants again and found Hokage 3 together again the next day. What, Maito? Do you agree with their ideas? The three generations were a little embarrassed. Originally, this was the way to deal with the decision under their own pressure. But when the three other members of the advisory group agreed to a decision, even Hokage had to compromise in some places. Here is a point. Konoha's advisory team and Hokage have a total of 4 people. This is strange. What if the 4 people appear at Wuntuo on something? The answer is cold salad. Because Hokage has a veto power, if the advisory team appears at Wuntuo, the options that Hokage agrees with will often be implemented. Once there is an odd number, for example, at Wound 3 situation, even if this situation can be extremely large, achieving democracy and justice, but in many cases it is also a manifestation of the division of Hokage's personal rights, because when there is a vote that a minority obeys the majority, even Hokage must abide by the point of voting. Therefore, instead of every time, it's better to control the voting rights in a situation that is absolutely beneficial to you. This is the reason why the decisions of Naruto adults can often be implemented, because as long as there is one person in Naruto supporting him, it can be finalized. Therefore, after the death of Uchiha that year, the advisory group has maintained this extremely favorable number pattern for Naruto, until the 4th generation of Hokage came to the top. At that time, Sarutobi Izumi abdicated and became the elder of the advisory group, and the decision-making person changed. Become 5 people. When there is at Wuntuo, the extra vote is often the most important. I have to say that as a ninja, Sarutobi Hisaki does not have many roles in combat. But as a politician and educator, that is definitely a behind Thesen's existence. As long as he is there, power is always inaccessible. Open his existence. Perhaps this is also the reason why Danzo wanted to bring down 3 generations. It was really suppressed by means for too long, and he has not been able to do it with real swords and guns. He finally made up his mind to assassinate 3 generations and was arrested. You say how depressing it is. But this time Danzo can be said to have some spring breeze. After various transactions last night, Maito Menyan finally included several ninja family leaders who worked in ninja work. They changed their attitudes and decided to support Danzo's plan. As for what plan? Of course, it was forcing the 3 generations to give orders to retaliate against Yunren by force. Today, Tuanzang put forward a new element in front of the 3 generations, that is, training the next generation. Yes, this is an act totally inconsistent with the Tuanzang people's setting. Often only 3 generations will cultivate the next generation to talk about every day. Today, the sun has come out to the west, and Danzang is also worrying about Konoha's next generation. The plan is simple. Everyone knows that the war is about to end. Even if Union Village is jumping right now, It is only the last madness. Then the war is over. What will the next generation do? There are many lessons from history in this world. When the country of the vortex destroyed the country, wasn't it just because of the excellent wealth of sealing and blood in one's hands, but because of the gradual stability of the international situation in each country? It neglected to train the next generation of combat power. As a result, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you don't have any near-term worries, you can't worry about it far, and you will be annihilated. Therefore, it is extremely urgent to train the next generation, because soon the next generation will not see what the battlefield looks like. Here is something that everyone knows in mind, that is, the international situation and the domestic economic conditions of various countries. The war has opened up many opportunities and many vacancies. It will take a long time for everyone to sweep the snow before they can recover. Therefore, it is foreseeable that large-scale wars will not break out again in the past 10 years. Danzo proposed at this time to use the elite troops in the village to lead the young next generation of ninjas to complete this revenge operation together, so that the next generation can learn more, while also forcing Union Village to return to the negotiating table to recognize the facts. Obediently signed the armistice agreement, and then peace came. Everyone went home and licked their wounds. Danzo pointed out that Konoha should not relax his vigilance just because he lay down almost the entire world during World War III. It is foreseeable that all countries will be injured in this war, and there will be at least 10 years of peace. 10 years. In Crossing Ran's previous life, there are 2 5-year plans, at least the span of a generation. If you don't properly train some young ninjas at this time, then 10 years later, when the young and powerful ninjas are old and the new young ninjas ruled the era, because of peace for 10 years, they are all good babies in the peaceful era. What about the next generation of ninjas led by these young ninjas? How come the generals from the military academy have the generals Laula who crawled out of the battlefield? The quality of the next generation of ninjas brought out is a big problem. After being fooled by Danzo, the 3 generations who are old and weak and don't know they can live for a few years are not calm. Coupled with the work of ninja under his subordinates, the patriarchs of several secret technique families also agreed to Danzo, taking advantage of it. Before the end of the war, I took the young ninjas at home to see the world more, to see the cruelty of the real battlefield and cultivate the consciousness of the next generation. The 3 generations finally agreed with Danzo. Even Mito Menyon, who has been standing on his side, feels that he should be prepared for danger in times of peace. What else does the 3 generations have to say? Compared with the casualties that may occur during the revenge mission, it is obvious that the growth of the next generation is more important. He is very aware of how the Misty Village under the Blood Fog policy failed in cultivating the next generation. There are 10 ninjas out of that generation. 8 of them were anti-skeletal cubs, and the remaining 2 died early, which is simply weird. So soon, Konoha's senior management slowed down the peace talks with Union Village and began planning for retaliation. Although everyone has not decided how to fight this battle, everyone has a basic consensus. That is, elite veterans lead young and promising little ninjas, and finally feel the cruelty of the battlefield, and understand that the world of ninja is like a boat against the current. Reason. The country of fire and the country of thunder suddenly entered a short and weird period of calm, as if the 2 sides had signed a peace contract, let alone the previous large-scale war. During this period even local conflicts disappeared. Perhaps for Yunren, Konoha gave up resistance and was ready to concentrate on wrangling at the negotiating table, but Xingran knew that Konoha, as the world's hegemon, was slapped. How could he stay upright? The next step must be a fierce retaliation. Of course, the reason why Xingran had such a positive influence was not because he was able to figure it out, but because Yamanaka Hei came to him a few days ago. Ask for recommendation votes. Thank you all for your support and recommendation votes, especially the brothers who came to vote for Xingran every day. During this time, I was busy signing the contract. I didn't thank you very much. The contract issue has been changed a bit, but it does not hinder viewing. Above. Chapter 67, cultivation in the 8 Doors Dungeon estate. At that time, it was because Xingran was credited with a great merit, which can be exchanged for ninjutsu rewards. He came here to give some advice, but he didn't know Xingran didn't like evil ninjutsu. He wanted to accumulate enough to be able to redeem S. Ninjutsu only stops at the level of ninjutsu. The level of ninjutsu actually refers to the difficulty of training. The more difficult it is, the more difficult it is. However, the more difficult the ninjutsu, the greater the power. So it is also possible to regard the level as the power standard. In fact, Xingran knows his family's affairs. His problem is soul power, spiritual power, so if possible, he wants to study the super ninjutsu that ghoul seals up the soul. In the end, Yi, who ran for nothing, seemed to be careless, but in fact he deliberately mentioned things in the village. Xingran realized that Konoha might have big moves against young ninjas. Now that the war is about to end, what big moves can be made? Then you must hurry up and forbearance, otherwise there will be no enemies. What can be considered by imaginary enemies? Big move. The training ground of the E3 camp. Starburn has been training here for more than a week. Since the last time he rescued the camp number D3, he showed his outstanding heroism, and he was forced to stay here and work here by the responsible person of this area, Shangran. The teams met Kai and Nare Izumi were also transferred here together. In general, Xingran is quite satisfied with this new environment, because as an important medical staff, he not only has a lot of free time, but he also doesn't need to sleep in a tent, and he has a cabin where he can rest. Of course, this is also the case. The medical room in the camp has half of the property rights, and it still serves the public. Except for the sleeping place, the next thing Xingran is satisfied with is the practice range. The place is big enough and the practice range is divided into several places. One of the small practice areas near the infirmary has almost become a dedicated venue for Xingran, because the leaders above take care of the ninjas who live near this venue. They go out on patrol missions during the day, so those who are free will not run away to exercise. Those who can run here to exercise will only be in the evening or at night. At that time, Xingran often had to heal the ninjas who were injured during missions during the day, and generally would not go to practice, so this became an unregulated charter. Xingran said that there is nothing more comfortable to do outside missions than it is now. In the training ground at this time, Xingran was topless. Although he was less than 14 years old, his muscle lines were already very obvious. This is the kind of coordinated muscle lines, with an indescribable sense of grace, full of power but not appearing bloated and stiff. It is the perfect ratio of strength and speed. At this time, the star-burning body suddenly exploded in momentum, and reached its peak after 3 consecutive growths. The green chakra scattered around his body indicated that he had entered the state of the 3rd student of the 8 gates of Dunjiu at this time. However, after Xingran opened the life gate, he didn't make any other actions. Instead, he stood still as if he had entered the life gate for the first time, as if he was feeling something with his heart. Sure enough, it is still too difficult to use ninjutsu in the 8-door Dunji estate. Xingran bulged in his mouth, with emotion in his heart. The violent chakra is like an irrational beast, except for violence. It seems that there is no other way to use it. Just before Xingran opened the 8-door Dunji, he released Yin Healing Ninjutsu in advance. This technique has reached a very proficient level due to repeated use during this period. Xingran now uses this technique, just like eating and drinking. Water is as simple as water. The technical training of the super brain is really too buggy. It is fast to learn everything, and then you practice it carefully, and you will immediately be more familiar with it than the ancestors who developed this ninjutsu. It's just that even those who are familiar with this technique can no longer be familiar with this technique. After opening the 8 doors Dunjiu while performing the technique, it is still extremely difficult to continue the chakra movement trajectory of this technique. Yes, it is difficult, not impossible. Since the last time on the battlefield, I accidentally used the Palm Immortal in the 8-door retreat state for a short time. After Starburn came back, He quickly completed the first open yin healing in the practice. The idea of opening the 8 doors dungeon after being destroyed, only after taking the first step. The second step is difficult to complete, that is, the yin healing state of continuous 8-door dungeon. Now Starburn is barely able to maintain the 8-door dungeon for about 35 seconds. After a long time, the violent chakra will destroy the fragile chakra running balance and become a state where chakra can only be used roughly. Secretly sighed, Xingran quickly regained strength. He has a super brain and superhuman control. Whether it is software or hardware, it is far beyond the existence of ordinary people. The theory has been proven to be feasible. Then continue. The next step is the water milling time. Sooner or later, one day, oneself can maintain this controllable state for 1 minute, 10 minutes, or even half an hour. You know, Starburn does not fight after opening the door. Just standing still with the minimum consumption, it can only barely maintain for a little more than half an hour. Once the door is opened, the ninjutsu is maintained for half an hour, then that is when he completely controlled the violent chakra and used other ninjutsu in the 8-door state. The future is bright, and the future is great. With such a good condition, there is no reason not to stick to it. After thinking about this, Xingran continued to practice the next step, which was to practice shuriken throwing while the door was open. The originally quiet training ground suddenly rumbling and the sound of objects breaking through the sound barrier at high speed. Various shurikens directly destroy various targets like cannonballs. This is completely different from the traditional shuriken practice. Normally, as long as the shuriken hits the target, Starburn is now completely destroying the target, leaving only the fragments. After 15 minutes, the high-intensity shuriken practice ended. In fact, Xingran still had spare power at this time, but after a few days of practice, Xingran found that practicing shuriken throwing while the door was open was somewhat for him now. Waste time. It's not that the shuriken in this state of Starburn is invincible. In fact, on the contrary, it is difficult to make delicate flowers due to the violent power. The current shuriken throwing technique can no longer be called a technique. It is a simple projection, straight to and fro. For a ninja with a strong sense of crisis and quick response, a little attention can quickly adapt to this kind of attack, so as to evade and find flaws to counterattack. This may be the reason why Kai and Xiaoli rarely use shurikens for long-range combat. It can't be said that it is meaningless, but it is really meaningless. Instead of spending a lot of time practicing shuriken throwing, it's better to run around Kono upside down. The circle is meaningful. At least it can increase its own foundation. It is also the 8-door dungeon. The one that Matt wears can only repel the 7 ninja swords, but Metkai can injure the existence of 6 levels. This is the basic importance. For the Bayman dungeon forbidden art, this is the route. How could Kai and Lee turn the cart before the horse and practice other ways? Ask for recommendation tickets. Ask for collection. Chapter 68, The War Rise Again. Xing Burning has a throwing technique that has almost reached perfection before, so practice is just a kind of behavior to maintain the state. Because of the sun, although his own strength is slow but recovers and becomes stronger all the time. In order to avoid the unsuitability of increasing strength, this kind of daily exercise will be possible. But this kind of exercise is different after the door is opened. The technique is not completed. It is simply to practice the head and put it on the self with supervision and horrible neural response. It is completely meaningless. What's next? Shuriken throwing is a very widely used ability, and the amplification effect of 8-gate Dungyo is also a very powerful ability. Both abilities are very good and powerful. Unfortunately, when put together, it is difficult for ordinary people to exert the chemical reaction of the two, such as Metkai and Rock Lee. This is like a heavy torpedo on a nuclear submarine. It's a good thing. The King of Land's tank is also a good thing, but you can put the torpedo on the tank. After practicing shuriken in the open state these days, Xingran already had a more reliable idea in his heart, which was a fighting method only for himself. I still remember the scene when I returned to the village from the land of the earth last time. The thermal vision can only be used to heat boiling water. It is one of the few abilities of Starburn that is basically useless, but it is such a developing ability. Can also detonate the detonation talisman remotely. The shuriken throwing in the open state can barely break through the speed of sound. Although this speed attack is difficult to deal with the experienced Shangnin, and it has limitations in dealing with the agility Zongnin, but it is a unique skill when used to mowing. Xiren with slow speed and little experience can only wait for the massacre most of the time, and even so, those who can dodge attacks are not easy for everyone to dodge. The worse the strength, the more difficult it is to dodge, such as the above. The last Yunren killed this time, although he dodged the shuriken, his embarrassed figure gave Xingran a chance to break it easily. So, what will happen if the detonation talisman is attached to the shuriken? Xingran believes that most of the special Shangren will capsize in the gutter. You are experienced and can easily dodge a shuriken attack. It doesn't matter how far can you dodge in such a short period of time. Chakra is limited. Instantaneous and double instance cannot be used all the time. Under normal circumstances, physical dodge attacks are the first choice for ninjas. At that time, the enemy had a beautiful dodge and let the shuriken attack. As a result, the shuriken that had clearly escaped suddenly exploded around him. Haha, the scene would be quite exciting. Of course, it's just wonderful. If you want to use this as a killer, it's too simple. You need to know Ukaiha's powerful fireball technique. Don't look at the special effects that are not comparable to the 50 cents, but when you really use it, you just cut the grass. When dealing with the characters in the plot, when there is no killer, Starburn's move to open the door and detonate with a shuriken and volley is just a fighting method. The real effect in the battle depends on the Bayman Dunjia and himself. Hard power, after training, is to enrich the weapon arsenal. It's just that opportunities are often reserved for those who are prepared. What unexpected surprises will this method bring to Xingran next? In the next few days, Xingran gave up the normal practice of throwing after opening the door. Instead, he trained to use thermal vision to ignite the paper wrapped in the shuriken during high-speed flight. The landlord's home did not have surplus food. It's a waste of detonation. Although you can go to the casino to withdraw money, it's a waste of time to operate it. What needs to be explained is that the crazy practice behavior of star burning is very in line with Kai's youth aesthetics. Unfortunately, this guy used too much force last time and opened the fifth door of various waves. During this time, even Starburn's various assists, Kai did not slow down the treatment. At least he couldn't perform the same high-intensity training as Starburn. In the end, he could only look at the monster's expression on the sidelines, mainly because the side effects of opening the door are minimal to Starburn, while giving Starburn blood. Shameful. Come on, there may be a big action soon. Xingran wants to spend as much time as possible to practice his two visions. Of course, it is mainly the first conceived practice. Yin healing is just an introduction. Once you can find out the feeling of running other ninjutsu with the door open, then the original idea is to completely control the surge of violent chakra after opening the door. It's not a fantasy. Some people would say that once these surges of power can be controlled, can the skill of shuriken throwing be used? Starburn said that if tank torpedoes are not compatible with each other, they are not compatible with each other. The force to be considered when changing the direction of the shuriken is not only the force after collision, but also the influence of gravity and wind speed of the Earth. But under the opening force of the explosion, these effects are almost negligible. So what is the result is to either retract the force and make the colliding shuriken change its direction safely, but in this way, the gain effect after opening the door is completely wasted, and it is meaningless. If you don't keep your strength, the speed is faster, and the attack power is also greater, but the final result is that the shuriken car that collides with is destroyed and killed. Whether it is actual combat or practice, Starburn has a deep understanding. 20 days have passed since the last time Yunren attacked the Konoha border. In these 20 days, Konoha's senior officials used rare efficiency to complete internal discussions, profit distribution, war mobilization, and intelligence collection. In the past few days, Many people came to the camp number D3. There were elite ninjas, mainly those above the ninja. Xingran also saw a lot of big people, and of course there are many younger students in the ninja school. For example, Umino Iuka, Yuzuki Yuga, who is about to graduate, and Inuzuka Hana, who was blown by Inuzuka's family for a while, but was beaten by Uchiha Itachi mercilessly after being beaten by everyone. It is worth noting that the two giants of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, as well as school students who have come here, are characters who have never appeared in anime, but they have extraordinary identities in this real world. Uchiha Shinzu and Uchiha Shinji, two brothers Hyuga Seimitsu and Hyuga Shiranai, are grandchildren of a family elder. The family status is lofty, and the strength is the writing wheel eyes are not opened, and the eyes are for civilian use. The level of the telescope: one is really stupid, one is 2, one is glaucoma, and one is cataract. The person who named this has a grudge against the 4 of them. I don't know if they are here to travel or to increase the difficulty of the task for others. Anyway, with these students and children under the age of 12, Konoha's mission this time is by no means easy. Xingran felt that the seniors were full and panicked. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 69, Konoha Junior Soldier. They are all kids under the age of 13, saying that Xingran is only approaching 14 years old. His birthday is June 1st, well, it's still half a year. However, Xingran has the right to say that the other party is a child. These are flowers in the greenhouse. They have not even done the task of finding cats and dogs, let alone the village's participation in ninja war missions above the B level. In the evening, Yi also came, and found Xingran, who was on standby in the clinic. There was also a little girl who was like an exquisite ceramic doll. She had bright eyes and long yellow ponytail hair. She was only about 1.4 meters tall. Li, known to Xingran, a student of ninja school, Shanzong Ki, a granddaughter of an elder in the clan, and a hapless child with a bad temper. Yi, you are. You should know the color of the mountain. This is related to this mission. Anyway, the content of the mission will be announced to the whole camp soon. Let me talk to you first. As if knowing what Xingran wanted to ask, Yi directly recounted what was going on now. To put it simply, Konoha's action this time is just a retaliatory show of muscles. There is no compulsory killing condition or compulsory destruction condition. There is only one mission, and that is to fight a wave of battles closest to the E3 camp, Yinren camp. The first is for political purposes. This is the A3 camp, which is located at the easternmost part of the battlefield between Thunder and Fire. 100 miles ahead, it is in the territory of Yonokuni. This is located in the occupied area of Yunin Yonokuni, the border of Yonokuni, and the border of Fireland, the junction of the 3 countries. Once the important base of Yinren frontline here is crushed and destroyed by Konoha, then the allies of the Fire country, Yonokuni, can immediately take back a large amount of land. This behavior will have a major international impact and will affect Konoha's deployment. Development in peacetime has great benefits. Then, for the country of Thunder, if the important frontline base is turned over by Konoha, the previous illusion of victory will be shattered, and Union can be forced to make correct judgments, concessions at the negotiating table. The next step is the internal development purpose. This time there are many students who come with a large number of Konoha elites. To be precise, they are the Hokage First Department, the Advisory Group First Department, the Konoha Family First Department, and so on. The faction has selected a group of young people that they are optimistic about to experience the tale of a cruel war. There are civilians and family children, each of which is Konoha future with dazzling qualities. Those ordinary people like Starburn before, no matter they are civilians or wealthy children, are not eligible to participate. Konoha's action to bring these people here is as good as Xingbing thought before. He came to travel, but this journey has a certain risk, and there are many death indicators. Originally, according to Danzo's statement, Those ninjas who did not have family protection would truly become juvenile soldiers. Only those who survived were the real strong, but this request was strongly rejected by Hokage for a very good reason. Simple, he thought of Kai and Xingran again. These were people who were very poor in strength and luck at the beginning, but as long as they were given a breeding ground, they would be able to glow with dazzling brilliance. Such people are wasted as a result. And that is Konoha's great loss. The main thing Naruto thought of was Umino Iuka. At this time, Iuka hadn't shown any fighting powerlessness. He was a successor of the Will of Fire with both character and science. Therefore, this time Konoha deliberately recruited one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, who performed a mission outside. Jiraiya's mission was not to participate in the battle, but to take the children to experience the cruelty of the war on the periphery. Of course, there is no specific standard for this periphery. The only requirement of the senior management is to get as close to the battlefield as possible, so that every child can see what the battlefield looks like. To be honest, Jiraiya also rejected such a cheating task at the beginning. According to the gossip, the roots of Danzo had news that the princess of Senjutsu Nadahime had left, so Jiraiya also participated in this transaction. I can't help myself. What are the people above thinking? The war is not a joke. I can understand the revenge for Yunran's previous sneak attacks. What the hell is it to bring these children with you? Are the three generations finally dead? The people who made the battle plan were temporary workers. Xingran's reaction was completely acceptable. In fact, when he first knew the content of this mission, he also reacted like this. But he didn't know what Xingran meant by temporary workers. Don't get excited, I have some rumors. It seems that Lord Naruto and the advisory team have disagreements. In order to achieve the goal of starting the war, Lord Danzo used some conditions that the three generations and other families could not refuse to facilitate this matter. At the end of the war, let the next generation maintain their due consciousness. He is a senior in the Ministry of Intelligence, and some inside information was known first. The advisory team and the decision-making tiers of Naruto and Hokage were originally divided into half and half, but Naruto was always indecisive. When Danzang proposed this old age after people couldn't refuse the proposal and came up with a practical plan, the three generations and the heads of the family still succumbed. This is like an educational fraud in the 21st century. As long as it is for the sake of children, game consoles can be packaged as learning machines and sold. It is nothing more than a layer of tiger skin, but it happens that someone buys it, especially if it seems that the risk is lower than the return. When the battle zone in charge of the E3 camp is far away from the main battlefields of Konoha and Yunin, it is mainly to help Yonokuni share the pressure of aggression from the Land of Thunder. In Yunin want to come? Here is the battlefield of Yonokuni with low combat intensity. Often when there is no major action, the standing strength here is not high, and Konoha's intelligence network has also confirmed this, so the Yunren front base here is the target. After Konoha secretly transferred nearly a half of the elite troops, it was not difficult for Yunren base to come down here in the first battle. Victory is guaranteed. According to the battle plan, there will be more than 50 Shangren and 300 elite Zongren in charge of this main combat operation. At the same time, the leader of Shangren is still the grown-up Zulu Daizo of this generation. People group. Next, there will be 10 elite Zongnin led by 30 people scattered around the target, forming a containment and ambush. The interception of the place of escape is of course only interception. If you really want to escape, you will run away. People in this world also understand that at the moment of life and death, enemies who can be driven by the desire to survive will not hesitate to die. It is not allowed for the three generations to avoid war damage. Therefore, as mentioned before, the main damage is to the camp. In this kind of environment, Yunren will never stay to resist if he can escape. Then the intensity of the battle will be fierce at first, and will quickly turn into a state of continuous elimination. In this case, the Konoha Battlefield Tour Group will be able to enter. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 70th Chapter Gylia. There is also a film-level nanny who is here. Let the school's novices see that the dead on the battlefield are not dangerous at all. The old saying is good. mainly the atmosphere. Everyone believes that after this kind of real battlefield atmosphere, the next generation of young people will, like their predecessors, understand the cruelty of the battlefield and the value of peace. Of course, it's ugly. It's okay to let other people die first if you don't want to die. On a sunny morning, the Konoha sightseeing group, no, it was the Konoha Youth Corps, under the leadership of Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas, it crossed the border of the Fire Country and was very close to the goal of this trip. Earlier, Konoha had sent a large number of elites to sweep the area several times. Although the current Konoha Youth Corps is considered to be abroad, the security is still very high, just like the difference when still in China. Not big. My father told me before I came here that this action was performed under Jiraiya, so you must kill at least one Yunren to do it, not to shame the family. Shinji Uchiha was surrounded by a group of children. A triumphant look, although everyone maintained a battle formation. They were too close to each other and didn't play any role at all. Once they were attacked, there would be no strategic depth at all. Hearing this real brother showing off his enlightenment, some civilian children around him very cooperatively uttered a gentle admiration, making Shinji more proud. Xingran, who was mixed in the team, was a little surprised. Is he really studying in the same school as these guys? It is still said that this society makes people grow too fast, and I have only graduated for a year. How do I feel that these children are almost an era away from their own thinking, just like a second child, and poor mental maturity. Too much. The reason why Xingran went to the kindergarten car this time is not because of his age, but because of his abilities. He has 8 secret techniques and powerful medical ninjutsu. Whether he is a kindergarten security guard or a kindergarten infirmary teacher, they were all qualified. Xingran just stayed here for a while at the A3 camp. The environment here was still very familiar, so Xingran was taken for granted and entered the Jiraiya team. After just thinking about whether I was too mature, I quickly discovered that something was wrong. The people who were with me just came to the battlefield for a year. During the same period, there were no such naive children anymore. The naive thoughts were all dead, and the rest were iron blood. Warrior. No wonder there are so many people who agree to let these children feel the battlefield. Although they have traveled after graduation, but after several battles, it is undeniable that Starburn does have a strong smell of blood, which is not the same as these children. Humanoids. If these children can really accept the blood baptism and have a mature and bloody consciousness, it is not unreasonable that Konoha can always occupy the position of the world's boss. I've never understood why Konoha's senior executives suddenly collectively become silly parents with a lot of money. Now I figured it out. Although this is an era where information has not yet exploded, and the per capita knowledge is limited, you can't deny the people's knowledge in this world. Wisdom and consciousness. It is by no means an attitude that idiotic parents can have to be cruel and send their children to the battlefield when peace is about to be achieved. Since they want to take the road of ninja, they cannot be mediocre, especially the most plastic student age. After thinking about these stars, I just saw the expression of Jiraiya also wry smile. I think that came from the same time when I was young. Childish youth is always nostalgic and short-lived. It's the first time I saw Jiraiya Xingran. Yesterday I finally saw Yamanaka Keiichi, Narala Qiza, and Akimikicho in the same frame. Today I saw Jiraiya again, and I felt that the experience before the awakening ability was just a salted fish. A model of the story. I don't know a few well-known characters in the plot. They do errands every day. An ordinary life is simply an insult to the traveler. At this time, Jiraiya was also full of grey hair. Of course, he was originally full of grey hair, but now it is 10 years before the beginning of the plot. At the beginning of the plot, Jiraiya was also 50 years old. Now Jiraiya is only 40 years old. When the ninja is at its best, the young Jiraiya does not have many wrinkles on his face. but the clothes have been changed to the kind of generous robe that will be a decade later. With strong muscles, this robe is more like a practice suit. The clogs and shoes that do not follow the trend are he has always been characteristic. What kind of ability to kill one Yunren? Look at it. Bet on my grandfather's name, and swear that I will kill 2 Yunren this time. Hyuga Shirani obviously can't stand this grievance. So why can only you brag? Everyone is the son of a wealthy family, so they can't live with your Uchiha family in terms of attributes. Hinata Shirani strongly pulled away a part of the heat, making Shinji extremely unhappy, so he had to pull the collar of Hyuga Shirani, so that he was more imposing when talking with people, and it was played like this in school. It's just that the rich are rich after all. There are many second masters, and there are also many smart ones. Be quiet. 2. The elder brother and sister of the two finally couldn't stand it anymore, and sternly scolded the younger brother, and then looked at each other tacitly. Xingran seemed to see the spark in the eyes of the two. In the ninja world, is there a setting for a rival in each generation? Xing Burning's brain is wide open. And I don't know what it would be like if these two families showed a couple of men and women who love each other because of hatred. Okay, keep quiet, we are in the place. Seeing that the childish disputes of the younger brothers were about to develop into more intense disputes between the brothers and elders, Chirio's voice sounded just right, breaking the brewing atmosphere in advance. About 23 members of the Youth League came this time, all of whom were graduating seniors from ninja school. When Jiraiya ordered everyone to be quiet, everyone followed Jiraiya's appearance and climbed to the top of the tall tree. This is a downward hillside. Because of the slope of the tree in front, looking at the bottom of the mountain from any tree is a picture with a wide view. Starburn also came to the top of a tree, looking far away, on a hill about a dozen miles away. At this time, the sound of killing was screaming, and the whole camp was full of smoke. From time to time, you can see the fire escape ninjutsu, the violent destructive effect. There are also Shui Dun and Dun constantly flashing in it, and the smoke is caused by the fire and then being extinguished by the Shui Dun. Although ordinary people can't really see it, the atmosphere of Xiaoshu quickly wiped out the mentality of everyone just out of spring. There is not much left. At this moment, Xingran felt a small hand suddenly grasping his back clothes. You don't need to look back. Starburn knows that this is Ki Shanzong Ki. Yesterday, Yi Ki came to see me to make me take care of Ki as much as possible. Although the battle plan says it's safe and environmentally friendly, the battlefield never changes. It's a student's. The death index best illustrates this point. Ask for recommendation tickets. Ask for collection. Chapter 71 The Collapse of Human Design. What Xingran didn't expect was that besides taking care of Ai Yamanaka, he also had 2 little ghosts from the Kutaist family and a kid from the Nara family. The pig, deer, and butterfly were all in the same family. Of course, he would not be polite to encounter such a thing. And Starburn in the Mountains, which is gaining popularity recently, has become the first choice for these companies. Maybe the civilians in the village didn't know that Konoha had such a #1 person, but the high-level Konoha, as well as the secret technique family and the wealthy ninja all have news of the star burning, just like the genius of Uchiha Shisui. Everyone is a member of the circle. If your family is a genius, you must take it seriously. Perhaps it may rise, and the ranking of the family in the village may change. Mainly refers to the secret technique family. Pink eye and white eye disease are inherently rich, at the top of many families. Xingran is undoubtedly one of the most trustworthy people in the car to the kindergarten this time, especially for the pig, deer and butterfly tribe. The strong force can explain his protection, and the strong medical ability is the life-saving protection in case of improper protection, which can be regarded as one-person double insurance. After saying hello, if one of his children has a headache on the battlefield, and he doesn't worry about queuing up at all, then his family must be given priority. Don't be afraid, we are safe here, and the battle will be controlled on the top of that hill. Xingran was very conscious of the doctor, and found that Ki Shanzong was a little nervous, and after unconsciously grasping her clothes, she quickly uttered comfort. Who's scared? I just climbed up. Some didn't stand firm, just grab it to stabilize the balance. The eldest lady, like arrogant, Xingran is not surprised even if he doesn't know how to read the mind kind of reply. Well, I see, you'll follow up later. Xingran didn't seem to understand Kai Shanzong Kai's explanation, and his tone was as plain as boiled water. What's your attitude? What does it mean to wait and follow up? The eldest lady just planned to use Tsndir to relieve her violently beating heart. The next moment she seemed to hear something extraordinary, and she wanted to blow her hair. The trend of course. Before Xingran finished speaking, the voice of Julia in the distance reached everyone's ears. Attention, everyone, at the foot of the target Yanren base mountain, we are now entering the battlefield, and we may encounter enemies at any time in the future. Everyone stay alert, take self-protection as the first priority, and set off. After Jai Lai finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the battlefield. The guards of Shangren who were with him did not move. The meaning was obvious. The queen of them waited for these children to leave first. Shinji Uekaihu and Hinagashirani are like lions in heat, cast an arrogant look at each other with the same expression, and then follow in Julia's footsteps for the first time. At the same time, there were a few civilian ninjas who were inexplicably excited after they came to the battlefield. A few seconds later, the pig deer butterfly led by Shanzong Xingran and an Iuka remained in place. Xingran is one of the guarding ninjas, and of course it is also the last person to leave. It is only natural that a few stalkers around him have not moved. When they are at home, their elders have repeatedly emphasized that they must stay with Xingran in the mountains at all times. There was another Iuka who fell in the end, which made Xingran a little bit surprised. From the heart, this kind of thing can prove the ultimate height of a ninja. Iluka is still so young now. If he doesn't follow his heart, his plasticity is still very high. Maybe he can have the strength of forbearance in the future. Unfortunately, he has taken his heart from his heart at a young age, so he wasted the great time of growing up. Let's keep up. You all follow me. Don't be afraid of encountering enemies. The more you are afraid of death, the faster you will die. Xingran indifferently included Iuka in his protection. How should I say, Xingran is not a good person, but he respects good people. Konoha in the future can find a bright path in this easily blackened world because of a good person like Iuka. If Iuka does not meet Naruto, then maybe the protagonist will become a widow or a swordman, but if Naruto does not meet Iuka, then it is possible to become Gaara second. The boys from the Nara family and the Kutaist school are not bad. The Nara family obviously figured out something. They have a good self-regulation and a really troublesome expression of fate. And the two small fat papers of the Kutaist school are here for the spring outing. Snacks in the mouth. They never stopped, and as the tension increased, the frequency of eating between the two also accelerated a lot. If it is time to escape or attack, then the fragrance of the snacks will definitely reveal their position and attract attention on the battlefield like a light bulb. Kai is really a little bit weak at the moment. As a girl, no matter how arrogant she is, she can't hide her inner weakness. This is not a suitable material for a ninja at all. It is estimated that this girl will either take the initiative to return to the village. Being an ordinary person is either a passive dropout of school life. Shanzong Ki, who couldn't keep up with everyone's speed at all, became the only person in the whole team who was dragging her back. According to Xingran's idea, this kind of person should leave her behind, and then said before parting, "You are so afraid of death, I guess soon you will die in the hands of the fleeing Yanren, so don't move forward, and quickly become a deserter." In this way, the person who was left behind would either die in a certain corner, or be reborn just like the protagonist in the movie, and have since reached the pinnacle of life. It's a pity that when this object became a family relative, especially when Hei had specifically instructed to take good care of relatives, Xingran was helpless, and could only admit that he was unlucky and kept moving forward with Kei Yamanaka on his back. Although it seemed that he was approaching danger, in fact, only by the side of Xingran. The mountain is the safest. Next, everyone hurried silently, and there were depressive whimpers in the wind from time to time. The eldest lady's face was still not thick enough. At this time, she should be proud to be carried on her back, and from time to time blame the person who carried him. Not stable enough, so as to relieve one's fearful heart. Xingran was thinking wildly in his mind, is it really Xiaoman Xia's fault? Even a tsundere lady can't be cultivated. It's not a real tsundere before it's a real sword and a gun. Xingran estimates that maybe only a big family like Uchiha or Hyuga can cultivate a true tsundere. Time is fast. Shanzong Kai only feels embarrassed, so she can't be alone in such embarrassment. She must be put on this strong back with her nose or something, but she just collapsed, and she hasn't found the correct posture for crying. It felt like the top of the head was dark, and everyone had arrived at the foot of the mountain at Yinren Base. It is said to be at the foot of the mountain, but in fact it is at the foot of the mountain. The height here is barely 30 meters, which is as high as a 10-story building. If it weren't for the proximity of the water source, Xingran couldn't find any reason for Yinren to build a base here. It was too short, which means that the defense is not good. P.S. Well, the collapse of human design is so fast. PS2, Seeking Collection, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Chapter 72 Human Pillar Power Tail Beast Mode. Xingran saw that it was just such a short time difference. The two most jumping children, the giants Shinji Uchiha and the giants Hyuga Shirani, at this time Shuang rushed to the ground, already suffering some injuries. What's going on? Xingran was very self-conscious of the doctor, put down the soft-legged Shanzong Ki, and came to the two people on the street to start treatment. The injuries were not serious, but they were all leg injuries. They were not caused by the battle, but the two were funny and stepped on the trap at the same time. This, finding someone for revenge has no goal, and it's bad enough. These two guys are careless. Jiraiya was also a little speechless at this time, so obvious traps. Just be careful, and it's okay. Who knows that these two guys only have enemy crystals in their eyes? No, they are enemy heroes. Not at all. Look at your feet. Is this ninja or a samurai trained recently in this school? The two of them didn't say that Zener did not open their eyes. It is excusable to get the trick. Bain was a bit overwhelmed. You should be able to see the trap with a blank eye. The result is good. This time it is definitely the most shameful black history of the whitey-eyed clan. But soon Jai Lai became more speechless. Just now I thought it was Shanzong Ki who was injured before she had to be carried on his back. This time, Shanzong Ki played the strength of her high-ranking player in ninja school. After Starlight put her down, she was like the frightened rabbit once again stuck to the back of Starburn with a thunderous force. A small fist slammed on Starburn's clothes, like a little girl who couldn't accept the fact that he was dumped. Hold on to the ex-boyfriend. This is very obvious. Ayuminako explained what is the dragging oil bottle. Shinji and Shirani also have the role of thunder. At best, Ayuminako is an alternative item when there is no food. Now, the people who can't move stay here. If you encounter an enemy, try to make yourself alive. The remaining people and I will slowly move up the mountain. Jai Lai is no longer nonsense, and here, he has already entered the battle. The state, fighting breaks out at any time. Coming here is regarded as completing the first part of the plan, eliminating those who cannot exert their strength on the battlefield. These people may still be saved, but the hope is very slim. Most people are only suitable for going home. An ordinary person, 5 or 6 people were removed with this brush. Of course, Jinner and Bain were not included. They were treated by the genius doctor in the mountain and now they are alive and kicking again. Yamanaka was asked to stay here. This is different from what Hei said. Xingran was a little embarrassed. Ki just watched Xingran easily help the two school figures, Shinji and Bainai, complete the treatment. She also had a colorful expression. At this moment there are signs of a second collapse. Just when Starburn was in a dilemma, there were variables on the battlefield. Again, the eternal and unchanging thing in the war was the emergence of variables. The dark bloody red chakra coat revealed a disgusting breath. It was wrapped in a humanoid monster, dragging two tails formed by chakras, and suddenly appeared at the foot of this mountain. People fell here. Obviously the battlefield above must be very fierce at this time. Human column force tail beast mode. This is the highest commander on the front line of Yunren, the two Yuma people. The scene suddenly fell silent, and both sides stared at each other for at least a second. From the eyes of most people on both sides, it was obvious that they were unexpected. Two Yuma people, and in panicking now. As a result of the last attack, Lord Raikage increased the compensation requirements in the peace clause, and the negotiation entered a point of meaningless war of words. As an excellent soldier and commander, I know that the war is not yet over. Konoha's hawks are not the ones who can be slapped and pass the other face over. Even if Hokage hopes to bring peace through negotiation, we in Union Village must prepare for the worst and respond at any time. Possible attack. Coming here today was just a random border inspection, but I did not expect that on this day, people had long forgotten the fear of being dominated by giants. They still came. They were several times more powerful than ours, and the battle had just begun. His resistance fell into a situation that could collapse at any time. As the highest commander and the woman at the top of the battle force, the collapse of the situation can no longer be restored by command, so I must stand up and use my unicorn arm that has been training for 20 years to turn the tide. However, I was just about to perform my performance when Konoha's pig deer butterfly appeared. 3 fights one by one. Our Jong will have to grab the table if it can't play lap. If it's a Neonone, I have confidence to bring down everyone here in Konoha. But it's not a fair duel. When I was beaten and flew by an obese patient again, and even flew out of the base, I knew that I could not go on like this anymore. The protracted battle would only kill me. I had to fight hard, then come up again. Transform. Self-brained for a section of the beautiful girl's transformation that never interrupts the camera. Before landing, after finishing the cast of the first layer, the Untitled Chapter tail animal clothing has been dressed. It's just that I don't know what went wrong with this transformation. After turning his attention to the surroundings again, the two Yuma people were stunned. Why are there so many little ghosts? Is this traversing yourself? The ninja school student did not guard his forehead, so Yuki did not realize at first sight that this was Konoha's boy soldier. Boom. That is, when everyone was stunned, the towering giant feet had been stepped down from above. This is the technique of partial doubling. One of Kudao's unique skills. He just used his big fist to blast this difficult opponent out. But this is not enough. Intelligence shows that the opponent is Union Village's human pillar power, and Union Village's tail beast controls it. The ability is notoriously strong, and the heaviest blow must be given before the opponent enters the tail beast mode, otherwise this mission will be in danger of overturning. Therefore, Luju's first order was to use his maximum ability to carry out a frantic blow, and must not give the enemy a chance to breathe. It's a pity that the enemy is too agile. Hai Yi has been unable to catch her, and the shadow mystery has also been weakened too much in this sunny morning. In the end, the three of them can only be represented by Kudao Ding's Yuo, and the other two can only try to contain as much as possible. Since then, mistakes will happen sooner or later, but even Luju did not expect that he successfully pushed the enemy out of the main battlefield, but drove the wolf into his hometown. Konoha's new generation of young talents suddenly fell into trouble. In the crisis of annihilation, I saw the two Yuma people who quickly returned to their senses, stomping hard on the ground, and the red figure slammed into the big foot of the Kudoding seat like a cannonball. The violent wind caused by the red figure's takeoff made everyone's clothes blow, and the impact in the air shocked many Konoha friends sitting on the ground. Newton's coffin board crackled again, and the huge mass of large feet was directly knocked back by the small body. The cute loading seat seemed to be sitting on a stretch bed. I got down with one foot. I flew back again under the force of my foot. Ask for recommendation tickets for collection. Chapter 73, Tail Beast Jade. I am a self-employed person, and I am also panicked now. Originally, when 3 generations of old men gave me this task, I thought they were joking, but when Danzo, a pesky guy, took out Tsunade's news, I realized that I was a joke in their eyes. Well, some people have to come back, so some things have to be done. Although this task does not fit the personification of one of the 3 ninjas in my legend, when you think about it, it's still an easy job. Isn't it a babysitting job that is simpler? When I first taught Yahiko and the 3 of them, I did something similar, and I was quite experienced. It's just that these little ghosts are really naive, reminding me of the lost youth, which is running in the summer sun. It's a pity that this wonderful experience soon ended. A player who shouldn't be here at all appeared in front of me, the tail beast weapon of Union Village. What did the intelligence department do? Yes, that's always with the sun on his face. Some of the guys in the shadow of the Watergate seem to be the adopted sons of the intelligence department. Hitchy, huh? I don't know if there is really such a genius in the room. Don't be another joke of the Inuzuka family. In a hurry, Zille, I couldn't help but implicate the anger towards the intelligence team on the body of Star burning in the mountains. As far as his eyes were, this guy's eyes were full of anxiety. For the first time, he saw the human column force tail beast mode. Are you scared to pee? Jilly, yes. Panic only lasted until here, and then panic. Yun endured death. Upstairs +1. Before the 2 boys and girls swept away, before they saw the enemy, they rushed to the street. There were too many enemies on the main battlefield. Although I didn't want to admit it, I really didn't dare to die in the past so recklessly, but in such a state. The weird guy is different. This is the rhythm of the jungle meeting a 5-man group, so what are you waiting for? Grab the head. There were 2 sounds of Kiwu breaking through the air, and the 2 Yuma who had just returned to the ground touched Kiwa's concentrated back, turned their heads with an inexplicable expression, and looked at the people in Konoha kindergarten. I am Star burning in the mountain, and I am also panicked now. Eh? Why should I say too? As the protagonist of the sluggish presence of this mission, I was originally only here for an outing. By the way, I watched the jokes of the younger students, but today's jokes are a bit cold. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. You 2 calves are excited. What the hell is the look in his eyes? Well, my anxious emoticon has just been generated, and the 2 little calves really made a first-hand attack to open the group, the kind before being destroyed by the group. This guy obviously has a different style of painting. Okay. The appearance animation is to fly several times his own attack. How much courage did Liang Jingru give you to be so strong? What should we do now? Run away or break up with Jilya? Xingran looked at Chiryu innocently after seeing Oy Ren's Yulai turning his head and looking more and more dangerous. Jilai also reacted. Just now, this kid was not scared by himself, but by his own person. This is understandable. After all, Jilya himself also feels this way. Recently, there is no AC tree in ninja school. How will it end now? Take the initiative to stand up and show your identity, and then attract firepower to buy time for the little friends to escape. It should be useless. In front of the tail beast, these little ghosts can't run far. If they don't run far, it means death. It means that their tasks are worse. It means that they may be reimbursed again at the age of 40 to solve major events in life, then join forces with nearby Konoha ninjas to forcefully kill each other. Don't be kidding. With today's configuration, the opponent wants to run a master that no one can stop. But one thing is certain, when there are too many people and few people are bullying, there is a high probability that you can beat the opponent away. So you should be able to keep these little calves. Who are you? Exclamatory sentence. The question from the mouth of the 2 Yuma people does not need to know the answer at all. After such a while, The two Yuma people have already figured it out. Konoha's bastards actually used the Inran's life-based battlefield as a Boy Scout training camp. As the saying goes, the uncle can't bear it, and the aunt can't bear it. Everyone must die. The two wooden men can completely control the tail beastization, but at this time, she is full of anger, and actively uses the tail beast chakra. Just now it was just red in the tail beast clothing state and turned directly into the tail. Red and black in the state of beast runaway. The face is completely invisible, and at the same time, on all fours, the blue and black ominous chakras began to gather in front of Erwiren's Yuli's big mouth. The star burning is comparable to the computer's brain and can still calculate. Blue and black. Chakrably is about 2 to 8. This Nema can't make a big move. Jai knew that it was dangerous, and the tail beast Jade was not something that could resist, and had to attract the other party's attention, at least to protect the children behind him. The bareback sky cover looks up. So does the hero. Psychic art. Since you have asked sincerely, although the other party didn't want to know the answer, Jai also wanted to attract the others' attention. So an opening statement with a strange transition from Japan came out of Zylai's mouth. It really attracts everyone's attention. In Star Burning's eyes, Zylai jumped out as soon as Renzili just started to accumulate power. After the huge smoke dissipated, Toadwen was so huge that Darwin's coffin board also creaked. In Starburn's field of vision, the first time I watched Wentai's figure so close, the shocking feeling was very strong. What kind of hormones can feed such a big toad? Hylia. The opponent this time is a bit troublesome. As soon as Wentai came out, he knew what the role of the enemy he was about to face. In the tailed beast state, the strength of the human column, the super troublesome opponent, Wentai held himself. The huge dagger ridiculed himself. Hylia is standing on top of Wentai's head at this time. The appearance is definitely the protagonist level. It is a pity that although Renzili runs rampantly, don't forget, after all, she is a ninja who can completely control the power of the tail beast. Chakra corrodes violently. Consciousness is indeed uncomfortable, but it is not to the point of completely losing reason. Hylia is also Konoha's 3 ninjas. It's impossible to deal with each other in a short period of time. Now the two Yuki are very obsessed with each other, and that is to destroy these Konoha Boy Scouts first, and let Konoha appear to date. At that time, Konoha was not green and yellow, so what if he was defeated this time? After 10 years and 20 years, you Konoha are doomed to decline. In the charged state, the two-tailed man's legs exerted force and flashed to Wentai's side at an extremely fast speed. Here, Wentai's huge body could be bypassed, and the Konoha teenagers who were protected by Wentai could be attacked. Grumble. The condensed chakra is about to be completed, and the tail beast Jade is about to be launched. Ask for recommendation votes on Monday. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 74 The Siege of Renza Force. The Jilai on Wentai's head also desperately tried to adjust and stabilize, but Wentai's toad body structure is like that. You can't let him have the flexible turning ability of the tail beast. The huge body must reach the predetermined position before the enemy's tail. The beast Jade has focused on the target. Shadow strangulation. Heart-turning technique. The technique of super doubling. At the critical moment, Konoha Pigdeer Butterfly arrived in time. In fact, Pigdeer Butterfly has always been two opponents of Muren, but because of the shift of the battlefield and the transformation of the tail beast mode too fast, when the Pigdeer Butterfly arrives, the desperate moment has come. A shadow of the distance revealed the figure of Narulugi, a large number of black shadow mysteries, like a spiritual snake crawling on the ground, while the two wooden men were accumulating power, approached her and entangled her for a moment. With the huge strangling power spreading across his limbs and neck, he must strangle the enemy on the spot. At the same time, Yamanaka Keiichi used the technique of turning around the heart before Lugiu. It was also when the two wooden men were accumulating their energy, they finally successfully hit the target and gave Lugiu's shadow secret technique to entangle him. time. But these are just foreshadowing before the trick. The soul of the tail beast and a soul that can subdue the tail beast are definitely not the existence that can be controlled by a single person in the mountain. In just a moment, Yi burst into a nosebleed, and the technique of turning the mind that controlled the body through the soul was immediately cracked by violence. And the shadow mystery that strangled the two Yuma people began to be weak. The two Yuma people who restored their body control were personal beasts. Tore the shadow mystery on the body. They tore their clothes with the governor. It's no different. The pig deer combo only delayed the two Yuma for less than 2 seconds, and both suffered from chakra backlash, wounded and vomited blood and exited the field. However, although the restraint time was short, it created an opportunity for the last butterfly, Ding Zhuo. The huge body of a mountain giant jumped down from midair, and he didn't know what material the long stick became bigger with his body. The one blow was heavy, and the second place in the tail beast mode was smashed by the wooden man. Boom! The violent destructive power brought out a fierce gust of wind, which blew several weaker Kono boys into ground gourds. Originally Yamanakasai was also one of them, but because she has been holding this star-burning clothes, so the first for a while, Zuquane was protected by star burning without losing a big or face. This time the big boss was finally blown out. The tail beast jade that was about to be formed was also successfully interrupted by 3 consecutive blows, and everyone exhaled one after another. The guard ninja took the children to retreat. The mission was cancelled, and now leave here immediately. On top of Wentai's head, Zilei also sighed fiercely, but he would not be blinded by the situation in front of him. Don't look at Erwiren's Yulai now being beaten up in embarrassment. In fact, because of the existence of that layer of tail beast clothing, the enemy did not suffer any damage, and will soon be killed again. Announced the cancellation of the mission at the first time and arranged for the evacuation of the personnel. Zilei also quickly began to seal the seal. At the same time, Wentai also took action, and he and Wentai had a deep understanding. Fire escape toad oil firebomb. This is a combination of ninjutsu between Toad Buntu and Jiraiya. The combination of Buntu's oil and Jiraiya's fire dunge produces huge oil bombs to attack opponents. The damage is extremely high because of its wide range and difficulty in fleeing. Although it belongs to Huodun, it is difficult to resist ordinary water dun because of the toad oil. I saw the place where the 2 wooden men were knocked down just now. The smoke had not dissipated, and the large flames accompanied the toad oil to once again burn this area to white ground. Roar! Exclamation mark! A roar that was not human-like rang out in the flames, and there was no pain in the sound. Brutality and anger were the main theme of this roar. Just like a Saiyan exploding, the gust of wind is centered on the 2 beasts of the tail, the wooden man, spreading towards the surroundings in a circular arc. Along the way, whether it is trees, rocks, or ninjutsu, it all seems to have encountered a nemesis. The same was blown away. Staran looked at the scene in front of him. Superman's big heart was beating wildly at this time. There was tension, but more of it was excitement. This kind of power to change the landscape, I will have it sooner or later. It is really a ninja world that people look forward to. And there are many people who have different ideas from Xingran. To be precise, Xingran's idea is different. Most people have the same ideas as Jai Lai at this time. It's really killing a dog. How to fight it? There are only a few tail beasts in the whole world, and only a few human pillars. The human pillars that can completely control the tail beasts are even rarer. As a result, I came across such one of the most difficult ones when I brought my children out of the spring. Renzulai, do you think this makes sense? Wentai understood. On the giant toad's head, Zilei and Wentai quickly confirmed their eyes. Xingran noticed that Jai Lai performed spiritism again. After a burst of smoke, his hands entered a strange knot-printing position. At the same time, there were 2 ugly old toads on the left and right of his shoulders. Xianzu. Jiraiya's Xianzu was the worst among all Xingran-known practitioners of Xianzu. He wants to enter the fairy mode. He must maintain this harmless and cheating posture for a long time with his hands Jai-Ian, and finally with the help of the two immortals Shinzuo Zima on the two shoulders, can he enter the fairy mode. The opening of this state is really troublesome, but this trouble is completely a small problem for the increase in strength after entering the fairy mode, because the strength of Jiraiya after the fairy mode is the closest to the 6th level in the shadow level. Existence can suppress all dissatisfaction. Necromancy, crushing vendor. After confirming the look in his eyes, Wentai used such a big suppression strategy very tacitly. The purpose is to buy more time for Jiraiya. This trick has been used before. Summoning Wentai used this trick to suppress 9 tails. The proverb Chan suppresses the top is similar to this trick. The psychic beast of the Toad Gui who was summoned by Jiraiya once subdued the psychic beast of the Oshmaru, and Naruto Uzumaki used this trick to deal with Beiji. The current situation is very clear. It is normally difficult to defeat this kind of human pillar power that can completely control the tail beast, so delay for a while and then deal with this little monster after Bumpman transforms. Unfortunately, the dream is very beautiful and the reality is cruel. When Tai's big ass just sat down, and the two Yuma people who barely kept their sense and fighting wisdom took the lead in punching a hole below. It is not only the Ming who can punch in the strength of the human column. The Thunder Country, which is adjacent to the land of the land, is no less familiar with this kind of land escape than Konoha. Boom! The big movement just made by Chang's top butt was soon overshadowed by a bigger explosion. The two wooden men who turned underground burst out all the power of the tail beasts, and the ground seemed to have entered a magnitude 9 earthquake, and began to shake violently. Along with the large area of the earth cracking, a dark red light that could not be caught by the naked eye flashed. Passed away. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 75 Ninja 8-Door Detonation Shuriken. When the two Yuma people appeared in the eyes of everyone again, the huge body of Kudao Dingzuo was really throwing away. This is the person who beat himself with a big stick, and must give priority to revenge, and then the big toad. The two Yuma, who only had the fighting wisdom, quickly discovered Wentai's head, one of Konoha-Sanin. The hero Jiraiya was not right, and the current state of Jiraiya gave her an inexplicable sense of crisis. So, is it a man called Sanin? The two Yuma hesitated for a moment, and made a preliminary judgment. The shadow of the famous Tree of Man, instead of fighting with Zilai, makes the Konoha dating more practical. This time there is no interruption by the pig, deer and butterfly, and Jiraiya is in a strange state. It seems that he has entered a state of accumulating energy. So what else is there to hesitate? The 2-8 blue and black chakra steam drums once again gathered in front of Ren's mouth, and the second round of Tail Beast Jade joined. Xingran had originally covered the Konoha teenagers' retreat according to Jiraiya's orders, but before they walked 500 meters, Superman's sixth sense and the sensory physique of the mountain clan began to call the police crazy. Looking back, Xingran's good eyesight at 2000 hours made Xingran notice Renzilai and the Tail Beast Jade in front of her, and the direction was his own. It's young. Known. We have a Superman's body of steel and the increase of the third door of the 8-gate dungeon. Pray, can this Nima be able to withstand the frontal blow of the Tail Beast Jade? Star Burning doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. Why do you want to fight hard if you can hide? Why stand up if you can sit? Why sit down if you can lie down? Xingran didn't want to use his life to verify anything, but he was a post-breaker and needed to cover these. He had just been shocked by various landform changes, just like frightened Quake young girls. Xingran thought for less than 0.1 seconds. We are not Mary Sue, and will not do things to die. But in less than 0.1 seconds, the superbrain has already given a solution, and it is time to perform the real technology. Suddenly, Star Burning appeared more and more, and ran in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd, that is, rushed in the direction of Ren's big move. What are you doing? Come back, this is not a battle we can participate in. Ignoring the ninja's companion, the kind reminder of his companion disappeared in the wind instantly. Xingburn's speed is very fast. It is less than 2 seconds to approach Renzu with less than 100 meters, which is close to the speed of sound. Xing Burns has opened the third student gate of 8 Dunjia at the same time as he is on his way. Ninfa Hukuman detonating shuriken. This time, Star Burning Anomaly number 2 called out the ninjutsu that he had just developed not long after, and the name sounded crazy and cool, in order to attract the attention of Niwai Zulai. At this time, Xing Ran's position is very particular. It seems that he is standing in a line with the escaping Konoha, but in fact he deviates a little to the right. After Superman's calculations, at such a close angle to the target, the tail beast Jade that the enemy shot towards him would deviate a bit from the position of the Konoha Junior Corps in the distance if it continued to advance for a distance of 800 meters or more than a kilometer. In this way, it seems that Renzulai can hit Xingran first, and then a series of N blows, but will eventually deviate from the target due to Xingran's positioning skills, and Xingran himself has the confidence to fly out from the tail beast Jade. At the same time, move horizontally hundreds of meters to escape the coverage of this trick. What a perfect plan! In this way, the things that Hichi had entrusted before can be completed, and there will be no danger to myself. Why not do it? Then the next step is the most important link, how to attract hatred. If it fails to attract Zuli's desire to attack, no matter how good the plan is, it will be useless. Xing Ran's taunting method was very direct, a shuriken that broke the speed of sound, and flew straight towards the 2 wooden men who were squatting there and accumulating power. A shuriken? The speed is not bad, but these are not enough. The 2 human men, who were all wrapped in the tail beast clothes, only cast a slight look in their eyes, and they didn't bother to care about the Konoha tragedy anymore. Yes, in her eyes, the Konoha ninja, who had just retreated from the back of the palace, suddenly ran in front of her to prevent herself from killing more people. For this reason, the Konoha ninja was also self-sacrificing. Do not hesitate. It's a pity that the tragic hero is not easy to work with me. The 2 wooden men ignore the bug's bounce, and their inner goals are always the same. On top of Wentai's head, Jai Lai also saw Xingran's actions, and was very anxious. At the beginning, he didn't catch a cold for this young man from the Konoha secret art family. He himself is a civilian ninja, so he can feel less about this birth. The children of the family who have struggled for many years have natural resistance, especially after the Inuzuka family came up with a failed marketing plan. The medical skills are strong, the physical skills are awesome. Do you think you are Tsunade? This is going to smash the heat of my goddess. Not saying hello when you meet is just a routine operation. If I find that you are really vain, then prepare to be sent to the frontier. Your influence in the 3 generations of old men is still very large. However, this kid didn't know whether it was the top of the drama or he knew what to do. After being in contact for a whole morning, he felt like a kind and sunny smiling face, which always made people unconsciously think of his excellent disciple. But these imaginary things can't confuse my own eyes. Well, there is neither pink eye nor cataracts, so people can't be blinded by appearances. The so-called nation is difficult to think about loyal ministers, and people's hearts can be seen for a long time. In times of crisis, a person's nature can be best seen. When we find that everyone can't escape, take the initiative to attract the attention of the enemy. From the perspective of Wentai's head, Jiraiya is an experienced ninja. Of course, it can be seen that there is a problem with Starburn's position. Moreover, judging from the state of his 8-door Dunjia, he has already cultivated to the 3rd door. Combining the speed with which Uchiha Shinji and Hyuga Shirani have been healed just now, this is a genius, and he can become Konoha's pillar in the future. The presence. But this is such a genius who is considered a treasure to Konoha, and he is about to die in front of him. The method of death is still the same as his teacher. The 2nd generation finally tested the 3rd generation of Hokage, but the 3rd generation only gave written answers. And what this kid did is a real case. Unfortunately, the unlucky kid lost his life, and the unlucky Konoha lost a good seedling. Now he can't move. And what Xing Ran doesn't know is that the young Jai Liu is not as proficient as 10 years later, and the 2-toed immortals on his shoulders can't do any effective actions to stop the 2 at this time. It's a wooden man, and went I can't save the field because the Chang pressure just now is in a freeze period after the skill is empty. Chapter 76. Objectives to wipe out the Konoha Youth Corps. This was a major mistake made by Jiraiya. It was just a repression that did not work well, but it resulted in such a passive situation. If Jiraiya is given another opportunity to choose, he is willing to sacrifice the batch of Konoha babies who are not at all at present, and also to keep the real baby who has shown their talents in front of them. There was a blast, even in this noisy battlefield. The sound seemed to have entered the close-up time and reached the ears of everyone present. This Q-Woo was thrown vigorously by Starburn. If it hits the ground, it will definitely blow up a big hole. If it hits an unsuspecting person, it will be like a sniper bullet. Make a big hole in the body. However, the tail beast suits are worth 9 pieces in the world, but a sniper bullet is too easy for it to defend. The two of the wooden figures swayed slightly. This was caused by the heavy impact, but the effect was nothing more. Under the protection of the tail beast clothing, the two wooden figures did nothing at all. Delayed, time passed another second, and the tail beast Jade took shape. Burst. At this moment, Xingran took a drink in his heart, and Kunai, who lost his kinetic energy, was about to fall. The detonating talisman wrapped around the handle suddenly detonated. This explosion made the other people present without a trace of defense. The detonation talisman is often tied behind the kunai with a string. When activated, the detonation talisman is first ignited, and then the detonation talisman is thrown out when the detonation is delayed to complete the long-range explosive strike. Starburn is completely different. The side of the detonating rune is wrapped around the kunai grip, while the blank backside used for pasting is exposed. If the detonating rune is ignited at this time, then the ninjas present, whether it is Xylai or the two Ymir, they have the strength of the shadow rank, and they can immediately realize that this is a detonation talisman. But it is not the deeply hidden detonating shurikens, because they were not ignited in advance. The people they encountered for the first time would have been eaten up. The two Yuma people are no exception. The two unprepared Yuma people watched the Q-Woo falling to her chest suddenly detonated. The surging impact made her unprepared and she couldn't help but lean back a little. At this moment, the tail beast Jade was also launched. The target, the sky. Xingran didn't expect that the best result he had imagined would appear. Fortunately, this hair-tail beast Jade was affected by the impact of the detonating talisman and shot into the sky. When the red light in Xingburn's eyes flashed, he ignited the detonation talisman, and at the same time he took a step towards the target attack. He originally thought that as long as he could attract hatred, the target attack would be done. Who knowing the first wave of means will make a contribution. Damn it, damn kid. Seeing her attack failed, the two Ymir began to condense the tail beast Jade again. This time the target was the Konoha Boy Scouts. She also knew what the enemy and our goals were this time. Konoha the Boy Scouts of the other side are desperately trying to keep, and what he has to do is not to kill the Konoha ninja. After all, the base is no longer saved. Now what we have to do is to destroy these Boy Scouts and let Konoha come to an end. This time, the two Ymir no longer support the big, and while preparing the tail beast Jade, a scarlet energy with a rich and ominous chakra is also superstar burning. Of course Xingran would not stand stupidly on the spot, and it would be an excitement to run away after hitting someone. The dodge speed is close to the speed of sound. Of course, the two Ymir can't hit Starburn. The terrain changes again to see how powerful the attack is. But if you can't hit people, it has no effect. The two Ymir are a little crazy. If it weren't for spending too much energy to accumulate the tail beast Jade, he could easily catch up and destroy him. This little bug ruined his excellent opportunity just now, and it was quite good at jumping Q. People with this kind of consciousness and strength are also the ones who must be strangled. She decided that after the hair-tail beast Jade destroys the target, the first action is to kill the Konoha imp, who has both character and strength. Now, it is enough to force the impest back. It is the ninja to complete the task. Yes, although this task is set by myself. Ninfa middle. Hakumen Rainstorm detonates Shuriken. Xingran knew that the Tuyumiren's attention was not yet on his side, so he was shamelessly coming back to be a demon again. The super-fast speed made the two of the power string players have no time to distract too much. A few shurikens suddenly flew to the back of the Tuyumu. If it was just a pure shuriken penetrating power, the Tuyuki people don't care, but adding the detonation talisman makes it uncomfortable. Although it will not be injured, the destructive power after the explosion is also a greater burden for the chakra tail fur coat. She must fight back, whether it is dodge or hold hands. You can shoot and fly the sword, but you can't be beaten here stupidly. Regardless of the horrible amount of chakra in the human column power tail beast mode, but that is also limited. Human column power cannot obtain the chakra of the tail beast indefinitely. That would hurt both parties. In the original drama, the 9 Lamas warned Naruto not to use your own chakra more, otherwise you will be hurt by the 9-tailed chakra. Unfortunately, the halo of the protagonist Naruto is too bright. This warning until the finale is only a warning, and he has not really been backlashed. But the Tuyumu are not the protagonists. The tail beast Jade has been destroyed twice a moment ago. Now after the third one is finished, there are not many chakras available. After all, the tail beast Jade is a big move, and it is impossible to release it uncontrollably. However, this time, the two wooden men made a lot of determination. Even if the tail beast Jade's power was slowed down, they had to deal with these shurikens. In the end, after all the flying shurikens were shot, it did not explode. How is this going? The two Yuma men had no time to think about it, and more shurikens came before them again. This time she saw clearly that although each shuriken has a sticker, some are counterfeit products, and it will not explode if you try to block it, but you can't completely give up dealing with these shurikens. It was originally because of the speed. It's hard to hide too quickly. If you don't stop it, if you miss a few, as long as one shuriken is detonated, it will consume a lot of chakras, which is very uneconomical. Kieng kieng, boom boom boom. Xingran can be regarded as playing high. The real detonating shuriken and training shuriken are mixed, and the two-tailed man has no temper. Although the time was short, in the next few seconds, the situation on the scene turned into a star-burning crazy output, and the two Yuma people who were like the big boss were pitifully and passively beaten. But the happy moment is only a few seconds. Even if star burn affects the power storage of the two Yuma, the power storage time of the tail beast Jade cannot be delayed for longer. A jet black tail beast Jade as huge as a meteorite was sprayed out from the Tuyuki population, and the target was directed at the Konoha Boy Scouts 1,000 meters away. Ask for recommendation tickets. Ask for collection, ask for comments and encouragement. Chapter 77. The battle is over. He sighed slightly. Little ones, brother can only help you here. This is fate. Xingran did create a lot of hatred, but it is a pity that the two Yuma are also determined people. When the tail beast Jade was released this time, Xingran was still standing a bit to the right of the line blocking the Boy Scouts, thinking to cheat the big move. But this time I don't know if the little trick has been seen through, or if the two Yuma people have always kept a sober brain. Star Burning looks at the flying tail beast Jade, and is already powerless. If you learn the art of flying Thunder God, that's it. No matter how many tail beast Jade you have, I will also send it away for you. Water Dew 9 Cannon Jade. Starburn's efforts were not ineffective. After a few seconds, when recovered from a frozen state too early, there is still time for Jai-in to unleash the powerful ninjutsu. A huge water ball slammed into the flying tail beast Jade from the side like a cannonball. This is a powerful ninjutsu where when Tai and Shiz Wind escape collide, and it is difficult to distinguish the outcome. In this era when the Akatsuki organization is still lurking and there is no super shadow level, this is one of the most powerful water escapes. Of course, Shui-dun is only a single tribute ninjutsu after all, and Tail Beast Jade is a ninjutsu composed of yin and yang. It is impossible to contend, but it is not a problem to simply deflect Tail Beast Jade's flight trajectory. Seeing the Tail Beast Jade flying thousands of miles away from the target, the two Yuma people were a little crazy. Now either catch up to harvest the Boy Scouts by other means, or give up this idea and kill the little bugs in front of them first. This is not a difficult choice. The Boy Scouts are already far away, and the huge Wentai won't allow her to easily catch up. Then target this guy who opens 8 doors. Wait. The 8 doors dungeon. It seems that Konoha can only open the 8 doors dungeon now. Only 2 people, not the freak of watermelon skin and green tights in the intelligence. Then this guy is the genius ninja with first-hand medical ninjutsu. Inexplicably, Xingran felt that the two-tailed man's intent to kill him was soaring in vain. What is the principle? Senfa Goman. When Xingran was considering how to escape, Jai Lai finally managed to get out of the barrier with his big move. Wind escape, fire escape, toad oil. At the fire scene of the Doomsday class, Star Ran climbed onto Wentai's back for the first time. Wentai just hummed a word about it, and didn't say anything. Xingran's heroic performance just now was more recognized. The two Yukaran were a bit unwilling. For the first time, the destructive power of the human-shaped nuclear bomb and Jiraiya in the fairy mode were also tough. The previous plan was to destroy the Konoha Boy Scouts, and then they would be able to retreat. If a goal cannot be achieved, then face my full counterattack before I failed. This base is hopeless. If you can give Konoha a little bit of cruelty to the legend of Konoha before leaving, it would not be too ugly to fail. However, Jai Lai did not agree with the two Yuma people's thoughts, and Xingran also had something to say. I borrowed all the shurikens from Jai Lai temporarily. There are not a few shurikens left on him, but there are still a lot of detonating charms. With such a good hand, Xingran doesn't want to miss the opportunity to fight with the tail beast. Next, the Konoha ninjas from this battlefield were evacuated one after another, and all that remained here were violent explosions and various turn-changing destruction. Starburn is a thigh pendant, relying on Jiraiya in the fairy mode. It is only a long-range attack, and the extremely fast speed of the shuriken really makes it difficult for the enemy to hide. It is not easy to dodge here, which means that the enemy cannot escape the explosion range of the detonation talisman while avoiding the direct attack of the shuriken. Even if it is the human column force in the tail beast mode, if you are not particularly careful, once the speed slows down, it will be a burst. The battle lasted for about 10 minutes, and Xingran had a more intuitive understanding of his attack method, which was a worthwhile trip. In general, this is an auxiliary method. Just like the art of fireball, it seems to be an attacking ability, but it can often only be used to contain it. But that's it. It is also a very good method. The reason is low consumption. On the premise that there is a cash machine in the casino, this local tyrant-like combat mode is the most suitable method for Starburn. The effect of waving hands is not worse than that of the high-energy consuming fireball. There has been no special training these days. In vain. In the end, the two of them turned into wooden men for too long to bear, and took the lead to retreat. Jai Lai didn't chase him either. He was also at the end of the crossbow. The fairy mode was not invincible. The cost was no less than the opponent. There were more people on his side and less bullying, so he won the round, but he was comparable to the human column power tailbeast mode. The role is worthy of the name of Sanin. Back to E3 Camp Starburn. A large wave of rewards is about to hit. At the same time, on the side of the Thunder Country Union Village, the two wooden men must be punished by a large wave of punishment, but this is not the point. The point is the next international situation. The current international situation is very unfavorable for the country of Thunder. Let's talk about the small areas. This time the border base of Yonokuni was uprooted by Konoha, and the land area of Yonokuni recovered a large area. Some of the remaining paper advantages of the country have also been greatly weakened. Let's talk about places that have a big impact. In the last surprise attack, although the two sides have been arguing that their own side won the war, there is indeed a dispute. Then it is feasible for the Thunder Country to claim to be the victor of the war, but this time is different. Yi fought a crushing battle. If the village's tail beast did not participate, the matter can be played down. But the partial tail beast participated, and ultimately failed completely. If Konoha breaks out that Konoha still is a Boy Scout at the time, it will be in his own tail orc column. Fleeing in front of Lee, the face of Thunder Country was lost to Grandma's house. Now Konoha hasn't publicized such a shameful thing, but if we don't make concessions during negotiations, then with the temperament of Konoha's consultants, the shinobi world will soon spread the matter up and down. It was the fault of the two Yuma people. In the huge meeting room in the Leeing building in the Thunder Country, Union Village, an advisory group leader roared and accused the two Yuma people, but they were all human beings, pointing at the monk and cursing the bald donkey. To transfer the responsibility of this matter to Reikiji, its purpose. Every village is not monolithic. Konoha has 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo it fought at, and the 4th generation of Reikiji Nalzigo has many people who want to help him decentralize power. It's not the time to discuss responsibilities. Yuma has already been punished. We still focus on what to do next. Liang Ai had a headache. He knew that these people would jump out to attack political enemies, but now is not the time to discuss this kind of thing. After the war, we can slowly start fighting. Seeking recommendation. Image. Chapter 78, Internal Strife. The current situation is unfavorable, and the front line continues to be consumed like this. Not only is it meaningless, but it will also greatly affect the post-war construction. As a person who bears the title of Shadow, his situation must be bigger than anyone else. This war has exposed many problems. If it cannot be resolved, even if there is a temporary peace, we will still be defeated by Konoha in the future. A burly advisor elder said. He was the original Minister of War. It is a pity this time the action was left idle in the village. Now the war is unfavorable. It is particularly uncomfortable to see the two Yuma people who replaced him. Accordingly, it is not surprising that he also attacked Reikiji's first element. Now he just doesn't want Reikiji. The issue of the failure of the department's command in battle was downplayed. What do you want to say? Liang Ai thumped the desk heavily, his voice dull, and with his unrelenting momentum, he felt overwhelmed. But in this era, there are many people in Union Village who dare to compete with the 4 generations of raking. If they want to shut their opponents up with their aura, AI can't do it for the time being. On the contrary, AI's off-board method gave some careerists a bad signal. Everyone knows that raking is a bit poor in skills. We have to face several problems this time. Konoha's eyes are too helpful to war. Peace in this world is always short-lived. We must think of solutions to prepare for future wars. In addition, there is also the system problem in the village. From this Konoha's war potential, we should be alert. Konoha has 3 ninjas and golden glitter. Even if the 3 ninjas fall apart now, the golden glitter falls, but Konoha's war potential afterwards it's still not bad. Metkai of Hukuman Dungia, Kakashi Haki, son of Konoha Whitetooth, and Shishui Uekaiha, and even intelligence reports that there is a young genius named Uekai Hitachi who took a very short time from the ninja. After graduating from school, maybe there will be another Kakashi guy in the future, and then there will be the star burning in the mountain who successfully prevented 2 wooden men from killing the Konoha juvenile core this time. This mountain star burning is the one in the previous intelligence, and at the same time the ninja with 8 gates and advanced medical ninjutsu. The last surprise attack and the collapse of the 3rd target are also related to this person. Combining the above, don't you guys see it? Think about Konoha's absolute initiative in the war, but he still sends young soldiers to the battlefield, and the people I just said may not know them well, but these people there are almost all the little ghosts who are particularly capable of forbearance. The eldest is only 16 years old. Wake up everyone, for the cultivation of the next generation, we must keep pace with the times. For the specific rectification plan, I have a document here. Next to the burly consultant, a middle-aged Shangren who was thin and incompatible with most of the muscles and personalities sitting there, followed the words of the burly consultant, repeating the specific questions, and at the same time came up with the feasibility prepared in advance. Analysis report. Liang Ai is not a simple-minded person, although his position is different, but the other party is right. So after receiving the document, he did not continue the act of playing cover for the wooden man, but quickly looked at it. Many of the reform plans of Union Village Ninja School have inherited the Konoha Village's ninja school system. Whether it's effective or not is temporarily unclear. It's just that Ninja School will eventually replace the principal. This proposal made Reikij's brows frowned. This replacement principal candidate, no one else. It was the initiator of this plan, the Thin Shangren. This is a bit difficult, not only because the opponent is not a member of the Moonlight Clan, but also an important reason. This guy is on the side of the political opponent. A lot of Reikichi's rights were taken away by this method. If the position of the principal of the ninja school is assigned again, then his own shadow will not be far from the lonely family. The plan can be tested, but in order to stabilize the development of the village after the war, the principal will not be replaced. Liang Ai used to be a person who likes to solve problems with recklessness. Of course, he still has this idea now, and it should not be in the future. Change, but at the same time he is also a smart person. His ass decides his head. Now AI, there is not the strength that can pass all the problems. If the strength is not enough, he can only compromise. Politics is an art of compromise. The skinny middle-aged Samoyed still wanted to fight for his own interests, but at this time his arm was suddenly pulled by someone, and the strong arm of the good friend firmly controlled his movements. He glanced at the other person suspiciously. From his eyes, Samoyed received the message as soon as he saw it. At this time, Reiking's words had agreed to the reform of Ninja School, and the position of some decision-makers in the reform was naturally affirmed. Several people on his side were able to successfully intervene in the decision-making level of Ninja School. Now Reiking only vetoed the principal. It means that their plan is basically achieved, so don't press too hard, and you can move on to the next issue. The first issue was passed, and Reikij compromised, but it was indeed a happy situation for everyone to develop the village. But the only thing was Samoyed himself. He worked hard, made feasible plans, and charged hard. What is the picture of Reikichi's pressure? It's not for greater rights. The old saying is that men shouldn't be powerless for a day. Although some are too machismo, the people of Thunder Country, a fighting nation like this, practice this old saying the most. The contract can be signed, and we can also make some of the requirements, but we must protect the interests of the Thunder Country as much as possible. Samoyed was still messy in the wind. Reiking did not give these political enemies time to use the topic, and finally led the topic. In peace talks, only when Liang had finished speaking, some people in the meeting had already rolled their eyes. Your Lord Reikij said lightly, you want to protect your own interests, and you don't want to think about what the situation is now. This time, the country of Thunder not only lost a large area of occupation, but also made the country like Tangzigo weak. On the one hand, Yanokuni Daimyo has spent a lot of money recently, hiring a large number of Iron Country Ronin and mercenary ninjas. In this situation, Konoha does nothing. The pressure of logistics and Yanokuni's uncontrollable counterattack can bring a devastating blow to the economy of the country of Thunder that is about to collapse, and it will definitely not be able to keep it for that point. In the land where we live, everyone can eat chaffy vegetables. Reikij also felt the change of atmosphere brought about by his words, but as Reikij, sometimes, it is not to see if what you say is reasonable, but to see if your position is correct. When the country is in crisis, resolutely protect the interests of everyone, that is, political correctness. No matter how difficult it is to carry out what you say, there will be people who support you. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for collection, ask for encouragement. Chapter 79, Samoyed Suggestions. Master Reikij, I absolutely support your opinion, but, sure enough, the awkward atmosphere did not last long, and the voice of support rang. But everything is afraid to say such a sentence. Liang suppressed the nature and patiently continued to listen to this neutral advisor elders, but in its current form, Konoha has been fortunate as long as it does not demand too much of us. The previous resource requirements seem to be impossible now. Everyone is justified. I personally think that in order to avoid our fragile supply lines and the country, economically, as long as Konoha has no compensation conditions, we must complete the signing of the peace treaty as soon as possible. This neutral advisory elders analysis was immediately supported by a large number of participants, regardless of personal feelings. The advisory elders' approach is to be mature and prudent. In fact, Liang had just expressed his position, although he did not cooperate with him and said that he could negotiate his request. But if most people can accept the situation of non-compensation by the two sides and an unconditional armistice, he also willing to accept. Although Liang's position was taken from his father, this position is not hereditary. If the family is really lost, in fact, it's not far from stepping down. Union Village is not owned by his own family. It cannot be recognized. Okay, then the matter of signing a peace treaty as soon as possible is settled, and the rest is up to you. Raikage, the fourth generation, was ready to leave after speaking. At this moment, a voice sounded abruptly, calling everyone who was about to leave the scene again. Everyone, this topic is over. But there is still a topic that has not been resolved before. What should I do with Konoha's white eyes problem? Even if we give in and get a chance to breathe this time, what about the next time? Samoyed finally returned from the wind in a mess. Excited. After just a few consultants discussing the bottom line of the negotiation, Samoyed once again had an idea in his mind that war is the best way to get promoted. Once the war is over, he can rely on his own strength that was temporarily promoted during the war. It will soon be lost to everyone, which makes it unacceptable for the ambitious one. So now, we must find a reason for not being able to cease the war. Samoyed, what do you want to say? Liang was already a little annoyed with this weak Shangren. We must find a way to deal with blind eyes, and at the very least, we must have the strength not to lose the eyes, and deal with the weaknesses of the battlefield's reconnaissance ability weaker than Konoha. Samoyed hardened his scalp and said while looking at Raikage, "Oh, did you think of this way?" This time it was the neutral elder who explained the situation of the negotiation before. He couldn't hear any emotion in his tone, as if he was just asking questions about the problem itself. The solution has not been figured out yet. But, to offset our shortcomings, I have an idea. Samoyed stopped everyone at first, just wanting to avoid the war now. It was over, but soon faced the pressure of Raikage and the questioning of the consultant. His brain with a slight sweat on his forehead turned quickly. We can ask Konoha to share a white eye. Yes, a white eye is the limit of bloodstains, but I heard that a guy named King in Union Village successfully transplanted a white eye, and we also asked for it. Konoha provides us with a pair of white eyes. No, it is to provide as many white eyes as possible. Once this is successful, our Thunder Country's intelligence disadvantage on the battlefield will be greatly improved. I firmly believe that, in this way, the next we will defeat Konoha in a war. Samoyed was a little stumbling at the beginning, but as he said it, it went smoothly. Obtaining Konoha's white eyes and blood, this is not only the benefit of battlefield intelligence, it is this kind of white eyes. The blood stain itself is a good thing with good combat effectiveness. Combining with the Thunder Country, it is mainly Thunder Dunge. If you can develop the Thunder Dunrukwan, think about how you can become a character who will evolve the fighting style of Union Village in the future. The name is by no means a fantasy. But the other people present were silent at this moment. There is no fool here. There is no benefit in getting a blind eye. Even if Samoyed didn't say it, everyone has their own associations. But the problem is that this is simply impossible. The whitey-eyed Hyuga clan has had almost perverted protection for their eyes since the Warring States period. The most famous one is the bird curse in the gauge. As long as the Hyuga clan engraved with this curse, even if it is dead, their eyes will not be obtained by the enemy. The eyes will destroy themselves when the owner dies or leaves the eye socket. Only the direct clan of Hyuga has a few talents have not been under this horrible curse. So, What do you think? Let's force Konoha to provide a few eyes of the Hyuga sect family. You are afraid that you have lost your mind. The Hyuga clan can be said to be an extremely strict family. The clan has almost absolute power to live and kill the family. That is to say, all the people of the Hyuga clan exist to serve the clan. If Union Village proposes this kind of non-separate request, let alone Konoha will not agree. Even if Hokage agrees, the Hyuga clan will riot. Konoha's authorities are all difficult to deal with. Do you want to go to war when you make this request? After talking about the great plan that he had thought of temporarily, Samoyed was about to be proud, but the atmosphere around him soon became more and more solid, causing Samoyed to unconsciously converge his thoughts and think about what he thought was wrong. Queen, what do you mean? Liang Ai suddenly and harshly questioned the leader of Samoyed, who was previously the burly Liang advisor Quinn, who was in charge of war matters. Feeling the sharp gaze from the surroundings, Quinn, who became the target of the public, sweated unconsciously on his forehead, and the matter became serious. It's not a conspiracy to turn eyes to the matter itself. This matter is indeed good for Union Village. The serious problem is the attitude problem, and the popular point is whether it is politically correct or not. After everyone agreed on the idea of bringing peace through negotiation, Samoyed suddenly proposed a seemingly good idea, but in fact it is forcing Konoha to continue the war. This greatly touched the nerves of everyone sitting there. A pair of white eyes is not even comparable to an Asma head in terms of compensation for war resources that move in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. But the problem is not the size of the value. Unless you can get a white eye on the battlefield like the Union Village, it is impossible to get a white eye through negotiation. This kind of thing is obvious. And Samoyed, as the #1 horseman of hawkish consultant Quinn, did he not expect this, or did it deliberately, which is intriguing. It's okay if you didn't expect this, but the ability is not good, and it's better to abandon it in the future. But if it is deliberate, it has to be reminiscent of whether the Hawks still don't want to give up the war, even if they disobey Raikage, and the village does not hesitate to ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 80 Abduction. Perhaps this kind of thing is nothing more than a dispute between the left and the right in other ninja villages, but Union Village alone can't. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebellion in the past directly led to the death of two powerful attackers. The strongest 3 generations of Thunder Shadow came to power after that incident. The reason for this serious consequence is that the Hawks' Golden Horns and Silver Horns opposed the peace talks and finally rebelled after they disagreed with the village. The 4th generation of Raikage asked Quinn in a stern tone. It was also out of this consideration. If Quinn is really determined to continue the war regardless of the village's decision, then I will take him down as soon as possible and take control of Quinn first. Get up to prevent Union Village from falling into civil strife again. I don't mean anything. This is an idea that Samoyed thought of temporarily. It has nothing to do with me. I also want to end the war by negotiation. Quinn is very attentive, let alone what he said. It was originally a fact. Even if I really have any ideas, I dare not say it at this time. It is not only Raikage present. The 20 or 30 people here are all high-level existences. The high levels of Union Village do not need weak chickens, so Quinn couldn't answer a single one. Just wait to be double regulated. Only after hearing Quinn's words, combined with Quinn's voice, Samoyed was struck by lightning. And now he also remembered. He was not a person who joined Union Village halfway. He naturally knew that for decades. In the previous Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebellion, it was obvious that he was suspected of being a war criminal. Cough. Guys, stay calm. I haven't finished. Seeing that the eyes of the people around him were getting sharper and sharper, Samoyed hurriedly helped himself. Samoyed is a little clever. If he is placed in the thief's stockade, he is definitely the role of a Kuta warrior, and he is quite quick-witted. I just said that letting Konoha pay for his eyes is just rhetoric. Yes, it is just a rhetoric. As we all know, the Hyuga clan will never allow the white eyes to fall outside, but the precedent of Union Village is where we can learn from. As long as we can get the white eyes, then there will be a problem with Konoha. This kind of thing, as long as we delay, Konoha will not start the war with us again after the deal is done. Samoyed's words made everyone silent again. From Samoyed's attitude, everyone knew that Samoyed didn't dare to learn gold horns and silver horns, and his strength was not allowed, so it was really just for the purpose of planning to roll his eyes. The problem is here, it is much simpler. Ying Ai doesn't like others to sell Guanzi, and gave Samoyed a look for him to experience. Samoyed Miaodong continued, the Hyuga sect's family is not protected by a bird curse in a cage. We only need to send the elite to join Konoha's negotiating team and wait for the opportunity to kidnap and abduct a few Hyuga sect's children. The next thing is nothing more than diplomatic wrangling. Samoyed's plan gave everyone a new association again. That is, many years ago, Union Village also kidnapped an important figure of Konoha, that is, the wife of Konoha's fourth generation of Hokage, who died in the Kyubi incident. The only person in Uzumaki Juxina. At that time, the plan was almost successful, but it was destroyed by the fourth generation of teenage Naruto. Reminiscing about this, everyone once again discovered that Konoha has indeed been too far ahead in cultivating the younger generation. Whenever the ninjas of the older generations of other countries rule the battlefield at the time, Konoha would always have several young people shine on the battlefield. Very well, this time the abduction task will be handed over to you. Once it is done, the position of the principal of Ninja School is yours. Ying Ai is very decisive. The political opponents have to contribute to the village, and there is no way to refuse. Reason? The carrots were thrown out immediately, but before Samoyed was ecstatic, big sticks followed. It's not easy to kidnap someone from the Hyuga sect in Konoha. Once it fails, what measures do you have? Raikige's words are already very euphemistic, but Samoyed is still a little frightened. Ying's request is very clear, and the benefits are indispensable to you, but if it is done, then this matter, including your Samoyed himself, has nothing to do with our Union Village. So how can it be done? Have you thought about it? If Reiking cannot be persuaded, then this idea cannot be called a plan and cannot be implemented. I have achieved my consciousness. I will be dead whenever necessary to avoid possible troubles in the village. By the way, my death will not be in vain. You are optimistic, Lord Raikage. If it really fails, I will use my death to bring a pair of eyes to the village. P.S. The part that did not appear in the original plot, the author will fill it up. Raikage was very satisfied with Samoyed's answer. As long as the ninja is worthy of death, then all sacrifices are great. After the meeting, Samoyed received the attention of the entire senior management in Union Village, the country of thunder, and at the same time received a lot of rights. Of course, the current rights are only for the completion of the task, but once the task is finally completed, these rights will eventually become part of his position. To complete the task, it depends on the performance of the negotiation experts of the diplomatic mission. When they have negotiated, and when Samoyed will lead the delegation to Konoha for the signing ceremony, and it will also facilitate the kidnapping task. In the following days, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire launched fierce negotiations, mainly focusing on compensation for post-war supplies. After the retaliatory war facilitated by Danzo, Konoha was in an absolute position. If he wanted to end the war, he had to pay indemnities as obediently as Dokage. But Danzo's request was resolutely resisted by the Lizigo mission. At the same time, the Nation mission played the style of a fighting nation. We are basically fighting barefoot now. I'm not afraid that you guys wearing shoes will be a big deal. What to order? Everyone can get together and give a decent ending. In fact, the trump card of both parties is that everyone unconditionally signed the peace treaty. But the problem is that they don't know each other. If you want to finally reach this bottom line that both sides agree, there is still a long way for the diplomatic staff to go. In the 51st year of Konoha, after the New Year's Day, the camp number D3 ushered in the first snow. There was not much snow, but the road was muddy and difficult to navigate. But those problems are for ordinary people. For ninjas, they can walk on the surface of water, let alone muddy roads. No matter how wet or soft the ground, ninjas can walk easily without getting it done. Dirty shoes. More than 2 months ago, Xingran returned here with the glory of assisting Jai Lai also to repel young ninjas Yulai. Within a few days, Konoha, under Jiraiya's suggestion, once again recorded Xingran's great work. This time, Yi came here as a quartermaster of Staran, and at the same time he picked up Ki Shanzong Ki. He also handed Xingran a list of Hokage building. By the way, ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 81 Accumulation of Merit. The names recorded in it are all practical and powerful ninjutsu names, and I have already seen similar ones last time. At that time, he had just been remembered once, and he could choose a level ninjutsu at the highest. However, none of these ninjutsu was the eye-catching that Xingran saw. It was not that Xingran didn't want to learn it. He was just wasting a precious opportunity to exchange for those ordinary as grade ninjutsu is a waste of resources for Xingran, so he returned to the village and wanted to accumulate more credit before redeeming it. Starburn's goal is to seal up the Sleevel ninjutsu ghoul, not to die or fight, but to make up for their own shortcomings, and want to study more advanced soul ninjutsu. The list brought by Hichi this time really adds a new ninjutsu. The previous A-level large-scale goods have been increased, and they are no longer all large-scale goods. Tsunade's stunts are rushing, and they are listed as the forbidden technique Uzumaki, people's signature ninjutsu multi-shadow avatar technique, and even the mind dice order technique of their mountain clan. Here is a special note. The Bleevil shadow clone technique is still safe and cannot be regarded as a forbidden technique. The reason why this multiple shadow clone technique is called a forbidden technique is because it requires a huge chakra. Because this technique consumes chakras too fiercely, people who do not have a large amount of chakras using this technique will injure themselves or even endanger their lives. Moreover, a large amount of information flow can easily cause brain damage to the operator. It's just that this technique is not obvious to the star burning effect that has already learned the shadow clone technique, which has a super brain to learn everything. Staring over the A-level ninjutsu, Xingran finally saw the Sleevel ninjutsu. This is a ninjutsu that can be exchanged with 2 great achievements. Unfortunately, there are only 2 skills in the list. One is Kakashi's Sleevel ninjutsu Reikai. One is Kato Dan's fame and spiritual transformation. Let's talk about Rachel first. There is a paragraph after this technique. When activated, the chakra is concentrated in the palm of the hand, and the shape and nature of the chakra are changed at the same time, forming a thunder escape, making the hand like a sharp blade to achieve a single blow. The effect of killing the enemy. The attack power is strong enough to penetrate the human body. It is characterized by a concentrated attack on a single point of spur. However, too fast moving speed will make the user unable to see the opponent's counterattack, which may bring danger to himself. So it must cooperate with sufficient observation power, such as writing round eyes, to effectively attack the enemy. These explanations are not the main point. The main point is that this technique was developed by Hagai Kakashi and is still being further improved. Now Kakashi has killed Lin by wearing a chest and is still in the stage of perfection. I think the current Rachel is not as powerful as at the beginning of the plot. Unfortunately, for Xingran, this technique is just a look. His previous chakra attributes were yin and earth. After awakening, he added yang attributes. Don't think too much about thunder ninjutsu. Forced cultivation is only half the effort. With his tasteless ability, it is impossible to complete the advanced changes of chakral's attributes. Maybe there will be time in the future, and you can consider practicing more chakra attributes. And the other rank ninjutsu is a spiritual and soul ninjutsu that is his professional counterpart. So do you want to exchange it? Spiritualization is the ninjutsu that transforms oneself into a living soul, ignoring the distance and killing the enemy. It can control the opponent's body and enter the spiritual world of others. This technique is super magical in some versions of Naruto. Using this technique to control a humanoid puppet is like controlling a drone in a safe place for long-range strikes. So what version of the world is you in? The ghoul sealing technique did not appear, which made Xingran a little disappointed. But the spiritualization technique is like a consolation prize, and it is also very useful for himself. It can be used to study the spirit and soul technique. Then should I exchange it? Xingran didn't struggle for too long. When Xingran told Hai that he wanted to exchange the spiritualization art, Hai looked very strange and said, "You asked someone to find a relationship, but finally found your mother-in-law to help you learn. Is it the dialect of their hometown?" The metaphor is a bit convoluted. Anyway, it means that we also have this technique for the Mountain Clan. Don't look at Kato's practice of this technique and kill the quartet during World War II. In fact, an elder of the Mountain Clan during the Warring States period also practiced this technique. The secret technique family of spirit and soul. How can there be no such technique? It's just too difficult to practice, and very demanding. No one in these generations of people has practiced it. So Xingran asked, "Since there is one at home, can you study it for me?" The old-fashioned Hai once again gave Xingran a speechless answer. Although there is it at home, you must follow the family rules if you want to use the resources at home. At least you must be at the level of Zongnin to learn more secrets and soul secrets. Skills are no better than others, and it is not simply a good thing for a young soul to practice prematurely, and there is a risk of the loss of secret methods. Star burning has nothing to say. What age is this? And I am worried that the secret technique will be passed on. Maybe it's okay to do this in the Warring States period, but now it's the Ninumura period, and the secret technique of the mind and body, which is only ours, is handed in exchange for benefits to the village. If you don't care if others reveal the secret technique, you will know that you are in the nest, and you are not promising. When Hichi was young, of course, he also complained about the rules of the family, but this is the family tradition. It is not good to break. Otherwise, when Xingran asked Hichi ninjutsu a few months ago, he would think about the ninjutsu he knew. The teaching was given to Star Burning. In order to appease Xingran, he finally said some good things this time. For example, the intelligence team had an assessment of Xingran's strength. If it was the age of the outbreak of the 3 world wars, Xingran can now be rated as particularly forbearing. Therefore, Hai enlightened Xingran, and believed that he would soon be admitted to Zongren, served as Shangren, married Bai Fumai, learned all the secret arts of the family, and embarked on the pinnacle of life. Some strange achievement seems to have been mixed in. In the end, Xingran returned the list to Hichi. This time he did not choose any ninjutsu. The reason given was that he still wanted to accumulate merits and hoped to exchange for a stronger rank ninjutsu. He expressed his understanding that the war will be completely over immediately, and the entire ninja world will usher in peace. It will be very difficult to perform meritorious service anymore. Not all tasks can be counted as meritorious service. Meritorious service must be a major contribution to the village. Just work. Do you think going to the river to clean up rubbish counts as a contribution to the village? Although it is a rewarded task, it is also counted as a contribution, but this is not a major contribution, so it has nothing to do with merit. Often the level tasks assigned by the village do not necessarily get a third-class merit. Only A level or above. It is possible to obtain merits only by assigning tasks. Just say how difficult it is. Now that there are 2 great achievements on the account, of course, you can hold another super reward to redeem. The world will be peaceful in the future, and if you want to accumulate so much credit, you don't know if you have to wait until the year of the monkey. Ask for a recommendation ticket. P.S. Thanks to the brothers who have always voted for Xingran, the contract has been signed, and Xingran will return you with a better story in the future. Chapter 82 The Cloud Forbearance Mission. After Shanzong Kai said goodbye to herself with a look of gratitude, Xingran once again returned to the routine of keeping the sidelines while practicing silently. 8 Detonating shurikens no longer need to continue to practice. This kind of technique is too low for the super brain and steel body, and he has already graduated. Starburn's next main goal is the control of chakra in the 8 Dordangia state, as well as the cultivation of the secret arts of the Mountain Clan over time. One is to give Bayman Dungeon more possibilities, and the other is to add to the safety of his soul. The days of cultivation always passed very fast. In a blink of an eye, Kono has 50 years passed, and Kono has 51 years accompanied this mid-snowfall. At this time, Starburn did not have much progress in the soul secret art, but the control of chakra under the 8 Dordangia state has been greatly improved. After the yin healed, open the 8 Dordangia, Starburn can already be controlled for nearly 30 seconds, and it has preliminary practical significance. In addition, the unremitting sun exposure during this period of time has finally made Xingburn's physique improved. Xingburn feels, at this rate, before his birthday on June 1st, he can naturally reach the 4th door injury. The minimum condition of the door. The good life is not only that, the task of guarding the side assigned by the village has expired. That is to say, the village will soon have someone to replace him, and then he will be able to go home and live his own little world alone. To be honest, although because of your special status as a medical ninja, you have a lot of private time in the camp to carry out your own exercise plan, but if it is cheaper, you don't need to go out on patrols, so the work in the infirmary cannot be sloppy, and ninjas are inherently high-risk occupations. Even if there were no battle casualties in the entire camp, these guys would have scarred themselves from their daily practice. The most representative example is Kai, so Xingran must spare time every day to treat people. I am not short of money, and this kind of grassroots service work is meaningless at all. Mr. Xingran, the people who came for the change of defense have been handed over, we can go back to the village. On this day, Izumi Nara held a scroll proving the end of the mission and found Xingran in the mountain. He was also accompanied by Metkai. Carrying his own salute backpack, Star Ran's own salute has been packed long ago, and he can leave at any time. So in the infirmary, there was a cheer that Xingran rarely heard. Going back to the camp with Kaigu, the two discussed whether to eat barbecue or ramen after returning to the village. In the end, after Xingran said I would like to eat everything, everyone agreed that it was not that ramen was too cheap. Mainly we like to eat barbecue. Star burning in the mountains. Star burning in the mountains, there is your mission. In the camp command, a ninja ran out prominently. While calling the star burning in front of the camp, he waved his hand to indicate that he had a mission scroll that needed to be signed. The dividing line for overtime. Xingran was asked to work overtime. In fact, this overtime task is not difficult and time-consuming, but you can go home. Before getting on the train, you told me that the company has a project to work overtime, which is quite a beeping dog. NS. The country of fire and the country of thunder, after a long war of words, finally reached a result acceptable to both sides. The exact details have not yet been announced, but the gossip has spread. This time it should be an unconditional truce between the two sides, ending the war that has lasted for several years. About half a month later, this time, a formal negotiating team from Lisis Congress was sent to Konoha village, and finally the peace agreement was signed and made public. Starburn's temporary mission is to participate in the accompanying security work after the Nation mission enters the territory of the Fire Nation. It is positioned as a medical staff, ready to deal with sudden injuries and illnesses at any time. At the beginning of February, it was agreed for half a month. As a result, Xingran first waited for more than 20 days. Finally, on this day, Xingran saw a team running for miles. This team is like a snake in the mountains. Moving forward slowly, the first unit had already arrived at the gate of the camp, and the tail was still on the other side of the mountain. Of course, he didn't need to worry about his entourage about the contact. The responsible person in the camp, Shangran, took a group of high-level officials to greet him. Xingran noticed that the mission part of this team is not huge, and it is the scale of the 10 or so cars in the front. The reason for the real continuous number is the huge team of civil servants in the back. This team has a large number of civil servants and animal power. Pull the cart and the cart moves slowly. Although there was something covered on these animal carts, Starburn could still see through what they were. There is chakra ore rich in Thunder Country. This ore is the best material for making ninja. And there are also a large number of handicrafts. This occupies at least 40% of the team, and the rest are some strange things. It should be a specialty of Thunder Country. There are pearls, corals, and some medicinal materials. It is no wonder that the arrival time here will be delayed. A transportation team mainly composed of ordinary people has been walking from the territory of the Land of Thunder to the border of the Land of Fire in more than 20 days. And the speed is already considered to be good. Xingran thought for a moment in his heart, if he and this team walked all the way, then back to Konoha village would also have about 20 days to walk. For the ninja, this kind of tortoise speed is simply a torture. There are so many things. I haven't heard of the huge compensation for Thunder State. Xingran silently counted the carriages that entered the camp. There were already more than 100 cars and horses. There were more than half of them behind. These are not indemnities. The above statement is that Ulzigo expresses sincerity to accelerate the economic and trade development of the two countries and bring supplies to trade with us. This ninja, unknown to Starburn, is one of the reception staff, and internal news knows earlier than the others. These are not things that need to be kept secret, and they are also mentioned in the chat. Starburning is a bit speechless. Others don't know, but his perspective eyes can see clearly, except for a small amount of ores and medicinal materials that have been deliberately placed in a conspicuous position. The Kingdom of Thunder did not bring anything at all this time. Value gadgets, especially those handicrafts. During the post-war recovery period, if you use this useless thing to exchange for enough food, it is a very profitable business. The people of Thunder Country are really treacherous. In the evening, Konoha Carter held a grand reception banquet in the camp. The personnel of the two countries were also mixed together according to the circle in charge of the work. Xingran's side is the medical department for logistics, and there are not many entourages in this whole. Konoha has assistants Shinosuke and Kazama, including himself. In Union Village, there are more people in charge of medical treatment. There are 5 or 6 people. It is said that during this trip, the delegation of Ulzigo also came to visit Konoha Hospital to learn advanced medical technology. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 83 Linen Clothes. Staranch expresses this kind of thing. It would be nice to show you the advanced technology during World War II. How can good things be easy for others to learn because of temporary friendliness? Some boring to endure routine entertainment. Xingran wondered what excuses he could find to flash people. And suddenly a nice voice stopped him. I heard that your combat abilities are as good as your medical abilities. Are you squeezed out by them? Didn't your Princess Tsunade stipulate the 3 medical ninja guidelines? Why would you risk going to the front line to fight? By the way, how did you survive from Lord Yumu at that time? Is the legendary Saninjuno really that strong? The tail beasts are not his opponents. Is he the next generation of Hokage? The voices of inquiries generally sounded like a cannon. It was obviously a series of offensive questions, but in the soft voice with a little heroic voice, people did not feel too repulsive. Xingran turned his head and saw a girl from the Yu clan. The Indian red and black skin was set against the short silver-white hair. She looked youthful and energetic. She was about 1.6 meters tall and almost the same as Xingran now, with a childish face. This is a high school student who has just grown up. At this time, her dark green eyes are wide open, staring at Xingran unblinkingly. It was the first time for a beautiful woman to stare at Starburning too as a person, and she was a little uncomfortable, but she quickly regained her composure. Does the damn Yunren want to seduce me? What are these problems? Inferior provocative methods. Because I am too strong, I can go to the battlefield regardless of whether it is a medical ninja or not. Tsunade-sama still has a fourth rule, that is, it is stipulated that a strong like me can also go to the battlefield. Xingran greeted this with no anger. Little beauty, there are so many reasons. I am strong. Are you satisfied with this reason? Really? It turns out that there is a fourth rule. What is it specifically? How to be a medical ninja to get on the battlefield. The pretty girl seemed to have not noticed the wrong tone in Xingran's tone, and sent out a series of questions. Who are you? Why do I want to tell you? What about the beauty? I didn't use the technique of 100 heroes on the battlefield. Can I just say it casually? Mainly I don't want to answer your question. Sorry, my name is Mabui, the medical ninja accompanying Union Village this time. The beauty of the Yu tribe quickly replied, and at the same time she showed the kind smile of the big sister next door, telling others that she is not a bad person. Hearing the name Mabui, Xingran seriously looked at the beauty in front of him. There are too many beauties in the world of Hokage, and the little contact does not mean that they see less. So Xingran was the one in front of him at the beginning. Ordinary people, unexpectedly, attending a boring banquet. You can also catch up with the plot characters. This is the right arm of the future Hokage. If he is placed next to the 5th generation of Naruto Tsunade, it is the existence of silence, which is the kind of lack of her. The entire office system has to fall into chaos. In the original plot, as Abui only performed a gift from heaven and received a box lunch. In the encyclopedia, she has no other abilities to explain, but in a certain game, as Abui is a medical ninja, and the level is also a top-level existence. It seems that the burlap in this world is set with that ability, so that's why he is on the side of the medical team and finds himself Barabara and talks non-stop. Based on the memory of Xingran's previous life, Kakashi was 30 when Azabui was 29 years old. That is to say, her age is about the same as Mitarayazuki Bean's. She is now about 15 years old. It stands to reason that 15-year-old girls in this world should be the development has been completed, but it is clear that the development period of the fighting nation is a bit longer. Even if the height is now 1.6 meters, according to official information, the linen can grow 5 centimeters taller in the future. At the same time, the high school student in front of the linen can also it's far inferior to the tonnage in the original plot. Although it is not small now, it is certain that it will continue to thrive in the future. The height and the chest did not match, so Xingran did not immediately recognize that this was Rei Ying's assistant Linin, and Linin had long hair and short hair now, which also gave Xingran a lot of wrong information. Aren't you Raikichi's assistant? Why are you here? Don't you need to be with your mission leader Samoid? Xingran blurted out and asked, surprised at how the other party was a medical ninja, but he regretted it immediately after speaking. This is to do something. Maybe this kind of information can be reported to exchange credit. How come it is said, huh? Me, assistant Raikage? Don't be kidding. It's impossible for Raikage-sama to let someone who has never been on the battlefield be an assistant. Because of his identity as a medical ninja, and he is still young. He just graduated from the ninja school. It didn't take long for the medical ninja, Azabuyi, to have no chance to go to the battlefield. Konoha was already a powerful organization, and he couldn't bear to let the medical ninja go to the battlefield. The less powerful Thunder Country would even treasure his own medical ninja. Haha, I will swindle you. Who made your initial question sound like a sow discord? Xingli ignited haha, listening to Mabuya's explanation. It is really possible that she is not valued by Raikage now. Anyway, regardless of whether it is true or false, if you make a mistake, you can recover it. This is the excellent quality of Xingran. Sorry, I didn't mean to instigate the divorce, because my companion wouldn't let me go on the battlefield. So, now can you tell me the fourth rule? Mabui was suddenly surprised. The question was a little ill-considered, and she hurriedly explained something, but unexpectedly a little cute. Even if the future is a calm strong woman, she is still very immature now, who has not been on the battlefield. Well, This involves some secret techniques in our village. It is not convenient for me to tell you. But if you want to go to the battlefield as a medical ninja, I have a way." This guy panicked to explain. Xingran suddenly wanted to make fun of the other party, so he let the other party's hope be shattered, and after feeling disappointed for a few seconds, he gave a hope like a devil. Sure enough, the girl in front of her eyes was filled with hope just now with a secretly sad expression, and then the Linin heard the answer that made her gritted her teeth. "But I can't tell you what I can do." After Xingran finished speaking, he turned and left with a laugh, looking at the bulging Bun's face and Mabui. The next day, the continuous team set off again, and most of the guards of Thunder Country were repatriated, and more Konoha personnel joined this new team. As a result, the team not only did not decrease, but became larger and bloated. The ninja is called the ninja-sama in the common people's mouth, and the treatment is of course better than ordinary people. But even so, if you have the right to enjoy it, you have to enjoy it with conditions. Xingran and Shinosuke belong to the kind of unconditional, ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 84 Communication. To be precise, Konoha's ninjas have almost no conditions to enjoy. The few bullock carts in the camp have long been assigned, so the Star Ranch trio, just like the other ninjas, forced to take the 11th bus with the team forward. As a respected and not weak person, Xingran said that he could not stand this kind of grievance. After less than 1 mile away, Xingran found the person in charge of a truck to negotiate. Soon Xingran was lying on an ox cart pulling medicinal herbs, biting the grass stem in his mouth and looking at the white clouds in the sky leisurely. "The team is too long, there are too many civilians, and can't walk 100 miles every day, and the days to come are still long, so I can't wrong myself." Shinosuke and Kazama hated Hoshiburn's behavior of enjoying alone, licking his face, and wanted to patrol the enemy in the sky with Hoshiburn. As a result, Xingburn kicked the other trucks one by one. These two goods don't have a long brain at all. He can do other people's ideological work in this car. "Well," he told the person in charge, "that I am a doctor. I am afraid that these medicinal materials may be damaged due to improper storage during transportation, so I help you check in the car. The medicinal materials are precious, so they are packed in a box, and Starburn can lie down leisurely, because the truck made of this box is very flat. But the same reason cannot be used twice. One person is enough to look after the medicinal materials, so let's take care of the local products for the two goods." Xingran was in a happy mood and always had a sense of superiority in IQ. He was slowly drowsy while lying in the car. A voice woke him up in a daze. "Have you eaten?" "I still have rice balls here. I made them in the morning. Would you like them?" Ruano's slightly heroic voice is still so nice, but it's a bit changed when it comes to Xingran. "I played with her yesterday, and now this rice ball doesn't look like something to eat." "Ha, so kind? Do you dare to take a bite of the rice ball first?" Seeing that the sky is approaching noon, Starburning treats the villain with a gentleman's heart, and he is about to Kokanbui's conspiracy and tricks in one fell swoop. "Okay." Mabui took a serious face, took a bite on each rice ball, then climbed into the ox cart and sat side by side with Xingran, and handed the rice ball to Xingran. As Abui was very lady, kneeling and sitting beside Xingran, while Xingran was sitting there with a carefree look at the rice balls that were handed in front of him, each with clear bite marks. If he eats it, it is considered indirect kissing. This is a bit awkward. Seeing the sincerity of Azabuye, Xingran is a little hesitant. Do you want to accept the kindness of foreign friends? But it's normal to be tricked by someone yesterday, and being pranked on the other hand is normal, right? But this woman has tried poisoning. Will she be too embarrassed if she doesn't eat it? Cut. So what, do I need to care about other people's eyes? It will be more ugly if someone succeeds in a prank. Thank you. I'm not hungry. Coward. I just ate 2 soldiers' grain pills. You just slept, and you didn't do a good job last night. Eat before going to bed. You care what I do at night. Coward. Oh, woman. Xingran realized that Mabui was too noisy, and he scolded and returned to the cowardly sentence, and immediately used a mocking face. The burlap is also cruel enough, 5 fist-sized rice balls, babble babble, gnaw in front of Starburn, and then sneered at his face, and I don't know where to take out a bamboo tube to drink tea. That gesture is very angry people. P.S. I will write extras when I have time. This tea is exquisite. Xingran suppresses his anger, and I won't eat it if it's not poisonous. What if I get misunderstood by you? Anyway, there will be no less meat. Ahem, this is my site. If it's okay, it's easy to leave or not. After speaking, Xingran turned sideways and lay down again and was about to go to sleep. Now it's linen clothes and claws. This guy is really a bit tricky if he doesn't get in. Arnold, speak English. Xingran couldn't stand the linen clothes, so she could use such a whispering voice. What kind of demon was she going to be? I have a piece of information about Untitled Chapter when he was in medical shock. Do you want it? Ma Buai gritted his teeth and took out his assassin. Not to mention, for this era of indiscriminate information, the opportunity to obtain medical technology is very precious. Xingran has also thought about using the medical knowledge of the previous life to combine the method of chakra, but time does not allow, and there is no experimental equipment for research. Now that I heard an interesting topic, I really got my attention. Now the two countries can be regarded as the honeymoon period after the armistice, and the contradiction between the two is just a quarrel. In the face of real benefits, everything is a cloud. Yes, Xingran replied concisely. Why should I give it to you? Mabui returned with the words of yesterday's star burning. This feeling of using the enemy's words to bend the enemy makes Mabui as comfortable as drinking ice water in the dog days. This is boring. It's interesting. It's easy to leave or not to send. You are a big man who has no belly at all. I will use this information for your method of getting the medical ninja on the battlefield. What Mabui is talking about here is not the kind of war doctor, but the real fighting for the village as a warrior. It is not her fault that she has medical talents. As a member of the fighting nation, she has learned everything but stays here in the rear. This made the young Linin very uncomfortable. It turned out to be this. As long as you can fight better than medical ability. Xingran was bright when he heard the request of Jabui. This kind of request is too simple. Isn't we able to fight better than medical ability? Seeing that he managed to get it from the teacher, and the medical information scroll was taken away by the other party, Mabui felt that he had encountered a liar. No. You can't take the scrolls yet. You have to tell me the specific method. Whoever doesn't know how to fight better will have a better chance of going to the battlefield. You have a senjutsu Tsunade our Thunder Country knows very well. As Abui stretched out his hand to snatch his assassin, it is unfair to change a technique for the other side's careless words. Feeling the astonishing elasticity of the opposing team's back pressure during the scramble action, Xingran was distracted. And why was distracted? The fourth rule is that only medical ninjas who are proficient in ninja creation and regeneration, the technique of the 100 heroes, are allowed to break all the regulations mentioned in the first 3. Xingran told Mabui the standard answer. But as Abui has a question mark face, Xingran had no choice but to say everything, so let's send the Buddha to the west. Next, Starburn explained in detail the state of the combination of creation and regeneration and the technique of Beihao. Creating regeneration can guarantee a small life, and the technique of Beihao can guarantee the endurance of creating regeneration, and it is also an upgrade mode of strange power, and the attack power is guaranteed. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 85 Being Surveilled. Of course, as long as you do it, you can also replace it with a Dordungia and the like. Starburn is this one, and by then you will be a qualified combat medic. Mabui realized it. The first thing she thought of was their Moon Knight clan's thunder and lightning bodybuilding secret technique. If she could be as strong as Raking's physique. Wait, what if she becomes a muscle stick? As Abui just solved a problem, and once again fell into a more serious problem. Seeing that Mabui had emptied his thoughts, Xingran happily unfolded the done medical scroll and looked at it. Although I don't have any plans to cultivate the chakra nature of the thunder attribute for the time being, the ninja world also has such a magical thing as household electricity, which still has a lot of reference for myself. Starburn has a super brain poor man's version, which can completely memorize the thick scrolls of the arm in 10 minutes, and at the same time, he is constantly calculating various possibilities in his mind. Arnoldy don't have either the 100 Glorious Art or the 8 Doors Dungia Secret Art, so ... you still didn't help me in this transaction. A whistling voice suddenly came from my ears. The star burned a burst of goosebumps. Mabui is a little embarrassed. In fact, he has already told himself the method, but he is unable to complete it. He insists that he has not completed the fair trade, and is a little bit shameless. This is my practice notes. Can you teach me Baeman Dungia? Although Baeman Dungia is also a forbidden technique that can exercise a muscle, it is still a change from the devil muscles and fleshy people like the thunder and lightning bodybuilding secret technique. Baeman Dungia is better. Xing burned in a daze, looking at the notebook handed to him. Is this a confession? The exchange of notes seems to be quite popular in island countries. Sorry, I don't have the right to teach you Baeman Dungia. I am a star in the mountains, and I will not be fooled by beauty. Then ... then you have to give me some skills. We are now peacefully cooperating between the two countries. The transaction is unfair. Is it to affect the harmony between the two countries? Mabui gritted his teeth and said fiercely, if you don't get what you deserve, then use the righteousness of the country to suppress others. Staring rolled his eyes looking at the red linen shirt that was holding himself back. Eldest sister, let alone you can't represent the country. Even if you represent the country, it has nothing to do with us. In the end, Star Ran still gave the opponent some research experience on how to effectively control the violent chakra under the 8-door Dungia state. This thing is researched by myself, there is no leaking behavior, and this kind of content is not only useful to myself, but it is tasteless to other people. You know, now only 2.5 people in the world use Baeman Dungia, and I and Kai also. There is half a Kakashi. It can be said that even if Xingran shows kindness, it also reveals a sense of profit here. It's just that he didn't know. When Mabui went back to study the experience of star burning, he discovered that it actually helped them improve the Thunderbolt body forging secret art of the Moon Knight clan. The secret technique of thunder and lightning body forging is also practiced in the environment of a large number of violent thunder and lightning chakras, so how to effectively control the violent thunder and lightning chakra is an inevitable part. If the efficiency can be increased in this link, the linen will hide the clouds. The contribution of the village is definitely not small. Only at this stage, that is, the collision of ideas between apprentices, these are all things to follow. In the next few days, Xingran and Mabui discussed medical ninjutsu and various experiences together almost every day, which made Xingran feel like studying at school with classmates at night. On this day, as Mabui came to find Starburn as usual, today's topic is the reserved characteristics of yin healing. Yin healing injury me is to prepare in advance, and then delay until the operation position is injured and complete the healing quickly. It is because of this feature that it can barely run for a while after opening the 8 doors Dungia. So if this feature can be taken out alone, or further expanded to follow up continuous control, then a major breakthrough will be made in the possibility of performing other ninjutsu in the 8-door Dungia state. Mabui put forward his own point of view, Xingran agreed, but only when Xingran came to know the results of the test, which included some human experiments. Xingran's face was a bit unsightly. Why did this little white mouse come by himself? Just wait for the test data. It's too unfair. Mabui said that he would make rice balls to compensate Xingran. Xingran said that the Szechuan food I made was better than rice balls. Why didn't I compensate you, when it was in a deadlock? Xingran's powerful perception told himself that someone was watching them. The chakra perception of the Mountain Clan is like an amplifier after Starburn awakens Superman's hearing and vision. Although the basic mental power is not strong, the chemical reactions produced by several abilities are very powerful. It feels like it disappears at the touch of a button, but this is enough to cause Starburn's attention. Expanding the scope of hearing and vision observation, Starburning soon discovered that a guy from Union Village was hiding behind a Nox cart. Although the whole person was blocked by the vehicle, he saw Starburning through the ability of perspective. Really? This guy was completely exposed to Xingburn's eyes. Whether it was in the current posture of avoiding the field of vision, or the expression of listening with his ears attentively. People from Yinren, why are they watching me? No, it's not just me. The linen should also be under the surveillance of the other party. This is interesting. With a playful expression on the corners of Xingran's mouth, he was just staring at the linen, and suddenly became a little angry. Not to mention that the Thunder and Lightning Body secret art only knows some of the most basic cultivation methods, even if he knows how to do it. This trick, that is also determined not to practice, the devil's muscles and muscles are too terrifying. Don't laugh, I've said the idea anyway, you like to try or not? After speaking, he made a bun and jumped off the ox cart that Starburn had been entrenched for a long time and returned to his cart. This exchange meeting ended a bit early. Xingran could have left the linen clothes to continue discussing other topics, but now he found that someone was monitoring him, so he lost his mood. Silently watching Mabui leave, the watcher who has been paying attention by Xingran also left. Xingran's sight followed the watcher in a concealed manner until this guy entered the head of the mission, Union, Shinobu Murakami. Inside the Samoyed carriage. It's really interesting. It's Yunren's highest leader who is monitoring him, so let me listen. What are you doing? Super hearing works hard to block out other noises. The vision and hearing penetrate numerous obstacles, and the sound image is transmitted to Starburn's eyes. Samoy Aidzama, the other party, is a genius from the Konoha Mountain Clan. I felt like I just got close to the other party, so I didn't dare to get too close. According to what I overheard, Azabuye and Starburning in the mountain is only simply conducting academic discussions. This is the task of the medical team. Jabui did not behave out of the ordinary, and she should have successfully applied part of the Starburning technique in the mountains, but it is necessary to go back for specific uses. Ask slowly later. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 86: The Hinata Abduction Incident. Well, you continue to monitor. The child of Azabuye has no experience of walking in the ninja world. We have to prevent Konoha from playing tricks. It doesn't matter if the little girl is deceived, but the intelligence in the village must not be lost. I will send someone later. Be warned about sackcloth. My lord, don't worry, only Reikage and a few members of the advisory team know about our plan. Azabuye can't do it even if she wants to reveal anything. Yinren, who is monitoring Xingran, suddenly said with a smiley face and Samoyed, shut up, there are Konoha's ninjas everywhere here. It is forbidden to talk about that mission. Go down. Samoyed didn't give this subordinate a smile, and sternly rebuked the other party, and soon the carriage fell silent again. When Xingran heard this, a fire flashed in his mind. For so long, he seemed to have ignored a major event. Recorded in the Naruto Chronicles. In the 49th year of Konoha, all the 12 Xiokiangs were born one after another. After the successful release of the 9 Etil Master Killing with Soil, the impact of this is that Konoha began to monitor the Uchiha clan in an all-round way. In the 50th year of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi graduated, Moonlight High 8 graduated, and this time there is another big event that he successfully awakens Superman's abilities in the mountains. In Konoha's 51st year, that is, this year, Uchiha Itachi just graduated from ninja school, and he successfully opened his eyes a year later. In the original time and space, Yakushi Donin School graduated, Yuzuki Yuga Ninja School graduated. However, the graduation of these plot characters in Konoha's 51 years is a trivial matter, and a later event with great influence also happened this year. That is the whitey-eyed princess. the Hinata abduction incident. Before the Starburn and the Baiyan clan did not intersect, they were just a low-level struggling small character before awakening. After awakening, they were busy developing abilities and had no time to consider people and things other than themselves, so this matter has been ignored by myself. According to the memory in my mind, Hinata was abducted by Inren and eventually killed his uncle. It happened on the eve of the end of the 3 wars. Union Village sent representatives to Konoha for peace talks, and the kidnapping happened in the middle. After the incident was revealed at that time, Inren's flying corpse was sent to the Zong family patriarch Hyuga Hizuka, and then blackmailed the Hyuga clan with a blank eye. Only later, the Hyuga clan abandoned the car to protect the handsome, and compensated for Ningx's father, Hyuga. As a result, the eyes were saved, and the real weakness of the Hidaka clan was also revealed from now on. Looking back at the entire Naruto story, Uchiha Tomitake, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was already useless, and he was shocked by not knowing it. The rich blood-stained family of the Hyuga clan, the family members have always engaged in internal struggles. Once encountering foreign wars, the older generation is full of hot chickens, and the younger is the Hyuga Neji, who has not yet survived the Boren era. It gives people the feeling that the entire Hyuga clan, including the distant relatives on the moon, has been struggling constantly on the front of the internal struggle, and immediately urinates when it is out. Peas, this is not the author's opinion, the content is more exciting. Thinking of this, Star Ran has already confirmed that the head of the mission, Samoyed, is the person in charge of the Hinata kidnapping incident. So do you want to help Hyuga? I have seen a lot of Hokage's spin-offs in my previous life. The most uncomfortable thing for Xingran is the licking of the characters in the plot. What is the bad luck of the Hyuga family? In the future Uchiha's genocide tragedy, maybe I will help it. The Hyuga clan is not the main illusionist family, so Starburn does not matter, but to Starburn, the Uchiha family is like a kryptonite facing kryptonite. For his physique that can't stand the stare of others, Starburn I hate it. So it's great to be able to destroy such a family. The ass decides the head. Don't blame Starburn for not being sympathetic. Before you want to protect wild animals, you have to make sure that you are safe. Back to the topic. I don't want to work hard to help others. This is for sure. This time, unlike the maiden who helped walk last time, Xingran has no desire to help this kind of mindless family, but soon, Xingran, an egoist, came up with a better idea. Now I have been credited with 2 great achievements in Naruto, but the exchange of ninjutsu has not been out of the cool seal. So can I make another great achievement through this matter? Xingran started to run his brain quickly, and it was obviously not cost-effective to simply report the news to the village leaders and the Hyuga clan. Only when the most dangerous moments were the most dangerous, the heavenly fallen warriors would be impressive. Jump out at a critical moment to stop Union's people from running to Hyuga's house and falling into a box. No, this kind of laborious method is star-burning and disdainful to do it, but the method of using the magic stick is a method that saves effort and has a high return. As long as you tell the village and Hyuga in the early stage that you have ambiguous information, first scare the other party, and then say that you will find a way to confirm the authenticity of this information. Anyway, how do you try to verify that others don't know? Wait for Yunren to be about to at the critical moment of the implementation. Yunren's detailed information was sold to the village and the Hyuga family, and through many efforts, Yunren's conspiracy was finally avoided. In this way, the one who contributed the most was Starburn, the discoverer and the most critical proof seeker. Well, this is the initial plan. When the time comes, the village and Hyuga's house will sell well, and the benefits will be double. In the next few days, the watcher really watched Starburn and Night study in linen clothes every day. Anyway, Starburn had nothing to tell, so he generously asked the other party to monitor and went back to the village to make his own plan. The incident is also considered as evidence. Xingran and Mabui are only pure academic discussions. Because of the differences in customs and geography between the 2 countries, many medical methods have the same purpose, but the concepts in the implementation process are completely different. This kind of discussion has benefited young doctors a lot. Each has new tips. Soon as Abui's friends and Xingran's assistants Shinosuke and Kazama joined the small circle together. The medical tour group had not arrived at the destination, and academic research had already begun. In this atmosphere, the continuous team finally arrived at Konoha village without any accidents. Konoha escorted with such a big fanfare. There is no one who can make trouble at this time and offend the two superpowers at the same time. Maybe only the Akatsuki organization in 10 years will dare to be so reckless. Konoha prepared a grand ceremony for entering the village. The common people cheered on both sides of the street for the peaceful arrival, while the children were heartlessly chasing and playing in this warm atmosphere. There was a thriving scene that allowed the people to enter the village with the team. Star burning seems like a world away. I remember that when I left the village a few months ago, it was still peaceful, but people still had a sense of depression that could not be hidden, and now a few months later, that sense of depression has completely disappeared. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 87. Give eye drops to 3 generations. There is a longing for a better life in people's eyes. Konoha sent a large number of ninjas to maintain order on the scene. The village took great pains for today's scene. Those who have relatives at home and died on the battlefield of Thunder Country did not arrange to come here to watch the ceremony. But you can't control everyone's thoughts. If a rotten egg in the crowd flew into the mission at this time, Konoha would be ashamed. The ninja on the bright side maintains the order of the civilians, and in the dark corners behind, Konoha's dark parts are also gathered here. These Anbu looked at everyone with a scrutiny gaze. They not only have to ensure that there are no problems on their own side, but also to monitor Yunren for any changes. It is impossible that your identity represents peace, so we will relax our vigilance against you. Everyone knows the truth that if you forget the battle, you will be endangered. Yunren is indeed going to do things, but it is not so simple to make trouble in the crowd. At least until now, Konoha Fang also knew Yunren's unruly intentions. The whole welcoming ceremony progressed very smoothly, a harmonious picture of the host and the guests enjoying themselves. Xingran beckoned with the people in the village from time to time in the team, and yelled at the picture of the leader being greeted by the road. Suddenly, if Xingran felt a little bit, he turned his head and looked in a direction among the crowd. There was a delicate young man with white hair, standing in the crowd so inconspicuously, he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and quickly turned blankly and blended into the crowd and disappeared again. The pharmacist was a little surprised by the sharp instincts of star burning in the mountains. A few months ago, that person was just an inconspicuous little character. He didn't expect to go to the border. After returning, there were rumors about him in the village. What a meritorious medical ninja. The hero who helped the juvenile corps retreat. Yoshido knew that someone in the village was holding him. Such a direct technique reminded him of the 4th generation of Hokage. His sudden emergence has continued to be heard as such. Years of spying experience tells him, behind star burning in the mountains, it seems that people from the Hokage line are supporting. After a glance at each other, he said hello, and the pharmacist pocket quickly disappeared from the crowd. Xingran also fell into contemplation. According to the original plot, Yakushita was blackened after killing the adoptive mother, and was collected by Otomanu and moved to Otonin village. Then he didn't know what transaction he had made with Danzo and let Yakushita enter. Konoha School will graduate this year due to some reasons. According to official information, Yakushita graduated from ninja school at the age of 10. But Xingran is very clear that he has changed the fate of Yakushida and Yakushinu. So why did Yakushida appear in Konoha at this time? It is absolutely impossible for Konoha to live in seclusion with her adoptive mother. Danzo has been staring at Konoha's nth heard of the land. If Yakushida can come here without the slightest pretense, and appear on this occasion, he can only. It shows that the pharmacist has a legal identity in Konoha. If you can do this, Danzo will be fine. Then, Yakushida and Dashimaru came together, and came to Konoha as a multifaceted spy. All kinds of thoughts kept flashing in Xingran's mind. And soon the ceremony of entering the village came to an end. Xingran and his party returned to the ninjas in the village from the E3 camp. After sending the delegation of Thunder Country to the hotel, they returned to the Hokage building to hand in task. Usually at this time, the staff in the mission hall will give everyone rewards for mission settlement, and Starburn is the same, except that he was intercepted by an Dark Part halfway and asked to go to the 3rd generation Hokage office for mission settlement. 3 generations of old men want to see themselves? I don't know what it is. Xingran thought for a while, and thought it was good. So he started to give the village eye drops today and told Hokage that he had heard something amazing by accident. In the Naruto office, as soon as Xingran opened the door and came in, he saw 3 generations of old men smiling like chrysanthemums. Stars in the mountains are burning. This time you sat very well, and it is worthwhile to let K take you. The first sentence of the opening, 3 generations put gold on their faces. The meaning is very straightforward. You have today's achievements. It's all because of me supporting you. Xingran hadn't thought about entering the Hokage's first line of camp so early. In his opinion, standing on the side so early would lose the possibility of him having both sides in the future. But soon, the scenes of the past few months flashed in his brain. Xingran knew that he had entered the team of Shan Mu and Kai and participated in the action. It was indeed all 3 generations of handwriting, and Xingran was very suspicious of himself. Easily getting the practice method of the 8 doors Dunjio art from Kai has a lot to do with the acquiescence of the 3 generations. Xingran didn't know that for the 3 generations to be like Kai to be a positive, passionate man in life, he did make Kai work cheaply, and in Kai's idea, practicing this youthful ninjutsu together is to make people reinvigorated. The easiest way to get up. Therefore, even if Xingran doesn't admit it now, he has long been branded as a Hokage series, and everyone who should know knows it, so what else can he do? Xingran said very well, that the 3 generations have worked hard to serve the people. I will thoroughly implement the will of fire and continue to pass on the consciousness of fire. The 3 generations are very satisfied with Xingran's statement. This is a thorough comment. In the future, everyone will be their own. You can find me if you have any difficulties. Xingran wanted to say that I wanted to learn how to seal off the ghoul, but it was impossible. The meeting ceremony was at most a cleaval ninjutsu, and the sleevel one should wake up. Hokage-sama, I have to respond if there is a situation. Xingran's Hunpole put his eye drops into the eyes of the 3rd generation. The matter is very simple. On occasional occasions when we were traveling together, our mountain clan's eavesdropping skills, perceptually heard the conversation between Samoyed and his subordinates, and found that they seemed to be planning something, but what was it? I'm sorry I didn't listen. Arrived, it seemed that it was only possible to execute it in the village of Konoha, but he and Samoyed's subordinates were fairly familiar, and Xingran could find a way to obtain more information through Samoyed's subordinates. The 3 generations were silent when they heard this. It stands to reason that, as a medical ninja, there are people who have the frontal combat ability of Yaman Danjiu at the same time, so they are not suitable for intelligence work. Xingran is very special. He was born in the mountain family. This secret technique family is naturally positioned to be intelligence work. Then in the face of Xingran's active request, do the 3 generations agree or agree? When Xingran left the Hokage building, his expression was quite awkward. Not only did he put eye drops on the 3rd generation, he also got the 3rd generation mission authorization, and was temporarily rated as an A-level task. Of course, Xingran can only count this for the non-staff personnel of the 2nd task. If this happened, Konoha-san must take on more responsibilities. The 3rd generation had officially handed over the task to the ANB, and Xingran was the role of cooperating with the work. Ask for recommendation votes on Monday. Thank you for your support. Chapter 88. Second bulletin informed. Xingran is very happy. There is no small matter between the 2 countries. If you get this A-level mission, you can justifiably take advantage after the matter is over. Xingran knows that the impact of this incident is very significant. By the way, He was one step closer to the ghoul banning technique. I almost forgot to do business. I came to you this time to tell you in advance. After the peace treaty is signed, Konoha will jointly hold a high school test with Cheyenne Village. I have already signed up for you. Remember to perform well. Seeing that Xingran is about to leave, only then did the three generations slowly start talking about business. There is no need to elaborate on such things as the joint ninja test. The real purpose is not only to select a capable ninja at one time. The political purpose is the main part. Although the Kingdom of Wind has resisted Konoha, most of the time it is his number one boy, and the Country of the Wind jointly organized the ninja test, which can show his muscles so that he can remember his duty. Of course, this ninja test will also invite some small ninja villages to participate, but that is just a side effect. What's the reward if I get the first place? Have you asked for our opinion? Just sign up for me. Is Hei still my guardian? Does he know? I didn't see that you, the little old man, did things quite independently. There is a difference between being passive and active. Although Xingran does take the initiative to participate in the ninja test, it is a passive participation situation, so it can be better. Zongnen Tactical Vest. Brand new. After spending a long time with the old man of three generations, Xingran finally didn't get any benefits for himself. The egoist, Xingran, left the Hokage building in frustration. Where to go next? Of course it is to strike while the iron is hot and go to the Hyuga's house for a wave of benefits. Well, Xingran definitely doesn't want to go to the Hyuga's house to get back the benefits of Hokage without him. Walking on the streets at dusk, there are not many pedestrians here. A large-scale mansion appeared in front of Xingran. The gate of the mansion was built in a very magnificent manner. People have a heavy feeling of a high door and a deep house. It is located in the relatively secluded outskirts of Konoha village, which is also a wealthy area. The Hyuga clan is located here, and the mansion in front of Xingran is the old house of the Hyuga clan. Excuse me, please go to pass the message. Shanzhong. Xingran has an important matter to ask Hyuga Patriarch Hinata Hizu. Xingran is also a family child, although he is a weak family in the village. His identity is placed there. He is called the other party. Enough. It is too humble to call an adult, and it is not good for what to do next. Hearing Staran's words, the guard at the door of Hyuga's house didn't act on him. One of them turned around and entered the mansion very conscientiously and reported it. Staran was a little surprised. It is said that Konoha's two top pupil bloodstain families are all people with eyes above the top. You can tell from the personalities of the Hyuga and Uchiha children in ninja school. Today when I came here, I thought I was going to have to talk to the gatekeeper. I didn't expect the Hyuga family to have such a high quality. Maybe it's the identity of the mountain clan that the other party has such high quality, or maybe it is his genius performance on the battlefield that has attracted the attention of these giants. While thinking about it, Xingran was taken to a reception room. He was dressed like Hyuga in the original plot. A big man with a high forehead and a black long straight leg sat on the main seat with a serious face and placed in front of him a cup of tea with his hands in his sleeves, watching Xingran silently. You are the star burning in the mountains. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors about you in the village, and the secret technique family in the village has another amazing guy. I am Hyuga Nikkei. If you have any important things, just tell me. Different from Xingran's initial thoughts, the patriarch of the Zong family did not regard Xingran as a big onion. The person who received him was the person in charge of the generation of the Hyuga family. Xingran's complexion is a little weird. It's you, big-breasted brother. I didn't expect to meet the Lord today. Do you know what I'm going to say next is related to your life and death? The picture of his god stick pretending to be X-Flicker flashed in his mind. If he really talked to Nissan like this, I guess he would really become a god stick. It's just that the tone of the nipples is a bit wrong. This is a very good word. The last in use Yukaka who was called a genius is still honestly immortal. What does it mean? Seeing the appearance of a genius in the Uchiha family at the Hyuga family is as simple as the Zerg explosion base. So jealous. is it even less likely to see other families have talents? There is nothing terrible. It's all those people who brag about it. Today, I come to Hyuga's family to firmly believe that the Konoha Ninja Clan is a family, uphold the principle of mutual help and mutual assistance, for a harmonious and beautiful future. Xingran Barabala briefly spoke for 10 minutes of opening remarks, and finally came to the point when the daily disparity was about to break out. The first time I took eye drops, I couldn't say it too clearly. Xingran took Huayu Hokage's sective intact and talked to Nissa, but a word was changed. Yinren's plot against the village was changed to conspiracy against the Konoha Bloodstain family. There are several considerations in this way. The first is of course to better fool the Hyuga clan, and the other is that Xingran just thought that if he runs to the Hyuga's house to fudge, then Hokage knows it. Isn't it because he concealed the problem when he explained the problem just now? Flicker is a flicker, and a group of flickers is also a flicker. Xingran plans to wait for the benefits of the Hyuga family to go to Uchiha's house. Anyway, time can prove that Yinren is indeed plotting Konoha's Bloodstain limit. But others are the last, changing the goal to a blank eye. I just didn't say the ending right, but I was right at the beginning. The second consideration is to deal with Naruto. If you only notify the Hinata clan with a blank eye, then the problem is too obvious. At the same time, it is much better to notify the Uchiha clan. This shows that Xingran has indeed received some unproven news. Informing the other party personally is more appropriate than telling the other party through official channels. This is the favorite of politicians. There is room for it. If the incident occurs, I will let you inform you. If the incident has not happened, the person who has notified you is personal behavior. After hearing Xingran's warning, Nissan remained silent. After thanking Xingran for a few words, let alone any benefits, he didn't even have a meal left, which made Xingran very irritable. Are both of them so stingy? Not to mention that giving money is too tacky. It is acceptable for me to taste cleaver ninjutsu. Who else will inform you in the future? No wonder the family is getting more and more useless. Xingran cursed and left the clanland and walked towards Uchiha clanland. It was already time to order food, but Xingran was so angry that he didn't have any appetite to eat. So he should go to Uchiha's house to finish the procedure and complete his plan first. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 89 The Art of Fireball. As the saying goes, if we lose our horses, we know that we are not blessed. There are many mountains and rivers, and there is no way out. And there is another village in the dark. The Uchiha clan is not as hierarchical as the Hyuga clan. As the head of the family, Uchiha Tomitake lives in a Japanese-style single-family villa. A family of 4 was having dinner when Staran came, and it was Uchiha Itachi who opened the door. Several years younger than Xingran, but a true genius who graduated immediately after Xingran. It's a pity that this family is old-fashioned, not to mention few takes deep law lines. Even the young Uchiha Itachi has deep lines that extend from the corners of the eyes near the nose to the bottom of the eyes. They are just a young man model. Not only the heart is old, but the face is also old. Xingran felt that Sasuke's family would all die afterwards. Otherwise Sasuke, who grew up in this environment, would probably be disabled. Fu was very enthusiastic. After Xingran explained his intentions, he took Xingran to sit down for a meal while seriously considering what Xingran said. At the end of the dinner, Xingran didn't know what Fu Yu thought, but before leaving, Fu Yu handed Xingran a ninjutsu scroll, stating that this was a reward for Xingran's special trip, so that Xingran had a seed. In my school bag, I was surprised to find unimpressed pocket money. Take a look. It's no wonder that people are born with geniuses in 3 days. This is the aura that a wealthy family should have. The atmosphere. Well, a little atmosphere. After returning home, Starburn opened the ninjutsu scroll, which is a cleaver ninjutsu. The art of fire escape and fireball. Starburn can only say that Uchiha Tomitake is slightly atmospheric. After all, there is no harm if there is no comparison. The Naruto and Hyuga clan are inexhaustible, but the Uchiha clan, who is proud and crowned in the extreme world, can give a ninjutsu scroll, then this no matter how bad the scrolls are, they can't be said to be stingy. Xingran remembers that this kind of ninjutsu with only 6 knots is indicated on the encyclopedia, the fire escape and the fireball technique. The casters are mostly the Uchiha clan and some dragon ninjas. You read it right. That's exactly what it says. It can be seen how bad this ninjutsu is. The reason why the Uchiha clan is mentioned separately is only because their family uses it better, not because this technique is famous for many Uchiha practitioners, but because Uchiha uses this technique. So this technique is famous. See why Shinhai Noon Yin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Xingran releases ninjutsu in his own small yard. Ninjutsu is only clevel difficulty. Jian is so simple. For Xingran with a super brain, learning is as easy as eating. I saw an apple-sized fireball being released, and the star burned into the sky with one mouthful, and disappeared quickly after flying over 10 meters. Xingran sighed slightly, and Xingran was a little bit disappointed. He believed that as long as he knew about cultivation, his fireball would soon be as big as a pumpkin, but that was it, and it was of little practical significance. Due to its slow flight speed, the art of fireball is easy to be evaded. It is not often used for frontal attacks. Most of the time, it interferes with the enemy with a huge volume. It can block the enemy and block the line of sight for other ninjutsu. To gain time, Starburn's chakra has only 3 properties of yin and yang, and there are no corresponding chakra properties. It does not mean that you cannot practice the corresponding ninjutsu. It is just that it is very difficult to practice ninjutsu without properties, and it is impossible to use the change of nature. Advanced ninjutsu, unless it spends a lot of time to practice the nature changes of the attributes, and finally develops its own chakra attributes completely. Xingran is just because this is only a clevel ninjutsu, so he will learn it like a ticket. Chakra's attributes are not limited to only one or only a few at birth. This is something that you can learn, but the farther away from your own attributes or the attributes that restrain your own attributes, it will be tiring and difficult to learn. Xingran had never considered cultivating ninjutsu other than his own chakra attributes before. Think about it. The 3rd generation of Sarutobi, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, has worked hard for a lifetime and learned 5 kinds of chakra properties. It's really true. Fighting on the battlefield is a little better than ordinary shinobi. The shadows of the late stage seem to be no worse than the 3rd generation of Naruto. P.S. The above views are just some of the author's views, and should be inseparable from each other. This book is the background of this book. Putting aside the ninjutsu scrolls, Xingran finally ended his busy day and woke up naturally when he fell asleep. For ninjas, sleeping in is not terrible, as long as you can maintain the state. Starburn is very experienced in this. Usually get more sun, and do a few sets of physical exercises every day when you have time. One is to adapt to the sun after a period of time. The increased strength is for the purpose of cultivating Baemon After chakra practiced according to the Baemon forbidden technique, the increased strength in his body needs to be vented. This kind of exercise and cultivation are complementary to each other. People who have watched DC American TV series should have the impression that Superman will also go to the gym to exercise. 1,000 skipping ropes a minute, 1,000 leapfrogs a minute, and 1,000 pull-ups a minute are all daily routines. Starburn's version of the poor man is not so exaggerated, but his exercise often doesn't take much time, and the super fast speed can help him consume a lot of energy in a short period of time. When the daily practice was over, Xingran was not in a hurry to do the task of verifying Yinran's conspiracy. He knew the answer. He just waited for the peace signing to reach the final stage and jumped out to report another wave. Today he is going to Mother Q's place, although he doesn't need to help with work anymore. He is a master after all. It is necessary to meet up and walk around after going out for such a long mission. Staran is not a good person, but the tradition of respecting the teacher and respecting the Tao left by the ancestors of the previous life has not been lost. You must have a sense of ritual in your life. Grandma Ku is still the same. It is difficult for you to associate a dry little old woman with an experienced medical ninja. If it weren't for old age and decay, no, old age and physical decay, Q's chakra has not allowed her to treat others for medical treatment. Xingran believes that this fish store will never be opened. Seeing Xingran back here alive, Granny Ku was very happy. Time seemed to have returned to a few months ago. Xingran was still doing volunteer work here while receiving the teachings of Granny Ku. In fact, Xingran did not graduate from Kupo. Before, Xingran only learned most of the theoretical knowledge. Just when it was about to carry out the practical content, he received the assignment from the third generation of Hokage to the front line. However, because of the large number of practical opportunities on the front line, Xingran now has the illusion that he has already been a teacher. I talked a lot with Granny Ku. Granny Ku said that she actually has nothing to teach Xingran. The master leads the way to practice. Xingran has already started and has already gone deep. The remaining part is to accumulate knowledge and practical experience. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 90 Information on -1. Xingran can come to her to borrow materials at any time. At the same time, Granny Ku also suggested that Xingran cannot use her if nothing happens in the future. If you want to be a medical ninja, you have to live until you are old and learn, and go to war when you have time. Yi Hospital, accumulating clinical knowledge is much more effective than just looking at the data. On this day, when a customer came, Xingran helped Granny sell fish. Without a visitor, Xingran took out some medical techniques learned from the linen cloth and discussed with Granny. One day passed quickly. Just as the shop was about to go abroad, there was another customer in the shop, and it was the last customer today. Xingran was a little strange. Why did he come here? Buy fish. Looking at the pharmacist pocket that appeared in front of him, Xingran asked uncertainly. Although his face had not changed, his identity had changed. Xingran knew the young man knew of Iwanin and didn't know the pharmacist pocket of Konoha School. So even if it was knowing each other is also a stranger here. I buy prawns and take the lunch to school. I need tempura. The Akushi pocket seemed as if he didn't know Hoshiran, like a real ninja school student. Not only stated his purpose, but also explained dues. People who don't know thought that the child was worried that his expression was unclear and explained his intentions. Only Xingran knew that Yaoshi's habit of spying was only a mere spy habit. Whenever he played a role, he acted in accordance with every action and deed. The execution of the preset role is just like the pharmacist pocket in the Zongnen test in the original plot. It is really like a 10,000-year repeater who loves to help juniors and sisters in the card collector. Soon, Xingran picked some shrimps suitable for making tempura. The two did not communicate too much during the whole process. Until the checkout, the pharmacist did not act strangely. Xingran almost thought that the pharmacist was really here to buy. The ingredients are out. When Xingran received the money from pharmacist pocket, Xingran knew that pharmacist pocket came to him today. The two had a tacit understanding. One paid the bill and left, and the other sent off the guests after receiving the money. But just now, a reel the size of a battery was wrapped in banknotes. The ninja had banknotes, and the whole box of banknotes when the corners received the bonus came into Xingran's hands. Not to mention that there are no other people in the store now. Even if there are other people around, no one can detect such a hidden behavior. Saying goodbye to Granny Ku, Xingran returned to his home. Take out the scroll. This is a common seal scroll used for spy intelligence transmission. Speaking of the seal scroll, this is a very distinctive prop in this world. The most representative one will be a few days away. Her secret skills and a series of ninjutsu are very powerful. The core technology is to take out a large number of ninjutsu to carry out dazzling attacks through the sealing scroll. In fact, the seal scroll is very versatile. This item is like a space ring in the magic world. In an emergency, the seal scroll can even be used to transport war materials. This also caused spies to use this thing to transfer a large number of inconvenient items. Of course, The seal scroll is only a derivation of a small part of the functions of the seal technique. The seal technique is a huge system of ninjutsu. This includes not only the seal scroll in terms of time and space, but also the seal technique with battle, which was used to seal the unclean soil during the Fourth World War. The reincarnation of the previous generations, as well as the sealing technique used by the Maelstrom family to subdue the tail beast, etc., are the real awesome. It is a real ninjutsu subject with both offensive and defensive support and assistance. Xingran has not learned the real sealing technique. The previous credit redemption list is there, but that is only specific to a certain ninjutsu technique. Xingran's mission rewards cannot be systematically cultivated for the entire sealing technique, which wastes valuable credit. It is very uneconomical to redeem a certain seal technique, so until now, he has no seal technique ability. However, the seal scroll that Pharmacist gave to Starburn this time is a kind of popular product. As long as a simple seal of knot is made, the seal in the scroll can be unlocked. This kind of knowledge Ninja School will teach, and they will also teach you. There is the first level illusion Sushin. Of course, this is a new way. At the same time, this kind of miniature scroll is also one time. When Starburn unlocks the seal, the scroll becomes invalid, and the contents inside will also be channeled out at the same time. Xingran drank low in his heart, and a mark of unity formed in his hand. There was a churning of smoke, and the seal scrolls placed on the floor turned into waste paper. A pile of scrolls and books appeared in the original place. There was a letter on top of these things, to be precise, a postcard. Xingran showed a bitter smile after watching. These things are the experimental data of -1 collected by Yao Shiwen after becoming a subordinate of -1. Of course, this is only the data of a laboratory, and the content is very single. It is all about clones and the first generation. Cell information. Unexpectedly, at the beginning, he made a prevarication excuse, but Yao Shidu took it seriously. So, the fact that Yao Shidu came into contact with -1 and became a multifaceted spy, did he have a lot of credit for it? To be honest, Xingran originally wanted Pharmacist and his adoptive mother to find a quiet place to live well. Now the plot seems to have returned to the original historical trajectory except for Pharmacist no Neo. Is it a mandatory restoration of the fate of the world? Or is it just a coincidence? Xingran quickly gave up this unmarginal speculation, and once again he was attracted by the piles of materials on the floor. Once he would settle down. Obtaining the technology of Dashimaru was originally for the purpose of better researching the soul. It should be included in the plan. Now these majors seem to be mismatched, but it doesn't matter. Cloning technology and cell technology are for studying the human body, and -1's soul technology has never been separated from human testing. It's better than nothing. There may be unexpected surprises. Starburn divergent thinking, NS. It's a pity that on the postcard, the Pharmacist clearly stated that this time the technical information provided by -1 is the last time. It is considered to have completely paid off the previous sentiment. Don't have any greedy thoughts in the future. Rory, it's a lot of words. Or the star burns back. I really have the idea of gradually hollowing out the knowledge of -1 through the Pharmacist's pocket. That night, when the stars burned, I started reading at night. In the next few days, Xingran went into a state of turning a blind eye to things outside the window, concentrating on reading only the sage's books. Even the people from the AMB came to him to cooperate with the action and were refused. Anyway, I told Hokage what I should say. It's good to watch those Yunren slowly. I know what the final result is anyway, whether I participate in your actions or not. It doesn't matter. Why waste that time? Since getting the research materials of Dashimaru, Xingran seems to have opened the door to a new world. The new genetic knowledge makes him a little difficult to learn, but this situation has been borrowed from Kupopo's library. After the basic books of genetics, it was soon relieved. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 91 The Understanding of Death. It can be seen from the original plot that after the death of the fourth generation, before the third generation of Hokage regained the power, Danzo had already coveted the Uchiha clan's writing round eyes, otherwise he would not have transplanted writing round eyes for Kakashi's success. The foreigners leaked the mission of assassinating the third generation of Hokage in advance. The reason why Dashimaru defected was also caused by the discovery of the human experiment between him and Danzo. In the history of Konoha village, since the death of the original Naruto Senjutsu, Hidden ninjutsu has become a dead end. Konoha's senior management has been committed to redeveloping this technique. At that time, the second generation of Naruto Senjutsu, still the leading scientist in the ninja world at the time, proposed the idea of cell transplantation. It's a pity that the cells of the first generation can indeed give people the ability to get out of wood, but his violent cells are like viruses that cannot be used by ordinary people. All the test bodies are finally swallowed by the cells of the first generation and turned into a plant. At this point, the experiment was in trouble, and a large number of Konoha elites were consumed in this kind of experiment. The village finally announced that all research materials would be sealed up and the Mudan development plan for primary cell transplantation was terminated. Danzo is a guy who does nothing to achieve his goal. The termination of the village research does not mean that he will also terminate the research. When he met the research madman Daishiwan, the two parties hit it off and reopened the project. But by this time, the original purpose of developing Mudan has been changed. Daishiwan's idea is to replicate a body with vitality like the original one and use it for his own reincarnation secret technique. And Danzo is not just Mudan, with a long-term mission to fight. His body is already scarred, and as he grows older, he is about to be completely insulated from the Naruto throne, whose strength has begun to decline. If he can successfully transplant the first generation cells through black technology, or even replace the organs cloned from the first generation cells, then his injury and age will no longer be a problem for him. After the two cooperated, they have had in-depth cooperation on cell transplantation and organ transplantation. The best proof is the writing wheel I covered by the bandage on Tuanzang's head. The transplantation of primary cells is not that simple, but with the example of Kakashi before, it is not too difficult for Danzo to transplant a writing wheel. For his own strength, Danzo asked Toshimaru to help him improve his research. The final idea is to make him have the powerful body of the first generation, and at the same time have the terrifying and destructive power of Uchiha Madara, and become a transcending ninja world. The existence of the gods. The research of primary cell transplantation has become a more difficult organ transplantation. So cloning technology is also an imperative link. Cloning technology is a pure cell line formed by the division and reproduction of the same progenitor cell. The genes of each cell in the cell line are the same as each other. These materials are not regarded as systematic teaching materials. Most of them are the research concepts and experimental records of -1. Although these materials can't allow people to systematically learn the cloning technology, copying all the contents according to the script can also reach the level of making clones. In general, it's like getting a certain weapon's finished product, craftsmanship and specific parameters. The next thing to do is to repeatedly examine and verify, and finally copy your own weapon, even if you have good skills. Further innovate on the original basis. While studying these materials, Xingran really made an accidental discovery. There is such a passage in a book of research materials on Oshimaru. You will understand when you know that living things do not exist. Death. Genetic genes can also be said to be germ cells. These cells will not undergo qualitative changes, but will struggle to survive the eternal catastrophe through a system called gene. On the contrary, other somatic cells will die within a certain cycle. Simply put, human beings are living creatures that support the reproduction of those immortal genes and sacrifice those cells that can no longer be used. In that case, what is called death? That refers to the death and destruction of physical containers that cannot be reused. From this passage, it is not difficult to see that Dashimaru researched gene cloning and helped Danzo only incidentally. His real purpose is to live forever. Unlike outsiders, Xingran also knows that this passage is not only Oshimaru's understanding of death, but also a person's survival philosophy. That is Yukai Hushin. Many people don't know this person. He is a character in the rumored 7 generations of Hokage's Scarlet Moon. The story has reached the generation of Bo people. The more impressive part is that Danzo is full of jokes. The right arm was cut and transplanted from Yukai letter. The original words of Shin Yukai in the manga are the records in Hoshinaran's materials. So, Dashimaru had already accepted this disciple at this time and started to study him. This is a great piece of information. Shin Yuakaiha's physique is very special. He is not a member of Yuakaiha's tribe, but his magical physique prevents him from rejecting any cells and organs. When he thinks of this, Xingran is stunned, and Danzo persists. Is it because Yuakaiha Shin's test body gave him confidence? So, is this information useful for Xingran? The answer is of course yes, although it is not the undead reincarnation technique that Xingran initially imagined. There is a lot of information on the transplantation of primary cells. Studies have shown that if the cells of the first generation of domineering, if they are not suppressed by the matching powerful mental power, the transplantation will inevitably turn into a tree, and the death is extremely tragic. Just like being hit by the wood-cutting technique. Excluding the alien like Yukai Shin, normal people who want to inherit this power must develop a corresponding spiritual ninjutsu cooperation. At this point, Danzo has not participated much, and what is left is Dashwin's experience in studying the predecessor of immortal reincarnation. If you brand your own soul in the cell, then even if it is swallowed by the primary cells, as long as the body still has vitality, you have successfully completed the primary cell transplantation, but it has become another organism, such as the white phosphorus snake. Gadgets. The idea of Dashwin is very unbelievable, but Xingran, who knows the original plot, understands that Dashwin really succeeded in the end. The genes and soul fragments he left in the medicine master's pocket successfully completed the resurrection through the form of curse seal. The information in Xingran's hands is still in the initial research stage, not a technology that has been developed, but the annotations on the spirit and soul are very in-depth, which can make Xingran's use and understanding of the soul to a higher level. A few days passed quickly. With a super-brained buff, it was not difficult for Xingran to understand the knowledge in the data. After a few days, all of these things had been written down and understood by Xingran. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 92 Surveillance. But that's all. Not to mention the research of cloning technology. It only studies the subject of soul and body cells. It requires a lot of special experimental equipment. Xingran is now just a postgraduate who has the theory but has no laboratory verification. Only after having his own laboratory, Star-Ran can become a real graduate student. But even if you can go to the casino to withdraw money, this kind of research institution that requires a secret place is not that simple to establish. Xingran is very helpless. It's like getting engaged to your girlfriend, but the last step can only be done until the gifts are paid. So even if you have 1,000 postures in your heart, you can't verify which posture can give birth to a girl. P.S. Xiao Ran wants a daughter, but unfortunately he is a kid. I remember that after Dashimaru defected, the many secret laboratories he left in the Land of Fire were still there. Can he have a nest of snakes and rats? Hey, he's not a mouse. And soon, Hoshiran remembers that in the original plot, although the laboratory of Oshimaru was not eradicated by Konoha ninja at one time, it was indeed found one after another. If it's not uncommon for me to leave the village looking for it for no reason, leaving behind any clues, in this strange world of ninjutsu, we have a great future, but we don't want to hide away like Oshimaru. It would be great if I could leave the village without a trace and get some experimental equipment. Starburn, whose research has come to an end, finally left. The Union Village mission has been here for Konoha for some time. The stepping work of their early actions should have been almost completed in the past few days, and there may be actions at any time, although I am confident that the other party will do it shortly before the final signing, when the two countries can really complete the wrangling of the peace treaty. No one can say now. Now that the major issues between the two countries have been negotiated, there is nothing left. Some trivial matters need to be discussed, such as future trade tariffs between the two sides, which materials are urgently needed in exchange for the goods brought this time, and Konoha needs to be released quickly, etc. Of course, there is still one of the most serious problems that bother you now. That is soup. Ownership of the occupied area by Yunren. Konoha does not want to border the country of Thunder. The small countries among the big countries exist for this. But the country of Thunder is not willing to withdraw from the occupied area. Konoha said that you want to occupy us without stopping, but the country of Yunu and us are allies. It's not Konoha's problem that when the volunteer mercenaries are moved by Yuzakuni's affection and Yili pulls to make trouble for you. The Kingdom of Thunder is very painful. They just can't hold the long supply line to choose peace. If the frontline war is not over, and they have a shit in the truce, then we can retreat. Konoha will give you some benefits. The third generation of Hokage said Yazugo's internal affairs are a big deal. And Lizago is very injured. When you ask for it, you are both volunteers and mercenaries. You will be ruthless when you make up for the loss. The negotiation may be completed at any time, or it may last for a long time. So Xingran finally came to Union Village Mission Station at this moment. The mission of Union Village is a large house, located near the most prosperous streets of Konoha commerce. This is Konoha's consistent way of entertaining foreign friends, so that others can see the prosperity of our Konoha. This will be of great help whether it is to talk about business or war. When they came to a hawker who was selling pancakes and fruits on the street, the two confirmed their eyes. While Xingran asked loudly for 2 eggs, he asked quietly how the other party was doing. Don't wonder why Xingran is now an underground party joint party, and don't wonder why there are pancakes and fruits. Ninja is so strange. Our people are monitoring here 24 hours a day. Their actions are indeed a bit wrong. There are too many people going out for sightseeing, and they pay special attention to Konoha's ninja family. Among them, the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family are the key objects of care. The pancake maker Anbu looked at Xingran and said, after they knew that Xingran notified Hokage of this matter, they went to these 2 giants. Combined with the secret observations during this period, Anbu suspected that Xingran had anything else. The intelligence was not explained. This is normal. Konoha is considered rich in these 2 families. It's no surprise that we hit the heads of these 2 families. Xingran understood the expression in Anbu's eyes, but he didn't want to say anything, so he said loudly, "The style of your pancake and fruit is not good, so I left carelessly. I didn't ask for anything, didn't give money, give money. Money." Anbu gritted his teeth. This business is lost, and he still has to monitor here and can't chase him. He can only cursely feed the spread pancakes to the ninja Wang Kai at his feet. This guy should be a ninja from the Inuzuka clan. Eat it yourself, don't be kidding. We didn't wash our hands before spreading the pancakes. Xingran pretends to go shopping, constantly wandering the streets near the Union Village mission, thinking to himself that these people in Union Village should be still stepping on them. Maybe they have stepped on them. Other people who go sightseeing are smoke bombs. But it's still time to come by themselves, and they have no other changes. At this moment, a beautiful girl with dark skin and white hair came to Xingran. The other party apparently saw Xingran, wiped her mouth and hid the ale behind her back. It's a coincidence. What are you doing these days? You said yes to continue learning from each other at Konoha Hospital. Did you forget? Mabui is still the same as when I first met. Seeing the stars is a bunch problem. Xingran was slightly stunned, and found that many of Union Village's companions around Mabui had also watched. He quickly returned to normal. Just between the electric light and flint, Xingran thought a lot in his mind. I will often haunt these streets next, and Mabui and her companions are all people I met in the convoy at the beginning. Starburn. then it is hard to say Starburn has any purpose. It happens that with so many people in Union Village, the probability of encountering themselves will be multiplied. You must think of a way. Starburn has not yet reached the superhuman ultimate body mode, and the effective range of perspective ability and superhearing is not large. It must be within a certain range of the target, and the listening within this range is okay. It is good to carefully screen the target, and the target can be seen. If there are too many obstacles in the middle of oneself, even if the distance is not far, it will not be possible to achieve a thorough perspective. It's not that Xingran has never thought of using Yi Rongxiu, but it's too deliberate. Not to mention the other people in the original team, Yan Ren in the medical class is very familiar with him. It's okay if he is not recognized. Once recognized when Yi Rong came here, it was not a suspicion that there was a problem, but an absolute problem. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 93 The Cover of Love. Xingran's disguise technique is okay to deceive gambling ghosts. I really don't have the confidence to ensure that they can fool these ninjas who study the human body for many years. In the original plot, the single-celled creature Metku almost exposed Kakashi's disfigurement technique, and Xingran didn't want to take a risk. Aren't you supposed to go to Konoha Hospital to learn the new hospital management philosophy at this time? Why? It seems to be shopping. Xingran didn't answer Mabui's question, but asked the other side instead. Don't mention it. The team leader said that we might stay in Konoha for a while. He specifically approved us to spend more time in the village instead of going to the hospital every day to study. As a result, everyone went out shopping today. Mabui is now. He was still in the world. Xingran said it carelessly when he asked. Before Xingran could answer the conversation, an older companion of Azabu Yi severely scolded Azabu Yi. Although there was nothing in it, the meaning of ordering Azabu Yi to be cautious was very obvious. Haha, the scenery in our Konoha village is very good and very prosperous. You should come out and go shopping. Now the world is at peace. If you want to come to Konoha Hospital to study, you have opportunities. You should play more while you are young. Have you ever visited Hokage Rock? The scenery there is particularly good. Do you want me to take you with me? Xingran Hot invited everyone in Union Village, as if he really had a lot of friendship with everyone. We went to see it. Now we have to go back to the place to rest. Mabui replied in a slightly stiff tone under the frantic hint of his companion's eyes. Oh, that's a pity. Tomorrow I will go to Konoha Hospital to help. Then we will continue to learn from each other. Waved, and said goodbye to the linen clothes with an inexplicable apologetic expression. Xingran confirmed some information and some thoughts. First of all, Yinren was still arranging people to release satellites in the name of sightseeing, and also, Xingran thought of how to solve the problem that he often appeared at Yinren's station. When I meet and hate to see each other, I appreciate each other's medical abilities, and can even show a little bit of affection for girls from teenagers, so that I can naturally come here to hang around under the guise of seeing friends. And this has another advantage, that is, to deal with the inquiries after the incident is completed. Xingran can naturally tell Naruto that he has used a beautiful man's strategy and has a chance to obtain information by approaching the ninja in Union Village. Regardless of whether the ninja approaching is a small character, no one in Konoha knows whether Azabui knows Samoyed's plan. During the anti-orthogonal mission, I said Azabui has it, so Azabui has it. Afterwards, I used it as an excuse to protect the informant. No one can verify it. In the next few days, Xingran learned from each other in the Konoha Hospital and the Union Village study group during the day, and also came into contact with many non-combat cases, which was of great help to Xingran's development from a field doctor to a general practitioner. In the evening, he would send linen clothes back to the station. Perhaps linen clothes were not felt by people at the time. After all, Xingran had never discussed anything other than medicine with her, but in the eyes of others, these are two lost lambs. The originally hostile two countries, it is impossible to completely let go of their hatred just because of a contract. This pair of young girls who are in love with each other is destined to be a tragedy, no matter how others look at it. Staran can see and hear very clearly anyway. He has found Samoyed's room. When night falls, he will come here to monitor each other, well, through clairvoyance and super hearing. During this time, if Azabui and the others did not go to Konoha Hospital, Xingran would also come here. They acted like a middle-aged young man in a crush situation, waiting for his lover to appear, plus the usual contact with Azabui and his party. Xingran wandered around here longer than the time to go home. This also ensures that Xingran can learn about Yunran's latest actions in a timely manner. In fact, Xingran also thought about it. In the original plot, Yunren broke into the family land of the Hyuga clan and abducted Hinata one night. Then the action was taken on the big evening, before dinner. As the supreme leader Samoyed, it is reasonable to always explain to your subordinates. As long as you monitor the opponent for a period of time at this time of the day, you will have a high probability of obtaining the specific details of the opponent's actions. There is no need to be so tired. But the high probability is not absolute. For Xingran, the preliminary work has been completed, and the rest is just waiting. It's not hard. You can read some medical books to pass the time while monitoring. Anyway, when you go home, you are also reading. It's the same to see. Unknowingly, time passed very fast. The Union Village mission came to Konoha for the final contract negotiation for more than a month, and it was about to come April. But the arrival of peace could not be realized. Konoha's the common people have gradually begun to be dissatisfied with the signing market this time. Starburn did not get any useful information from Samoyed during this period, and could only confirm that the other party had indeed aimed at the target, and at the same time, the defense force of the Hyuga clan was also investigated by them. But this information may be of great use to Konoha's dark parts. As Starburner, who knew it for a long time, it was of no use. When did you do it, and what specific methods were used? Samoyed didn't say it or write it in any form. When he came out, Xingran was almost impatient with Samoyed. It's the reason why he often goes to Konoha Hospital. Xingran has gained a lot. For example, the experience of treating common diseases, and the medical habits and medication habits of some common diseases in Thunder Country. During a discussion, Xingran remembered that Reikage would be severed in the future, and that the fourth generation of Reikage would be an important force against the Akatsuki organization to trigger the fourth battle. Regardless of whether he would affect Sasuke in the future and crippling the fourth generation of Reikage, the historical inertia that happened to Yoshido before can't be ignored. So Xingran wanted to let Union Village take precautions against this in advance. So Xingran put forward a medical point of view for everyone to discuss. In battles between ninjas, severed hands and feet are very common. If the broken parts cannot be recovered, or the parts cannot be used after being completely destroyed, then the ninja will be useless. Fortunately, there are fewer legs, and a corner of the table can be topped. But without the arms, it will not be able to print. This is a great loss for the limited number of ninjas in Ninja Village. If we can make some prosthetic limbs in advance, or simply clone some limbs from the cells of the seriously wounded ninja for use by the wounded, it will greatly alleviate the war damage rate in the village. As soon as this idea was put forward, it quickly received a warm response from everyone. I won't say much about it. After all, there are almost no villages that master cloning technology. Konoha lacks the Oshmaru, and the level in this respect is similar to other countries. It's not something that this era can do. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 94 The Unpopular Affection. Mabui said disapprovingly at the time, why didn't he bother to practice any-handed knot printing? This kind of technique is available in every village, but it is too difficult to practice, and there are very few people in the ninja world who know this skill. How to put it? The collision of ideas is like this. Since there is no genetic technology in Lizago, cloning only exists in the theoretical stage, so Mabui's idea is to solve the problem directly instead of solving the disease unrealistically. Xingran is different. He has read the research materials of -1, and has practical cases beforehand. When he puts forward his ideas, he stands at a higher level, and what he thinks in his mind is to solve the problem completely by solving the disease. It is impossible to say who is right and who is wrong, but the two are also arguing about this. In the end, there was no discussion about this matter, but Xingran was inspired by Linin and practiced the any-handed seal. I have a super brain and learn everything fast. I used to know less ninjutsu, and I have never had time to play this hand, but now I have time, and after I pass the test, I will definitely be able to learn more secret techniques from the Mountain Clan. Yes, when the time comes, any-handed Yin Dian Ninjutsu, any-handed Yang Dian Ninjutsu is also quite good, and many tactics can be developed. At the beginning of April, the village finally heard good news. Under the face of the Hokage rogue, Zigo finally couldn't afford to delay, and reluctantly agreed to withdraw from the occupied area of Yonokuni, but according to the negotiation information given by Anbu Xingran and Anbu cooperated to monitor the Union Village mission. So there is the latest news contribution. The Fire Nation agreed to exchange food for the handicrafts of the Thunder Nation's important handicrafts. This is an alternative compromise of the Fire Nation. Xingran knew that the signing of the peace treaty meant that the incident had come to an end, and the Union Village mission would abduct Hinata at any time. At noon that day, the mountain in Hei returned from a mission. According to the usual practice, Xingran was going to the Hai family next door to eat together. In fact, this is not just the custom of the Hai family. In many ninja families, every time they return from a mission, they will have a sumptuous meal with their family members to celebrate the completion of the mission and to be fortunate to be back alive again. Xingran, I heard that you have been running to Yinran's station recently. After the meal, Hai Yi suddenly asked such a sentence, making Xingran's movements while teasing Oino a little stiff. What's the matter? Xingran said with a guilty conscience. He often ran there after taking a secret mission from Hokage. According to theory, Hai Chi should not know his true intentions. Then the problem is here, since I don't know the true intention, then the surface intention is known. Sure enough, Hai Yi asked a question that Xingran couldn't answer. Boy, listen to my advice. We and the people of Thunder Country are not really at peace. You and the thing called Mabu Yi. You know what I'm going to say, right? Hey is not good at it. Speaking, but there are some things that don't need to be said too clearly, everyone naturally understands what they mean. Well, there is nothing between me and her. We exchange medical experience. When she leaves Konoha, we will be people of two worlds. Xingran had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, as for whether others believe it or not, Xingran believes it anyway. Okay, I believe you. The girl Ki really scared me when she first told me about it. Ha ha ha. Hey stared at Xingran for a while, then suddenly revealed said with a hearty smile. He is a top-notch perception ninja of the Mountain Clan. Some things are not clear, but he can feel it. Xingran didn't lie to him. That's it. Shan's Hong Ki. What's the matter with this eldest lady? Xingran was stunned. It was said that his actions were just to put eye drops on the caring people. Hai Yi was out on the task, and it was unreasonable to know when he came back. This kind of young man and woman. The thing is right. It turned out that someone had informed. Don't blame Ki's troubles. The previous encounter on the battlefield touched her a lot, especially now that she admires you very much. She also listened to her classmates and came to me in a hurry. You are our Mountain Clan. You can't go astray because of the young hormones. Yamanaka Ibarabala explained a big deal for Yamanakasai. Since the last time the students of ninja school went to the battlefield and escaped from the hands of the human pillar-power-tailed beast, many people in the school have begun to realize Kaiksu-an is also one of them. He is very hard at cultivation, and it is said that he has changed the bad temper of the eldest lady. Originally, according to Jiraiya's evaluation, Yamanaka was not suitable for being a ninja, but after she came back, she was very competitive. Not only did she complete the school's courses very well, but she also learned the most basic healing techniques. This cannot be abandoned casually. Those who can use healing techniques are good seedlings of medical ninjas. This kind of examples of school students mastering healing techniques is not uncommon. but almost all of them are absorbed by the village and become members of the medical class, which can be described as a promising future. It's bright. At first, Xingran had the patience to listen to Hai Barabala's excuse for the whistleblower, but it turned out to be a bit wrong. Why did Hai Yi try so hard to promote Shan's Honkai? Wouldn't you still think that I have compassion for the enemy ninja, so find a substitute to attract attention, right? Xingran rolled her eyes and was too lazy to tease Ino. The little guy is only 2 or 3 years old now, but the high forehead is already very obvious. I really don't know where she has the courage to say when she grows up. With a wide forehead, you too will be half a cat. Hai Yi discovered that Xingran was still listening to his own words at first, but after a while, he started playing by himself, coughing a little embarrassingly, and talked about the Zongjin test without trouble. Because the negotiations have really entered the countdown stage, the village's attention has gradually shifted to the Zongjin test. Diplomats have already set out to invite film or leaders from various countries to come to the village to observe the ceremony. At the same time, there are many details of the joint test. The need to communicate in advance will take up a lot of manpower and material resources in the village. It is not surprising to talk about this at the first meeting. The freshness of the signing of the peace treaty has long passed, and the villagers are now talking about the next Zongjin exam. How are your preparations for the ninja exam? Don't run to the hospital all day. For the ninja, your own strength is the most fundamental. Don't lose your training. Hai Yi has Elder's demeanor. Xingran had no choice but to endure teachings. It was very unexpected. At this moment, Xingran had a new understanding of the ninja's forbearance, which was really ironic. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Xingran found an excuse to slip away and came to the station of the Yinren mission. The negotiation is basically over, and it is estimated that it will be completed within a few days, and the intensity of Starburn's surveillance here has also increased a lot. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 95 Timing Confirmation. The plot is about to begin. Starran has prepared for so long in advance, but he can't drop the chain when he is about to close the net. And if he can't get a lot of credit, he will slap himself in the face. As usual, Xingran knew Samoyed's room well for a long time, activated his clairvoyance ability and super hearing, and watched other people's daily movies and TV dramas begin again. However, as soon as Starburn arrived today, I found something was wrong. Today, there are many people in the Samoyed room, both men and women. But the unified point is that the chakra volume has the upper level of ninja, and it should be the high level in the mission. Soon, the clear voice of conversation also passed into Xingran's ears. The plan has been explained to everyone. If you have any questions, let's say it now. It is never allowed to interfere with the mission at Hyuga's house tonight. Samoyed made a concluding remark, which made the star burning who caught the big fish very difficult. Speechless, I still feel that I have caught up with the movie, but I don't know if I only come and watch the end credits. My lord, this mission will be dead for a lifetime. If you fail to succeed, you will become benevolent. You don't need to personally take risks. The subordinate who monitored Xingran and Mabui last time was very loyal and jumped out to speak for his boss for the first time. No, it is because it must be successful that I have to come. If things are revealed, the death of any one of you will be more valuable than the death of my mission leader. Samoyed's expression was very unwilling. He was also struggling in his heart. He was only out of rights at the beginning, and after losing his position as the principal of Ninja School, he came up with this idea temporarily after he was a little bit up in the discussion meeting. Originally, he also wanted to arrange for Reikige's Anbu to be a dead man, but when the meeting ended, Reikage found him alone and forced him to give an order to make people vomit blood. What should I do? Scalp it. After the negotiation was completed, the village immediately gave him rights far beyond his own status. The taste of rights is so wonderful that people must work hard for his Samoyed will, and so should the husband. When things have reached this point, he has no retreat. It has been done, and he has obtained the status that others need to look up to. If it fails, it will be a death to go back. That being the case, for such an important task, he has to do it himself. and leave the task to someone else. Now that the two countries are in the honeymoon period, those people are not necessarily in danger of death. The big deal is that Union Village is slaughtered by Konoha Village when the mission fails, but the people who fail may not need to die, but as the person in charge, he will inevitably die. So instead of letting those who don't have death consciousness to do this, it's better to come by yourself and become a natural hero. If you lose, you have to die. Anyway, you are dead. At least you can end up bravely for the village. The title of martyr. My lord ... This time I beg you. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking, and bowed to Samoyed together. After that, everyone quickly left Samoyed's room, and Xingran didn't get any useful information anymore. But even if I only watched an end credit egg, I still know what I need to know. Yinren will act tonight. The goal is the Hyuga clan, and the most important thing is that once the matter is revealed, the other party will use the life of the mission leader Samoyed to make a fuss. Combining the memory of the previous life, Xingran knows that the person who kills Hyuga Hyzus and then kills Hyuga Hyzus is the head of Samoyed. As for how they entered the heavily guarded Hyuga clan, how they successfully kidnapped Hinata, and how to transport Hinata out of Konoha, Xingran doesn't know at all, but it doesn't matter anymore. He has his own involvement in this incident. Those plans of yours are useless if you know them. They won't be used anyway. Starburn did not delay time. Their action time was at night, and now it was only more than an hour before dinner time. They must hurry up to make good things, to help the village. Early warning. Xingran worried that Hokage would inform the Hyuga family after he knew this. At that time, the Hyuga family was not grateful for Xingran, but the village was Hokage, which was definitely not what Xingran wanted. The egoist is to sell one piece of information for two good prices. He quickly came to the Hyuga clan. The one who guarded the gate was the same one last time, and he was smoothly invited into a reception room again. Hinata's stiff face appeared in front of Hoshiran again. Yamanaka-kun, I don't know what's the matter with you coming to the patriarch this time. Just tell me. It's still the kind of wealthy looking down eyes. Xingran is super unhappy about it. Last time it can be said to be lack of intelligence. This time I came with a lot of dry goods, so you have to show it a little bit. Xingran took a sip of the tea prepared by his servant. Tea is a good tea. Even if the rich are facing people who look down on them, the things they entertain will not be shabby, and they don't know if they want to face and suffer. I came this time because I have investigated the real purpose of the Union Village mission's visit to Konoha this time. Since we are both Konoha ninja clan, I think we have common interests and we must advance and retreat together. Brothers, there will be closer cooperation in the future, so I am here to inform you. Stars burns slowly and slowly. It is very unsatisfactory. And it is true that the daily slack is already full of impatience. Oh, then what is the purpose of asking you, a new genius in the mountain family, to make a special trip? Nissan's tone was not good, and the sentence of the genius in the mountain family was aggravated, and it was very disdainful. Xingran really started to hate the Hyuga clan. Even if your Hinata is their heroine, we are not the licking dog of the plot character. And this time I am also saving your dog's life. This unlucky child really is. Do you deserve to die in this calamity? Xingranqian resisted the urge to flick his sleeves and made money with peace of mind and energy. I am not here to brush your favor, I'm here to brush rockets. For the benefit of my tolerance, Xingran once again has new insights into the tolerance of ninjas. For the benefit of Hokage, he must report this matter to Hokage. Then the Hyuga family will still know what is about to happen. Between benefits and temper, Xingran chose the former. The mission leader of Union Village, Samoyed, came to Konoha this time. In addition to signing the peace talks, another main task is to get a blank eye. Xingran didn't want to talk nonsense with Nissan. Anyway, this guy has never given a good face. Then end the matter here as soon as possible, or go to Hokage early to receive the reward. What? Hyuga Rizazo was really surprised, and then asked. His attitude was much better this time. He originally thought that Star Ran was on the escort this time, but he only noticed that Union Village was plotting against Konoha. It was a matter for everyone in the village. The Hyuga clan can know in advance or not. Regardless, anyway, the sky is falling and there is a high support, but once the matter involves your own family, from everyone's trouble to the small family's trouble, then the problem is different. Ask for a recommendation ticket. P.S. Thank you for your brothers and sisters who voted for Xiran during this time, and also ask fattening students to vote. The recommendation vote is very important. Xiran's recommendation on the site depends on this. Thanks for your support. Chapter 96. A dead eye. As an ancient family, it counts on others for everything, and it has long since perished. God saves self, save us. Although there is no God in this world, the Hyuga family has long understood the meaning. After inquiring about Xingran in detail, Nikkei left his ass and quickly brought the real story here. Xingranxin said that he finally saw the Lord. It's true that the Lord Samoyed of Union Village has made a call a few days ago. It is said that our Hyuga clan came to visit. The time is just tonight, and we are all ready for the dinner. Hyuga, the length of the foot is almost the same as that of the day, but the momentum of the day is more than that of the day. Staran looked at this first meeting in front of him, and kept looking at his patriarch Hyuga with weird eyes, secretly proud, pretending not to see me. Right? Isn't he obediently kneeling and licking in front of me? Just when Hoshiran thought that Hinata would thank him on behalf of his family, the style of Hinata suddenly changed. Your Excellency Samoyed has been to Uchiha's house before, and had a great time at their Uchiha house. To be honest, I don't believe your joke. I am very grateful for you to take a trip for our Hyuga's affairs. There are some great things here. Iron Country tea, you can bring some back to taste. Hyuga Niza picked up the teacup and began to drink it by himself. This is the meaning of serving tea and sending guests off. Soon someone brought a gift box with a humble expression, but undoubtedly sent the star to leave. Star Burning is stunned. Am I still not clear about what I said? If someone wants to steal your family's eyes, the method is likely to be to abduct your children, and once things are revealed, they will use the method of being killed to blackmail your family's eyes. P.S. It's not that Hyugas forcibly lowering their intelligence. The following content is more exciting. Xingran couldn't remember how he came to Hokage's office. It wasn't until Hokage 3 held the pipe and shook it in front of him for a while before Xingran came back to his senses. The salary of the Hyuga family is that the benefits of the low burst of tea are put aside first, and Xingran will tell Hokage again what he said to the Hyuga family. So you went to Hyuga's house first, and then came to me. Right? Mommy looked on the expression that you were such a person. Xingran was a bit embarrassed. This is indeed too snobbery after eating the pie of the previous home and the next home. Yes, the Hyuga clan is an important part of Konoha. Of course, we have to help if they are in trouble, but their family has to help themselves. We can't let the village work hard on everything. If they prevent themselves in advance, then our village's public resources can also be saved. Hokage-sama, do you think this is the reason? Xingran showed a righteous expression, as if he was a motivated young man who took the interests of the village as the starting point for everything. The 3 generations are non-committal, but what Xingran said is indeed reasonable. It cannot be ruled out that children of Xingran's age act impulsively and want the Hyuga clan to solve this problem on their own. Now is the last moment for the 2 countries to sign a peace treaty. If the village can't come forward, it would be appropriate to solve this matter. At the next moment, when the 3 generations figured it out and nodded in acquiescence, Staran's words changed and he began to curse the Hyuga clan. But Naruto-sama, do you know what I saw at the Hyuga's house? His Excellency Hyuga Hizu, the lord of the clan family, unexpectedly used Samoyed's previous visit to the Uchiha clan as a reason that everyone was in peace and thought that I was nonsense. It seems that Master Naruto should inform them personally before they believe that this is true. Xingran didn't forget the look in the eyes of the 3 generations just now, and immediately said indignantly, meaning that I would say in advance out of consideration for the village. But they themselves are stupid and don't believe it. If the 3 generations say it, they will believe it. and they will remember the goodness of the 3 generations at the same time. Anyway, I am not a villain who eats the dealer and eats the player. Unexpectedly, after the 3 generations heard the call from Xingran, they did not immediately send someone to notify the Hyuga clan, but said that if things were really like the Xingran investigation, then he had done a great job this time and sent Xingran away. Did not even ask Xingran specifically how he got the news. Was it because the seduction technique that I showed to others was very successful, so that the 3 generations did not ask for the details? Starburn is not sure, but he is certain there is something between the Hyuga clan and the Upper Konoha or Hokage. Xingran came back to the home that he had somehow wandered into the sky again. He was thinking about the strange reactions of these people. Is there anything I didn't know or didn't notice? There must be some reason why everyone's reaction is so unreasonable. Xingran wanted to put these unreasonable and unclear questions behind his head. Anyway, so far, I have done everything I should do, and the next flood will not be my business. But Superman's brain is a bit uncontrollable this time. During this period of time, people and things that have been in contact have flashed in his mind over and over again, always feeling that something has been missed by him. Time soon arrived at night. Xingran was not in the mood to eat dinner, lying on the roof of his home, where he could see the Hyuga tribe in the distance. It's just that the supervision is limited now, and it can be used as a high-power telescope at most, and can only see an outline of the Hyuga tribe. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, the Hyuga tribe land suddenly became noisy, and a large number of Hyuga tribes began to scatter. Xingran knew that Samoyed probably succeeded. Xingran's sight turned to the other side. Although his sight was blocked by several high-rise buildings, his ears I could still hear that the Union Village mission station also had some movement at this time, and a large number of people gathered, and they were about to rush to the clan. In the original plot, Hinata Hyuga was kidnapped by Yunin, but was soon overtaken by Hyuga Hizu and killed the kidnapper Yunin at his own door. But now it is definitely not what it is in the plot. Samoyed is definitely not dead, otherwise the Hyuga clan would not be so laborious to send out a large number of clansmen to arrest people. There is another weird thing. Hokage hasn't moved on this aspect yet. What the hell is this doing? Xingran was curiosity aroused by successive changes. Anyway, since the incident has been up to now, many ninja watching the excitement have rushed over there, so you can go to the scene to see what is going on. Soon, the Union Village mission and a group of people blocked the door of the Hyuga family, and the bright street lights clearly illuminated the scene here. When Xingran arrived, the two sides were facing each other. Xingran squatted on a telephone pole, looking at the two parties who had already quarreled below with interest, and gave Xingran the feeling that these two waves of actors were so fake, and they were obviously disguising their own Xiaojujiu. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 97 The Plan of the Hyuga Clan. How could this be? If the mission of Union Village is so fake, Xingran would take it for granted. But why did the Hyuga clan also behave like this? Just when the two sides accused each other of murdering their own head child, Hulala, another group of people squeezed in. Xingran looked at his eyes and shrank. The third generation of Hokage came, and Anbu behind him was carrying two people, two key figures. As soon as the three generations of Hokage appeared, the scene remained silent. Everyone looked at Hokage, and the elders of the Hyuga's family and the high-level members of the Union Village mission changed their faces when they saw Hokage being lifted behind them. Seeing this, a flickering thunder flashed across Xingran's mind, and he thought of a possibility. If everyone in Union Village sees a Samoyed captured alive, their expressions will change drastically. Then Xingran thinks it is completely normal. But why did the elders of the Hyuga family change their expressions drastically after seeing a boy who was successfully rescued? Xingran had to think more about it. The kidnapped this time was obviously not Hinata, but a boy whose forehead was not engraved with the bird curse in the cage. Through this, Xingran quickly thought of a problem that he had been neglecting before. Ningsu was not engraved with the bird curse in the cage when he was born, but at a certain age, even after a certain strength, the Hyuga clan would plant the bird curse in the cage on the children. Not long after the seal, I was able to see this when I was able to fight with Hinata in the driving range back and forth. In other words, Hinata is not the only child of the Hyuga clan who has not been planted with the bird curse because of their young age. Recalling that Hyuga was clearly taken aback by his own intelligence before, it can be seen that the Hyuga clan attaches great importance to someone plotting to roll their eyes, but when Hyuga Hisazu came to see him, the style of painting suddenly changed. Hyuga the family obviously didn't pay much attention to Xingburn's intelligence, which was very unreasonable. Normally, for the things that are cherished, I would rather believe in what is untrustworthy. For the sake of safety, the Hyuga clan can study the bird curse seal in the cage. From this we can see how much the Hyuga clan cherishes the white eye, so why when it comes to Xingran, the Hyuga clan seems to have given up their vigilance against rolling eyes? Xingran recalled that the look in his eyes was so weird, something wrong. At that time, the Japanese football should be very grateful to Xingran for giving them this information, but they soon came up with a solution to solve it on their own, which is still not clear, so they can only deal with the kindly informant Xingran. Xingburn's thoughts flashed, thinking of Konoha's current situation, especially in the afternoon, when he mentioned the Uchiha clan. Now thinking about it, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional at the time. When he said the Uchiha clan, his voice was very heavy. At that time, Xingran thought that it was the special feelings of the Hyuga clan for this famous ninja, but now it seems not so simple. This incident seems to be nothing more than Union Village's attempt to win the eye, an intrigue that I love to hear, but if you consider the current situation in Konoha village, many problems can be figured out. Since the Kyuubi incident, everyone knows that the runaway Kyuubi was manipulated by Uchiha's writing wheel eyes. For this reason, the Uchiha clan was jealous and watched by the Konoha high-level officials. Konoha's senior management knows this, and even Uchiha himself knows this. So, as Konoha's giants, the Hyuga clan, who has many seats in the ninja class, might not know it. If things are only this, it's okay to say, it's normal to monitor whoever has a problem, but not long ago, Hayes Village caused dissatisfaction with the bloodstained family under the blood fog policy, and Shui Ying, who ruthlessly ruled Nuian Village, ordered a small, disobedient bloodstained family was annihilated, and there was news that Shui Ying was really annihilating the bloodstained family for various reasons because he was afraid of the bloodstained family. This has sounded a wake-up call for bloodstained families in various countries. The most obvious example is the whitey-eyed Hyuga clan, and the Konoha bloodstained clan. The Uchiha clan has been blacklisted by the village. What will happen to your family after Uchiha is finished? Is it the turn of the whitey-eyed family? People who are not far-sighted must have near worries. As long as there is such a slight possibility, the Hyuga clan that has continued from the warring states to the present has never lacked malicious speculation. In this ninja world, if you want to live well, you can't be foolish. The Uchiha clan was so targeted by the village, not only because of the nine-tailed runaway, the real reason is that their power is too strong. The village has no complete assurance that they can suppress them, and their next generation does not know how to constrain. The more geniuses came out, the more the village was jealous. Don't think that a family will be monitored so easily by the village. Without the support of other low and middle level families, the village would not dare to use the majesty of the wealthy ninja clan. The Uchiha clan has the strength and ambitions are well known to everyone. They are afraid that they are not just a few people like Hokage and the advisory group, but a whole body of interests. Thinking of this, Xingran realized that he underestimated the average IQ of the world. The Uchiha clan is so arrogant that it is offensive. Maybe there are a few examples, but they are certainly not as serious as in the original plot. So why are the people in the whole village in the late Konoha period? Are you disgusting with the Uchiha clan? That is, the high-level propaganda work is in place, and there is even a sense of demonizing the Uchiha clan. It's no wonder that going to Uchiha Tomitake's family patriarch's house will receive such a good reception. It is also for ninjutsu to eat together. Now Uchiha's family is still struggling in a predicament and wants more support from allies, so it's a warm reception. Xingran and the Hyuga clan, who seems to be forcibly lowering their wisdom, are two extremes. If the Uchiha clan is finished, the Hyuga clan, who is also a wealthy clan, will become the only remaining rafters. Based on the understanding of the Hyuga clan about those with vested interests in the current village, the Hyuga clan will not have any good fruits. In such a big environment, it is a good opportunity to know Union Village in advance to plot their rise. As long as the family's weakness is revealed through this incident, people's previous impressions of the powerful Hyuga clan will collapse. Everyone will no longer regard the Hyuga clan as a powerful and extraordinary super family, but will only see the Hyuga clan. It's beginning to go downhill, and there is an illusion that one generation is inferior to one generation. Xingran thought of this, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maybe you don't know that your Hyuga clan is really inferior to one generation. During the Fourth World War, so many people fought alongside the protagonist Naruto. Among the 12 Xiokiangs, it was Hyuga Neji. I got a box lunch. What does this mean? Luck is also a kind of strength, and destiny is not in you, so family weakness is also inevitable. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 98. The End of the Three Wars. Closer to home. As long as you figure this out, then you can understand the very unreasonable problems in the original plot. Everyone said that there were a lot of bugs in the later period of Kishimoto, and Hoshiran thinks so. P.S. The author also thinks so. Isn't this hard work to make up the plot that is not there? But now Hashimoto has new insights, that is, all of this is deliberately done by the Hyuga clan. The bloodstain limit of the White Eye may not be considered as powerful in terms of lethality, especially the soft fist has no way to deal with the huge tail beast, but only for investigation. It is the existence that stands on the top of the ninja world. Just such a family will let people easily enter the old house of the clan and kidnap a child. Is this possible? Anyway, Xingren doesn't believe it. Now he seriously suspects that if Yunren was not the Hinata who kidnapped the eldest sect in the original play, then Hyuga Nizu would be like today, letting Yunren have not cast a bird curse in the cage. The young children of India were taken away. Not to mention that such a patriarch is cruel, and someone who can agree with his brother to die for him and has not yet suffered from depression is not a soft-hearted person at all. The family has lost important white eyes, and is still chasing each other in the first time, so as long as the matter is made big, the whole village will have a picture and the truth to see that the Hyuga clan was robbed of it in their hometown. How can they be a weak chicken? Have to. The image transformation project of the Hyuga clan in people's eyes is completed, and there is no need to worry about not being able to survive in Konoha. Not to mention that the Hyuga clan has a pathological protection against the loss of white eyes. The green of the nearby Misty village is still alive with a white eye. The one who is far away is Hyuga Hinata, and later changed its name to Uzumaki Hinata is gone. This is also the loss of white eyes, and there is still no bird curse mark in the cage. What does this mean? Faced with the 7th Hokage who defeated Kagayaji, the Hyuga clan was not merciless when it should be counseled, as it is today, as long as it is beneficial to the Hyuga clan, and it is also a sacrifice that can be sacrificed. The key is whether the value is appropriate. Today, the Hyuga clan's plan was very successful. Samoyed successfully kidnapped a boy who was separated from the clan. This child was very young and had just learned to walk. The official information stated that the caged bird would not be bred until he was 3 years old. Under the circumstances, the two sides can also be regarded as each taking what they need. But now the accident still happened. First of all, the Hyuga clan arrested Samoyed with great fanfare and gave the Union Village mission a wrong message. As a result, they were blocked at the door of the house by the other party and failed to allow more people to see the incompetence of the Hyuga clan. Then there is the Union Village mission. After arriving at the place, I was secretly happy to find that Samoyed was not there. Then, as long as everyone's attention was focused here, Samoyed could gain time to escape. As a result, Hokage 3 appeared at this time. Now, there was Samoyed himself, who was caught like a dead dog with a pale face. Samoyed came with immortal consciousness. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is highlighted in an unexpected situation. If others know in advance that you are going to commit suicide, can you still be successful? Kid, the poison in the alveolar was taken away. The timing technique on the stomach was cracked, and even the poison needle in the hair used to quietly commit suicide after being caught was also found. At this moment, it was completely impossible to die. Also surprised was the elder of the Hyuga clan. The child of the family was already a member of the abandoned list, but he was rescued by Hokage. This is very passive. If your family is kidnapped by people from Union Village, even if you can't find Union Village to fight head-on, you can still get the village to give some reasonable compensation under the pretext of compromise. But now the situation is different. The lost clansmen have been found back, so the incompetence label of the Hyuga clan is not so conspicuous in everyone's eyes. Some people may even think that this is just the result of the collaboration between the Hyuga clan and the village. No matter what, it is far inferior to that. Being beaten directly came to be effective, and the family was rescued by Hokage. As the Hyuga clan who values every whitey-eyed, the thanks to the Hokage family must have a corresponding weight. Starange will capture the expressions of everyone present. Jiang Yuan is still old and hot. If this incident is done, it will indeed be spread. The victims are the Hyuga clan and the Executor Union. In the village, only the officials of Konoha village have to suffer dumb losses and lose a big international face. In retrospect, they have to compensate for the poor protection of the villagers Hyuga's family. But now it's different. The biggest winner of this incident has become Hokage, and it has become the official of Konoha village. The Hyuga family wants to thank the village. Union village has been detained from an important prisoner. The point is that the prisoner is alive, unable to die without evidence. The third generation of Hokage now has all the initiative. I saw the third generation of Hokage personally hand back the frightened child to the elder of the Hyuga family. He said nothing. At the same time, he watched deeply the people of the Union village mission for a while, and finally sighed and said lightly, "Let Raikage come. Talk to me." He turned and left. This compelling Xingran gives 10 points. Naruto's kindness, majesty, and a little detachment from the performance of the performer. Xingran once again has a new understanding of the ninja's performance skills. In Xingran's vision, the whitey-eyed abduction incident was a bit anticlimactic due to the conspiracy and tricks of all parties. Originally, he thought he would do a good job. In the next few days, Raikage did not come to Konoha. He couldn't afford to lose that person, but the peace treaty was quickly signed. The entire signing site was very low. Union Village had this requirement, and he took advantage of it. The Konoha Village Party also has no reason to be unforgiving. This time, many of the preferential conditions that Thunder Country had negotiated were abolished, and Konoha also promised a large amount of low-cost acquisition of Thunder Country's ore business. After being abducted by a blind eye, Elzigo actually became a defeated country in terms of terms. The peace treaty was finally signed, and everyone in Union Village did not stay to participate in the joint test of forbearance. They left in a dingy and low manner. Xingran didn't even come and bid farewell to Mabui. The world has completely ushered in peace, and everyone's faces are filled with happy smiles. When this kind of smile is known only by Xingran, it cannot last forever. After 10 years, the Akatsuki organization that has accumulated almost the same strength will be brought with it. Will bring pain to the world through Nagato. At the end of the war, the links of meritorious steeds and rewards are everyone's favorite. The war brought a lot of deaths, and at the same time opened up a lot of places for promotion. Most of the ninjas who have lived to the present have received corresponding awards. Surrounded by a group of consultants, Hokage 3 hosted a lively celebration banquet. Of course Xingran must participate in this kind of celebration banquet, and met Kai and Izumi will act in unison with him. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 99. First understanding of still water. It wasn't until this time that Xingran suddenly felt that he had always been a member of the Kaiban, but since the beginning of the year, as a medical logistics staff, after waiting for the Union Village delegation, everyone did not work together. Originally, Xingran was only used as an escort mission, but after returning to the village, he immediately set up another surveillance mission at the third generation. So for nearly half a year, Xingran, a new member of the Kaiban, did not participate in the mission in his team. However, after meeting with Kai this time, Kai brought something good to Xingran, which was the weight-bearing ninja that Xiaoli used to exercise his strength and speed. Of course, Xingran was not stingy with materials and hard work. The star-burning 8-door repelling technique has been practiced for a period of time, and as long as his steel body is basking in the sun, it will grow all the time. Now he can clearly feel that the effect of daily exercise has become less and less. But he didn't want to be like Kai every day. Apart from eating and sleeping, he was practicing. Every day he practiced for more than 14 hours. If he turned himself into this kind of cultivation slave, Xingran would rather give up the promotion of Beimandanjia. Therefore, it is inevitable to increase the difficulty of training and improve the effect of the exercise. Starburn has obtained several sets of weights from Kai this time, ranging from a set of 0.5 tons to a set of 5 tons. These are enough stars. Burn for a long time. Thinking about the movement caused by Xiaoli in the original drama when he lifted his load, Xingran felt that he might not have to start conservatively with 0.5 tons, or maybe start with a 2-ton load. The banquet is gradually getting better during the cranky. At the banquet, sentient beings were in various forms. Some of the ninjas who had died and their companions cried silently, hoping that they could see the peace in the village finally in heaven. Some were heartless, drinking and eating big pieces of meat, such as the ninjas of the Kudo clan, as if trying to regain the fat that was taken away by war. Of course, it is more ordinary to enjoy the banquet and enjoy the pleasure brought by peace. But he was crying the worst and loudest. As an insider such as Xingran Hecken, he knows that Kai is a single-souled creature. He burst into tears when he was happy, burst into tears when he was sad, and burst into tears when he was excited. In short, when he expressed his emotions, he cried and shouted passionate youth. But just because I knew what was going on, Xingran Izumi, who was with Chi, was even more uncomfortable. The two of them had a tacit understanding and quietly stayed far away from Kai. They silently said in their hearts that I don't know this guy, and this it doesn't matter what kind of people. When the position shifted, Xingran came to a corner of the venue, where it was occupied by the ninjas of the two giants of Konoha. Xingran saw Yukai Hitomatake, and also saw the two brothers Hyuga Nizu and Nissa. Fu took the Itachi whom he had seen last time around. He is also shinen and is qualified to appear here. At the same time, a Uchiha ninja who is about the same size as himself is talking with him, and it seems that the relationship is very good. This person is wearing a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt and triangular protective gear on top, trousers of the same color and leggings on the bottom. There is the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of the clothes, and he is carrying a small sword. This is Uchiha Shishui. Shishui is younger than Daito, and is the younger generation of Kakashi, but he has already shinned in the latter part of the three wars. He is a super genius of the Uchiha clan. The reputation of Shishui has been spread on the battlefield. It is Mitarayazuki Bean. Although Xingran has some fame nowadays, he is far from being as loud as Shushin Zishui. At least Xingran hasn't had a loud nickname until now. Xingran did not expect that this tragic and fallible Uchiha legend would meet on this occasion. For Xingran, whose shortcomings are very obvious and serious. Itachi and Shisui are the two illusionists. In his heart is the existence of the big demon king level. Last time I visited Fuyu's house, I got along well with Itachi. Well, just in case, I should say hello to Shisui. Star Burning is now very conscientious. What kind of body of steel, what kind of 8-door dungeon, in front of this level of illusion? It is very vacant. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by Shisui in the future, it is more beneficial for him to have a good relationship first. As for face and exercise, is it important? Xingran showed a big smiling face. Before the voice came first, Xingran greeted Fu enthusiastically, and after a few sentences, he led the topic to Shisui. Is this Uchiha Shisui Senpai? My name is Hoshira Numanika. We met at ninja school back then. Maybe you don't remember me. After all, I was the tail of a crane at that time. You were a genius. Ha ha ha. Embarrassingly forced to talk to Uchiha Shisui. Fu is very eye-catching, and Starburns himself has the background to support Uchiha the last time he reported, which can promote the relationship between the representatives of the younger generation of the family and the geniuses of other families, which is very helpful to Uchiha's future. The Uchiha clan just wants to gain more voice now, but there are also a lot of comments about becoming Hokage and ruling the village. If things really get to that point, the era of these young people's activity will come a few years later. Even the Uchiha clan in the end, he successfully ruled the village, and the support of other families was indispensable. At this time, Fu was also considered to be the next step in the future. Fan introduced that the two knew each other and said loudly that they were both young talents. Everyone should be more familiar with each other. Fuyu of Xingran helped him and quickly became acquainted with Shisui. Of course, he is now a person in the same village, not close, but already belongs to the category of companions. Xingran knows that Uchiha's geniuses have the arrogance in their bones. Even Shisui is a kind person. You can't just chat with him and drink a drink. Ninja 3 Forbidden can't drink. You can get intimacy. So far, Staran is already very satisfied with the help this banquet has brought to him, and is planning to retire to see if Kai is crying dead. Several disgusting eyes aroused Xingran's awareness. Starburn's perception has a higher chemical reaction under the blessing of superhuman ability, and his spiritual sense is very keen. When his gaze swept over him, Starburn had already captured the other party's position. He looked up and saw a group of Hyuga family. The ninjas were gathering there in twos and threes, and from time to time there were older ninjas who would cast unkind eyes on Xingran. Among these gazes, especially the strongest Hyuga ripples, they have reached the point where they have not concealed them. It was just a slight stupefaction for less than 0.1 seconds before Xingran suddenly. With his powerful thinking ability, Xingran quickly figured out what was going on. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 100. MMP. Do you hate me so much? Lao Tzu saved your life. Although no one in this world knows this, it still makes Xingran super unhappy. It stands to reason that Starburn informs them when they know that someone is unfavorable to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga family should be grateful to the Innerburn. In fact, although the Hyuga clan has made its own judgment, it is indeed against the Innerburn. I was grateful, but the situation at the time did not allow people to be aware of it, so I treated Xingran's friend coldly. Even if Xingran notified Hokage of this information later, it is understandable. After all, Xingran, as a member of the village, encounters such a big problem. It is not just a matter for the Hyuga family, but the whole things in the village. If everything can be done as planned by the Hyuga family, then the Hyuga clan is naturally better to remember Starburn. But Hokage's actions and strength far exceed their expectations. They always look forward to the 3 generations of Hokage who can't do their best. It happens to pay so much attention to the honest-sidedness of the young man Xingran. The Hyuga clan didn't know that Xingran put eye drops on Hokage in the early stage, nor did he know that Xingran was one of the people who arranged for Hokage to be responsible for this matter. So there was a wrong judgment without delay. Even a little time, The Samoyed was arrested alive and his own child was also found. This prevents the Hyuga clan from stealing chickens and eclipsing the rice. As a result, Xingran, who has a strong role in this matter, is also hated by them. Before he can be said to be good friends, now Xingran is bad for them. A pot of porridge rat shit. Xingran looked at the unhealthy-looking Hyuga and Nissan, deliberately loudly let the other party hear his own unexplained hee-hee. Lao Tzu won't get used to you. He will only fight in close quarters against the pupil family who has no illusion talent. It is not a threat to us. Maybe that distant relative on the moon is a big trouble, but that's yours, not mine. You don't see it. Shang Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu despises you even more. A group of inexplicable guys. Xingran concluded secretly in his heart, shrugged, and Shishiran returned to the scene of Kai's tears. This guy Kai has now been mentioned as a special upper endurance level. If people know that Konoha's special upper endurance is so embarrassing, it is estimated that the 3 generations must regret allowing Kai to be promoted. Quinn also walked back and looked at her expression. At this time, his thoughts should be the same as Xingran, and he was full of helplessness and disgust. It is worth mentioning that Quinn has also been specially approved as a special shinobu, but unlike Kai, others have enough strength and credit, and Quinn is obviously promoted strongly. It may be the normal income that the village gave to the Nara family, but Xingran is more willing to believe that this is Hokage preparing for the future development of the village. The war is over, the backlog of tasks requires a lot of manpower, and more high-ranking players obviously have a huge help in increasing the reward. Soon the banquet came to an end, and everyone's emotions were greatly vented. Naruto informed everyone that the Zongnin exam was scheduled for mid-June, and asked everyone to eat and drink and have time to take a look at the Zongnin exam. Then there will be a group of identities. The high-ranking leadership left early, giving everyone a more relaxed environment. Soon, some big families and troubled ninjas also left the scene one after another, and the rest were boring people who were eating and drinking, chatting and farting here. Quinn was not accustomed to this environment, and said he wanted to go home. Kai had enough food and drink and said he wanted to practice. Xingran saw his companions have to leave, so he didn't stay at all, and went back to each house to find his own mother. Suddenly a dark part came to Xingran's side, whispered to Xingran, Master Naruto was looking for him, and disappeared with a scream. Xingran's expression was slightly looking forward to it. On the Merits and Rewards conference, he had some credits, but no one told him what rewards he had received. Now it seems that the 3rd generation of Hokage is planning to personally brush up this wave of his favors. When I came to the Hokage office, as expected, the 3 generations smiled and handed them a scroll, which recorded a long list of forms. The same thing had been seen twice under the Heiei Pass before Star Ranch, and contributed to the redemption list. This time you made a great contribution, not only to preserve Konoha's face, but to put it more seriously, you have made a major contribution to world peace. Sunday I'm Hokage said with a smile. With the credit this time, Xingran has accumulated 3 great credits. The task of escorting the Union Village mission is just ordinary reward points and bonuses, and it is impossible to achieve success. It's not bad for ordinary people to make decent ordinary merits in a war. Those who can do great merits are very difficult. For example, the situation of star burning that affects the battlefield and the overall situation 3 times is even rarer. It can be seen that the accumulation has been here. How rare is this degree of credit? Correspondingly, the reward will be higher than ordinary people can imagine. Take a look at the sleevel ninjutsu that can be exchanged before. Rachel is Kakashi's famous stunt. One skill can make a ninja, and the other is Kato Den's famous stunt. It is also a powerful ninja skill. Something even more absolute than Kakashi's. An ordinary person, if he has the opportunity to learn sleevel ninjutsu, as long as he can practice this technique well in his life, he will be able to make a name for himself in the ninja world. In the original plot, don't look at the fact that everyone has an sleevel ninjutsu, and the worst is also an A-level forbidden technique. But those are the characters in the plot, Okay, there are so many dragon sets. As long as it is a dragon set with a powerful ninjutsu, it will immediately become a plot character. For example, the Guardian ninjutsu of the Country of Fire is a standard dragon set, but people have a powerful combination of ninjutsu, so salted fish turn over and sing, and become a character with a plot. Staran looked forward to this list, and it really had a lot more content than the previous one. In the A-level ninjutsu, there is an extra forbidden technique called 8-door Dunjia. Yes, don't look at the 8-door Dunjia. It seems that it's not good. It almost kicked out a big ending in Kai's hand, but this technique is only A-level and it is positioned. It is not a battle but an auxiliary. The real manifestation of its power is the corresponding physical skills, such as Lilianhua, Jiao Peacock and so on. In addition, there are several ninjutsu in A-level ninjutsu that are very compatible with Starburn. They are the Shuriken Shadow Avatar art and the Telescope art, which are from the third generation of Hokage, and the Enchantment of Discovery, from Come 2. In addition, there are some A-level ninjutsu of fire and water ninjutsu. Xingran is completely uninterested in this, so he just turned the list to the end. Sure enough, the sleevel ninjutsu has also increased. P.S. 100 chapters, Xingran will finally have its rank ninjutsu next. What will it be? PS2, ask for recommendation tickets, collections, various requests. The number of words in this book is about to reach the shelf standard. Please brothers and sisters can continue to support Xiran. This book will be written better and faster. Thank you.